Chapter 101, Jokes. Looking at Zhang Miao, who suddenly knelt down and called him father-in-law, Inoichi was stunned. His shocked expression seemed to say, "I have never seen such a shameless person." At the same time, Zhang Miao was once again notified by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Inoichi with his shamelessness. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Yamanaka Inoichi Ninja Fragment X5. In the future, whenever the host calls Inoichi his father-in-law, the host will be able to obtain 10 of his ninja fragments. What a pleasant surprise! Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately stepped forward and grabbed Inoichi's hands. Then, he nodded hard at him. "Father-in-law, please take care of me in the future." Inoichi. Take care of what? Looking at the embarrassed Inoichi, Shikaku could not help but burst out laughing. Haha! Inoichi, he is a genius who can defeat even the academy's teachers. You will have a good son-in-law in him. Shikaku, you. Hearing Shikaku's joke, Inoichi immediately became anxious, but before he could finish his words, Choza spoke. Inoichi, I think Shikaku is right, and if he can defeat me in terms of appetite, he will definitely become a great man in the future, haha. Inoichi. Are you sure that he is a man and not a rice bucket? After listening to Choza, Inoichi became even more helpless. He did not know what to say and could only take a sip of wine. But before he swallowed the wine, Zhang Miao spoke again. Father-in-law, I know you only have one daughter, but don't worry. I won't take her away from you. I can marry into your family. From today on, I will change my name to Yamanaka Ryunishuk. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Inoichi, who was drinking, suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine and then coughed violently. Cough, 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 cough. Seeing this scene, Shikaku and Choza laughed even louder. Even Yujao, who was sitting at the side, covered her mouth and smiled. Ryu, you are really... After such a long time of interaction, she understood Zhang Miao's character. Looking at the awkward Inoichi, she could not help but speak. Yamanaka-san, Ryu really likes to joke around. He's just playing with you. I'm really sorry. Ah. Hearing Yujao's words, Inoichi looked at Zhang Miao, who was holding his hand, with a face full of surprise. Is this child playing with me? As if seeing through the thoughts of Inoichi, Zhang Miao immediately shakes his head firmly. No, father-in-law, I am very serious. The one next to me is my 18th concubine, Uzumaki Yujao. But after I marry into the Yamanaka family, she will also change her name to Yamanaka Yu. Before Zhang Miao could finish his words, his ears were grabbed by the ashamed and angry Yujao. He immediately screamed. Ow, ow, Yujao, don't pinch my ears. Alright, you can continue to be Uzumaki Yujao in the future. My name is Uzuki Yujao. Ow. It hurts. It hurts. With Zhang Miao, the living treasure around, Shikaku and Choza could be said to be laughing non-stop. Even Inoichi, who was originally embarrassed, could not help but smile. Of course, Zhang Miao's appetite also shocked Shikaku and Inoichi. If they hadn't known beforehand that Zhang Miao was from the Uzumaki clan, they would have thought that Zhang Miao was from the Akimichi clan. Among them, the happiest one was Choza. First, it was because he hadn't been with his two best friends for a long time. Second, it was because Zhang Miao's appetite made him very satisfied. A man had to be able to eat. Choza's values were simple. When Zhang Miao put the last piece of barbecue into his bowl, Choza looked at him with a more satisfied gaze. What a great child! This meal was also considered a feast for the guests and hosts. When they came out of the yakiniku, Shikaku, Choza and Inukai invited Zhang Miao to their house, but he politely declined. After watching the three leave, Zhang Miao and Yujao returned together. While walking on the road, Yujao suddenly said, Ryu, I really envy you. You can talk and laugh in front of such people, and even dare to joke with them. Joking. Hearing Yujao's words, Zhang Miao suddenly widened his eyes and looked at her. Who said I was joking? My goal is to revive the Uzumaki. Ow, don't pinch my ears. Looking at Zhang Miao's grinning face, a smile flashed across the corner of Yujao's mouth. Then can you stop speaking nonsense now? Yes, I will. Zhang Miao answered firmly. Seeing that he was honest, Yujao finally let go of his ear. Zhang Miao rubbed his ears and asked her. By the way, Uchiha, is there anyone in your school called Gecko Hayate? Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha immediately nodded. He is 1 year older than me and graduated last year. We had some discussions about Kenjutsu before. What about him? He is sick. And it is an infectious disease. You should stay away from him in the future. Oh. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, they returned home. When they got home, Uchiha took her blade and found an open space to practice. Zhang Miao once again took up his kunao to do some sculpting. This time, he no longer sculpted tailed beasts, but began to make other characters. Zhang Miao first sculpted the first Hokage. Under his skillful hands, a wooden sculpture of Senju Hashirama with his surging roots around him was completed. After finishing, Zhang Miao carefully carved a line of small characters on the base of the wooden sculpture Senju Hashirama Deep Forest Emergence. After carving Senju Hashirama, Zhang Miao began to carve the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, then the third and fourth Hokage, followed by the legendary Sunnins, the advisors, and finally the heads and members of Konoha's prominent families. Zhang Miao gave every sculptures their own peculiar characteristics. For example, for the sculptures of the Uchiha clansmen, Zhang Miao would highlight their Sharingan and their iconic family crest, and then carve a person kneeling on the ground with a painful expression, illustrating the clan's proficiency in Genjutsu. For the Hyagas, Zhang Miao would stand out their eyes more, and then carve the 8 trigram symbol under their feet, and carve a person who looked in pain and got hit in their chest to illustrate the clan's gentle fist technique. The Nara clan would engrave shadows to bind the enemy, and the Chudeo clan would use huge hands to beat the enemy, and the Yamanaka clan would engrave the heart transformation technique to control the enemy to kill each other, and the Dog Tomb clan would carve the dog to bite people, while the Oil Woman clan would carve a person who was full of insects in front of them. That way, anyone could immediately tell which clan the person in the sculpture came from. Of course, Zhang Miao carved all the famous clans in Konoha, because he knew that only these people could buy his sculptures at a high price. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly pondered. So, what is the appropriate price of these sculptures? Chapter 102, Poor Guy. In fact, no matter what industry he was in, as long as he could stand at the top of the industry, whether he could be famous or not, it was very simple to earn some money. Zhang Miao's wood sculpting could be said to be at the top, at least at the top of Konoha, so he decided to take the best route. The so-called best route was not only to sell the cheap ones, but also to sell the expensive ones. But even if it were expensive, he had to target the appropriate customer, and Zhang Miao was planning to target the noble families in Konoha. The so-called noble families were naturally the families that stood at the top of Konoha. Be it because of how much power they had, how much resources and land they had under their names, or just the large amount ninjas in their families. Since they were ninjas, they could naturally earn money by carrying out missions. According to Konoha's standards, the reward for a D rank mission was 500 to 5,000, C rank was 5,000 to 50,000, B rank was 50,000 to 500,000, A rank was 500,000 to 1 million, and S rank missions were generally more than 1 million ryos. Zhang Miao calculated it according to the average reward earned by jonins, so after thinking for a few minutes, he made a decision. The sculpture of the Hokage will be 300.000 ryos, the legendary Sunin and the advisors will be 200.000 ryos, and the rest will be 100.000 ryos. This price seemed to be really expensive for many people, but it was nothing for the members of the noble families. Zhang Miao still remembered that before, in order to redeem his embarrassed photo, Fugaku had taken out 200.000 ryos, which showed that this amount money was nothing to Fugaku. From this, Zhang Miao concluded that the other famous families in Konoha were naturally not far off. Most importantly, Zhang Miao had confidence in his sculptures. And the truth was just as Zhang Miao had expected, as soon as he showcased his sculptures, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wow, who is this? It seems to be the first Hokage. Of course it is, did you not see the words below? Senju Hashirama Deep Forest Emergence. Oh, it is indeed. Boy, how much is the first Hokage sculpture? Hearing someone asking for the price, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Hehe, uncle has a good eyesight. With one glance, he took a fancy to the most valuable wood carving in this stall. I originally planned to sell this for 500.000, but today, to celebrate the opening of my business, it's only 300.000. Wow! 300,000 ryos. Hearing this price, many people present revealed shocked expressions. The big man who asked for the price couldn't help but curse. Little brat, are you crazy? A mere wooden sculpture is 300,000 ryos? Do you know how 300,000 ryos look like? At most, I'll give you 1,000. Hey? You want to buy a handmade Hokage sculpture for 1,000? It seems that it is not me who is crazy, but you who are crazy. At this point, Zhang Miao could not help but laugh and waved at the other party. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Hurry up and leave. Don't hinder me from doing business. You poor bastard. Damn. You dare to scold me. Hearing Zhang Miao scolding him, the big man suddenly widened his eyes, and then grabbed Zhang Miao's clothes. Brat, do you want to die? After being grabbed by the collar, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. I'll give you 3 seconds to let me go now, otherwise don't blame me. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the big man immediately laughed wildly. Brat, you want to threaten me? I'm telling you, I'm not. Before he could say the word afraid, Zhang Miao stepped on his toes. Then, when he could not help but bend over in pain, he turned around and kicked him across the street. Bang! When the big man landed, he smashed the signboard of the shop opposite the door. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the police force, who was in charge of public security. After the polices arrived, the team leader frowned when he saw Zhang Miao's stall. Who told you to set up a stall here? Come with us to the police HQ. Hearing this ninja's words, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned, and then calmly took out a photo from his bosom and handed it over. This is my business permit, it is specially approved by the third Hokage and your leader. Hey? Business permit? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the ninja in the lead suddenly frowned, and then he took Zhang Miao's photo from his hand and looked at it. His face suddenly revealed a surprised expression. It really is the chief. As soon as he finished speaking, the other guards who were looking over nodded. That's right, it's the chief and the Hokage. This is the chief's home, and I know vase behind him. That's right, this photo is real. After they confirmed it, the police team leader immediately returned the photo to Zhang Miao, and his expression softened a lot. Since it was approved by Hokage-sama and the chief, then there is no problem with setting up a stall. So, what happened here just now? It's like this, I was selling wood carvings here just now, but... At this point, Zhang Miao immediately pointed at the big man who he had just beaten down. Then he sneered, that poor guy can't afford my wood carving, and he even made trouble for me, affecting my business. I felt that a person like this should be educated, so I beat him up. So that's how it is. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the leader immediately nodded, you are right, such a poor guy should be taught a lesson. Hearing the officer's words, the surrounding villagers immediately looked at each other. This red-haired boy is probably not simple. This time, that guy is going to be unlucky. Thinking of this, everyone immediately looked at the big man who had just been knocked down by Zhang Miao. And the result was just as they expected. The next moment, the police standing next to Zhang Miao waved his hand. Bring that poor guy to the HQ. When it came to the word poor, he even emphasized his tone. Hearing his words, several members of force laughed and went to grab the big man. In the face of the fierce Konoha military police force, the big man naturally did not dare to resist. After being grabbed by the collar, he obediently lowered his head. At this time, the leader nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Zhang Miao. Then I will take this person away. By the way, your name is Ryunosuke, right? My name is Uchiha Ryuichi, and I am the captain of the team in charge of this area. In the future, just look for me if you need anything. Ryuichi's sudden change in attitude was not just because of Zhang Miao's photo, but because he remembered that Fugaku had once told him that if he met a child with red hair named Uzumaki Ryunosuke in the future, he had to take care of him as much as possible. He had forgotten about it before, but now that he saw a red-haired Zhang Miao in the photo he took out, he suddenly remembered, which was why there was an extra scene. Zhang Miao was not stupid. After hearing Ryuichi's words, he knew that it should be Fugaku's doing. He immediately nodded. No problem, right, Captain Ryuichi, look at my stall, there is also some Uchiha sculptures. Do you want to take care of my business? Do you have the carving of an Uchiha? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, several members of force suddenly looked over curiously. The Uchiha had been rejected by the villagers for a long time. They just didn't say anything in front of them, and they didn't know how they had been gossiping them behind their backs. They knew this, so they naturally didn't have much hope for people other than the Uchiha clan members. But now they heard that the Zhang Miao sold some Uchiha sculptures, they were suddenly interested. Let me see one. Oh, there it is. A member of the force quickly found his target and immediately picked it up excitedly. He read out the small words at the bottom of the wooden sculpture, Uchiha Death Mirage Jutsu. At this point, he happily placed the wooden sculpture on his face and then asked the members of the garrison forces around him. Then does this look like me? Hearing his words, the members of the force around Itachi immediately laughed. Haha, you brat, you haven't even opened your Sharingan, how can you be like that? If you asked me, it should look like Captain Ryuichi, right? That's right. Ha 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 ha. Seeing everyone laughing heartily, Ryuichi nodded with a smile. Haha, it does look like me. Ryuna shook, how much is this wooden carving? I'll buy it. Time for business. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Hehe, I initially sell it for 150,000, but today is the first day of my business. You get 60% off. Take it for 100,000. 100,000. Hearing Zhang Miao's price, Ryuichi was stunned at first, but he quickly remembered what happened just now, so he nodded decisively. Oh, very cheap. We Uchihas are not some poor people who can't afford it and make trouble, right? As soon as he finished speaking, several members of force began to discuss among themselves. That's right, 100,000 is just a small amount of money. This price is very fair. Only the poor cannot afford it. I will also buy one. That's right, I will also buy one. Take my money. Me 3. Under Ryuichi's lead, the 5 members of his team who bought a Uchiha wooden sculpture, and then left with the big man who was beaten by Zhang Miao. As they walked, they were scolding the big man for being poor. Zhang Miao knew that their shopping experience was very pleasant. As for Zhang Miao himself, he was even happier. He sold 6 sculptures just now, earning him 600,000 ryos, which was enough for a month's worth of barbecue. At this time, a calm voice suddenly reached his ears. Kid, how much is this Haiga 8 trigrams 64 palms? Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked up, and when he saw the other person's eyes, he immediately grinned. Hehe, usually, I sell them for 150,000, but today, to commemorate the opening of my business. The price is 60% off, you can take it for 100,000. Chapter 103, Freebies. There are 2 famous families in Konoha village, namely the Uchiha and the Hyuga clan. Interestingly, these 2 famous families claim to be the number 1 in Konoha. Both of these 2 clans made their fortunes on their dojutsu, pupil/visual technique, one had the Shinan and the other had the Byakugan. Both clans were not willing to lose to each other. Zhang Miao knew this for a long time, so when he was selling his sculptures, when he saw an Uchiha, he said that Uchiha clan was the number 1 in Konoha. Sure enough, some sweet talks were necessary in running a business. One had to be slippery enough to attract lots and lots of customers. It is precisely because of this that his sculptures are selling very well. After a while, more than half of his stock have been sold. Of course, there are also some slow-moving goods, such as the sculpture of Danzo. Zhang Miao had long thought that his business would do good, so he carved several pieces of each type of sculpture. Of course, Danzo, a senior advisor to the Hokage, was also indispensable. Although Zhang Miao hated Danzo, if he was specifically missed him, he might cause some trouble, and considering that he was the leader of Root, he had a lot of loyalists under him in that organization, Zhang Miao even carved a considerable amount of his sculpture. After all, money was more important. However, Zhang Miao didn't expect that even the sculptures of Homura and Kohara had been sold, but none of Danzo's sculptures were moved, let alone sold, and no one even asked for them. This made Zhang Miao very angry. Dang it, if I know it will be like this, I won't make so many of Danzo's sculptures. I have to get rid of them quickly, otherwise I'm in trouble. Just when Zhang Miao was thinking about what to do, a deep voice reached his ears. Son, this sculpture of Sarutobi Hiruzen looks nice, how much for it? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hearing this name, Zhang Miao quickly looked up and found a gloomy-faced man standing opposite him. Looking at this unfamiliar face, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. This guy is very courageous. You must know that most people call Hiruzen as Hokage-sama, but now someone dared to call him by his name, which could be considered disrespectful. However, Zhang Miao is not that kind of stiff person, especially when dealing with customers who are willing to spend money. He thinks that he should be more tolerant, so he did not bother, and answered him with a smile on his face. Dear costumer, your eyesight is really good, this one is a masterpiece among my creations. The original price is about 500,000 yuan. But to celebrate our grand opening today, you can get it for just 300,000 ryos. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the gloomy-faced man twitched the corner of his mouth, and then extended his finger to the Denzo sculpture next to him. What about this one? This one's pretty good, how much for it? Seeing the Denzo sculpture he pointed at, Zhang Miao smiled even brighter. Ha 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 ha, I have to say, the customer's vision is really good. This Shimura Denzo vacuum sphere is my best creation besides the Hokage sculpture. The original price is 350,000, and now it only costs 200,000 ryos. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the gloomy man twitched the corners of his mouth again, which made Zhang Miao, who had been paying attention to his facial expressions, scream inwardly. No, it must be too expensive for him. If this goes on, it will be bad for my business. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately slapped his thigh. But I see that you are a good-looking costumer, so I decided to sell it at a loss. As long as you buy the third Hokage's sculpture, you will get this Denzo sculpture for free. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the gloomy man widened his eyes and opened his mouth, revealing an incredible expression. Seeing his expression, Zhang Miao was more certain of his thoughts, so he decided to work harder. Guest, I think this is our meeting is bound by fate, and I feel that I have always had a connection with you. Instead of buy one get one free, I will give you buy two get three free special offer. If you buy one sculpture of the third Hokage, I will give you 2 Denzo sculptures, and if you buy 2, I will give you 3 for free. Zhang Miao originally thought that the other party would accept it happily, or at least choose the buy one get one free offer, but what he didn't expect was that the other party snorted coldly as soon as his voice disappeared. Humph! I don't want the Hiruzen sculpture, and I don't need your discount. Here, 350,000 ryos. With that said, he took out a handful of banknotes and threw them in front of Zhang Miao, then picked up a Denzo sculpture from the stall and left. Looking at the back of him leaving, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. You don't even want to get one for free, and you decided to pay more. Geez, this kind of customer is really rare. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders, then lowered his head to pick up the banknotes that the man had thrown on the stall just now. Zhang Miao didn't know that when the gloomy man crossed the street and entered a room, a puff of white smoke rose around his body, and then his appearance changed into a different look. It was Shimura Denzo himself. It turned out that the gloomy man from before was Danzon in disguise. In fact, Denzo was very helpless, because since he was captured by the police force, the news of his assassination attempt on the Hokage has spread everywhere in the village. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, he uses the transformation jutsu in crowded places. He did this on purpose, but today's unexpected incident made him very angry. Why he sell my sculpture for a cheaper price than Hiruzen? Am I worth less than him? Not only that, he also dared to give away my sculptures for free as a bonus for purchasing that damn Hiruzen sculptures. Thinking of this, Denzo immediately punched the table next to him. Damn! If I become the Hokage. Having said this, Denzo suddenly turned his head to look at the corner of where he was, his eyes full of vigilance. Who is there? Come out! As he finished speaking, and hoarse laughter broke out. Ha 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 ha! Don't worry, Denzo-sama, it's me. At the same time, a pale man walked out from the shadow. After seeing his face, Denzo snorted coldly. Humph, it's you Orochimaru. What do you want? It turned out that it was none other than Orochimaru of the legendary Sunin who appeared in front of Denzo. Seeing Denzo's unhappy look on his face, Orochimaru immediately licked his lips with his snake tongue, then laughed again. This time, I came to Denzo-sama to tell you that my experiment on culturing Hashirama's cells is working smoothly, and it will be ready for transplantation soon. Also, I don't have enough experimental materials. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Denzo immediately frowned. I will send the materials to you as soon as possible, but my spy reported that Hiruzen has been eyeing you, so you should be more restrained during this time. and don't take the initiative to come to me in the future. I will send someone to contact you if something happens. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Orochimaru laughed again. I understand, Danzo-sama. A flame ignited under Orochimaru's feet, and then quickly burned up to his neck from the bottom up, and only his smiling head remained. Then, goodbye. After speaking, the flames also burned out Orochimaru's head. Looking at Orochimaru who had disappeared, Danzo's face suddenly flashed a hint of vigilance. Orochimaru is indeed a dangerous guy. Chapter 104, Limited Edition, Part 1. Although Danzo is cooperating with Orochimaru, he didn't actually trust him, he is just using him. So, as soon as Orochimaru left, Danzo called his close subordinate and gave him an order. Orochimaru may have been exposed, so try to reduce contact with him as much as possible in the future, and immediately cut off contact with him after obtaining the Hashirama's cell transplantation technology. Understood. Hearing Danzo's words, an Anbu member wearing a mask nodded immediately. Does Danzo-sama have any other orders? Hearing his words, Danzo thought about it for a while, and then nodded. One more thing, there is a child selling sculptures on a busy street in the south of the village. Go tell him that he is not allowed to sell my sculptures. In fact, Danzo did not want Zhang Miao to sell his sculptures. After all, being able to be immortalized into a sculpture also represented a kind of recognition, but he couldn't bear Zhang Miao using his sculptures as a gift for purchasing Hiruzen's sculptures. That is too cheap. But Danzo himself knew very well that people would take his sculpture as a gift because they couldn't buy it. After all, he couldn't force people to buy them instead of getting them for free, right? So he simply asked his subordinates to tell Zhang Miao that he was not allowed to sell his sculpture again. This was the best decision, his opinion. After hearing his words, the masked man nodded immediately. I understand, Danzo-sama, I'll go right now. After saying that, he bowed his head towards Danzo, then turned around and went out. After he left, Danzo walked back and forth in the room for a few times, feeling uneasy, so he used the transformation jutsu to become the gloomy man before, and then opened the door and walked out. After going out, Danzo walked directly to the same street in the south of the village, and soon came to the place where Zhang Miao was selling his sculptures. But what was different from before was that there was a large group of people around, and Danzo could hear the quarrel in front of him across the distance. This is a sculpture I carved with my ability, so why not let me sell it? Why not? It's an order. Fuck. Hokage wouldn't give such a boring order. Hearing the noise, Danzo immediately frowned. Originally, he wanted to deal with the matter in a low-key manner, but now it seems that things have gone in a direction he doesn't want, so he hastened his pace and walked over. Due to the crowd of onlookers, Danzo took a lot of effort to squeeze in, and then saw the argument between the two. One of them was wearing Anbu's equipment with an animal mask on his head, which was his subordinate, while the other was Zhang Miao, the owner of the stall. At this time, Zhang Miao was holding a photo and waving it, grinning mockingly. Let me tell you, my stall was approved by the 3rd Hokage and Konoha police force. And just now you told me that I'm not allowed to sell my sculptures? Who gave you that order, really? About that? Hearing Zhang Miao's question, the Root Anbu was suddenly speechless. Root is a unit affiliated with Danzo, not under the jurisdiction of Hokage and Anbu, but it is also a secret organization that needs to be kept strictly confidential and is not allowed to be mentioned to the public. Now Zhang Miao just asked him who ordered him. Naturally, he couldn't say it was Danzo, because in everyone's knowledge Anbu belonged to Hokage. If he said that he was taking Danzo's order, then it would be the same as revealing the existence of the Root. It is because of these considerations that he can only pretend to be tough at this moment and shout, "You are not qualified to know, now you must close the stall, and stop selling your sculptures." Hearing his words, Danzo immediately understood how the conflict started. Danzo knew that his subordinate did this in order not to expose him. After all, it would be a little suspicious if it was only forbidden to sell Danzo's sculptures, but it would be less obvious if he forbade him from selling all of his sculptures. If Zhang Miao was an ordinary person, he would have no problem doing this, but the child in front of him said that he had the permission from the 3rd Hokage and Konoha police force, so it would be impossible to ban him from selling wood sculptures. Thinking of this, Danzo immediately walked out and grinned at Zhang Miao. Hehe, boy, I just heard about this. I think the Anbu forbade you from selling Danzo's sculptures because of the rumor of his assassination attempt on the 3rd Hokage. Hey! Hearing Denzo's words, Zhang Miao turned around and blinked at him. Didn't you just buy the Shimura Denzo vacuum sphere sculpture earlier? Why are you still there? Want to buy one more? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Dano's face suddenly stiffened, but after realizing it, he quickly nodded. Yeah, the one I bought just now has been confiscated by Anbu, so I plan to buy another one. I didn't expect the Anbu to come so soon. Sigh. Speaking of this, Denzo immediately sighed and showed a look of pity. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, it doesn't matter, let me tell you the truth. I have a strong relationship with the third Hokage. It's okay, come on, I will sell you more sculptures. With that said, Zhang Miao immediately took out one of Denzo's sculpture from the stall, stuffed it directly into Denzo's hand, and then winked at him. Let me tell you, you have made a great deal this time. Since Anbu forbade me from selling this sculpture, then this Shimura Denzo vacuum sphere is an out-of-print item. It's a limited edition stuff, you know? There are only few of them in this ninja world. Denzo. Damn it, you just wanted to make more money. Thinking of this, the corners of Denzo's mouth twitched a few times, and then a forced smile appeared. Then how much is this out-of-print Shimura Denzo vacuum sphere sculpture? Look at what you said. As soon as Denzo's voice fell, Zhang Miao rolled his eyes at him. I am a kind person. Although now this sculpture has become a limited edition item, but I still sell it at the original price, 350,000 ryos, and I don't want any more. Denzo. You clearly said before that it was a free gift. Denzo knew about Zhang Miao's shamelessness, so he could only pay for it while asking Zhang Miao, then how much is the sculpture of the third Hokage? Third Hokage. Hearing Denzo's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding why he asked this question. However, as a qualified businessman, Zhang Miao would not refuse any good deals he received, so he once again showed a bright smile towards Denzo. The original price of the third Hokage's sculpture was 500,000 ryos, and now it's only 300,000, but I see that you are my faithful guest, so here you go. After speaking, Zhang Miao immediately picked up one of Hiruzen's sculpture from the stall, stuffed it into Denzo's hand, and then grinned at him again. Dear costumer, there are still 7 of that limited Denzo sculptures left, why don't you buy all of them? Denzo. Are you trying to rip me off? Chapter 105, Limited Edition, Part 2. Looking at Denzo's surprised face, Zhang Miao immediately guessed his thoughts and rolled his eyes at him. Dear customer, looking at your expression, I can tell that you are thinking about something very rude. Let me tell you, you are wrong. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly raised his head with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky 45 degrees. Then he glanced at Denzo with a smile. Dear customer, in fact, I have a talent, which is that I can see people very accurately. Although we heard a lot of news about Denzo trying to assassinate the Hokage these days, but I have to tell you that he has the life of the Hokage. Ah! Denzo did not expect Zhang Miao to suddenly say this, and was stunned. Do you think Denzo can be a Hokage in the future? Of course. Seeing Denzo's surprised look, Zhang Miao suddenly showed a determined look. As a disciple of the second Hokage, whether it is in terms of ability, qualifications, or courage, Denzo is a well-deserved leader. Do you think such a person is not qualified to be the Hokage? Zhang Miao's words shoot right through Denzo's heart, making him feel very satisfied. Look, even a 5-year-old child from the village knows that I have the ability to be the Hokage. See Hiruzen? Thinking of this, Denzo immediately nodded his head. Well, I also think that what you said is very reasonable. Right. Seeing that Denzo agreed with his statement, Zhang Miao smiled even more happily. You see, since there is a possibility that Denzo can be the Hokage, then after he becomes the 5th Hokage, don't you think this sculpture of mine would be a very precious item? Yes. Faced with Zhang Miao's question, the elated Denzo nodded firmly again, and its price will rise high. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Denzo was so cooperative, Zhang Miao couldn't help but burst out laughing and clapped hard. Customer, you have a good eye, this is really fate. How about this, for these 7 sculpture cost 2,45 million ryos, I will charge you 2,5 million, and I'll also give you Uchiha Kohara's sculpture that worth 200,000 as well. Denzo. Pardon me. When did I say that I wanted to buy the remaining 7 sculpture? And what is the meaning of giving me Kohara's sculpture? At this time, Danzo realized that he seemed to have been tricked. He immediately looked at Zhang Miao with a fake smile. Hehe, since little friend right here knows so much, why don't you keep Danzo's sculpture and sell it after it rises in value? Sigh. I actually wanted to do that, but I am short of money now. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao sighed and shook his head helplessly. I really can't help it. Orphans like me who have no one to rely on, a simple thing like feeding myself some food is a huge problem. We have to survive, so we can only sell these with tears in our eyes. Are you unable to afford it? Or do you think that Danzo cannot be a Hokage for the rest of his life? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched. Danzo didn't want to lose face. At this time, he was not willing to say that he could not afford them. Hearing Zhang Miao said that he couldn't become the Hokage for the rest of his life, he was even more reluctant. So he could only bite his lips and nod. Okay, I'll buy them. As he spoke, he took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Miao. Seeing the money he handed over, Zhang Miao looked at him suspiciously. This money doesn't seem right? It can't be fake money, right? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo shook his head helplessly. This is not fake money. These are the silver notes commonly used by the 5 great countries. One of them is equal to 10 ryos. This stack of money roughly equals 2.5 million ryos. How about you count? Hearing Danzo's words, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, then quickly looked around. He found that the people around him were looking at him with shock and envy. He immediately knew that Danzo was right. This is a big deal. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao quickly grabbed the silver notes from Danzo. After counting them, he directly put them into his pocket. Then he quickly picked up the remaining 7 sculpture from the stall, put them in his bag, and handed them to Danzo. Customer, these 7 Danzo sculpture are now yours. You can take it back and wait for the value to rise. And this Kohara sculpture is also for you. They can be considered as a pair. Danzo. What do you mean by a pair? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corner of Danzo's mouth twitched twice again, and then he waved at Zhang Miao. No need, I only want Danzo-sama wooden carving. You can keep the rest for yourself to sell. After saying that, Danzo left with the bag with the sculpture inside. After he left, the root envy warned Zhang Miao for the last time. You are not allowed to sculpt Danzo's sculpture in the future. After saying that, he disappeared with a flash. Looking at the envy that disappeared in front of him, Zhang Miao could not help but stick out his tongue and thought, that Danzo bastard, even if you beg, I won't make your sculpture again. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Come. Everything is only 100.000 ryos. You can choose your favorite sculpture. If 100.000 is too expensive for you, then shoo. Don't loaf around my stall, you poor folks. Everyone. When Zhang Miao was doing a group ridicule on the busy street, Danzo, who was carrying a bag in his hand, had already returned to his residence. At the same time, the root envy also followed him back. After entering the door, the subordinate kneeled in front of Danzo. I'm sorry, Danzo-sama. I was incompetent, please punish me. Hearing his words, Danzo waved his hand at him, forget it. Next time, remember to use your brains more, even if the other party is just a child, you can't be careless. Yes, I understand. Looking at his obedient appearance, Danzo nodded again, then took out a wooden sculpture from his bag and handed it to him. Here, take this. Hey! Looking at the wooden sculpture that Danzo handed over, the envy was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and quickly accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Danzo-sama. I will cherish this well. Yosh. Upon hearing his words, Danzo nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand at him. You may leave. Yes. After the envy left, Danzo also got up and went out, and then came to the Hokage office in the north of the village. After entering the office, he directly told Hiruzen his purpose of coming here. Hiruzen, I came here to ask you about a child. Who? The eldest son of the 4th Hokage Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Chapter 106, Fighting Fire with Fire. Because Hiruzen had done a good job in keeping secrets, only a few people in the village knew about Zhang Miao and Naruto's background, and Danzo was one of them. In fact, Danzo had seen all of Zhang Miao's performances long ago, but because of Hiruzen's protection, he had never found a chance to make a move. But this time, he decided to hold Zhang Miao in his hands even if he had to pay a price. Hiruzen, your disciple has become the famous legendary Sunin, so I think I also need someone to replace me. Ryunosuke is the best candidate. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen was surprised. You mean you want Ryunosuke to become your disciple instead of a member of the root? Hehe, as soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo couldn't help but laugh. Any talented child can be cultivated into a root ninja, but leadership qualities are not something can be cultivated. At this point, Danzo suddenly remembered back then, Zhang Miao had said that whether it was in terms of ability, qualifications, or courage, he was a well-deserved leader. Thinking of this, the smile on Danzo's face became more and more brilliant. If I have this child as my disciple, maybe it will be of great help to me in becoming the Hokage in the future. Seeing Danzo smile with a trace of expectation in his eyes, Hiruzen suddenly had a strange expression. Hiruzen knew that because of Ying's death, Zhang Miao hated Danzo to the bone. The circulation of rumors about Danzo trying to assassinate the Hokage in the village was done by the Uchihas, but it could be said that half of the credit went to Zhang Miao. But now, it seemed that Danzo was preparing to accept Zhang Miao as his successor. What happened? Thinking of this, Hiruzen could not help but cough twice. Cough, cough. Well, Danzo, I think you should consider this matter first. Hiruzen didn't want Danzo to be killed by Zhang Miao, but Danzo obviously misunderstood him. As soon as his voice fell, Danzo waved his hand. You don't have to say it. I only want this child. As long as you agree, I will resign from the position of Konoha's consultant from today on and focus on training this child. I can see that this child has a lot of darkness in his heart. Danzo was very sure of the darkness in Zhang Miao's heart. After all, he just tricked him into buying some overpriced sculptures earlier. If that wasn't evil enough, what was that? Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly smiled at Hiruzen. For such a child, only I am suitable to nurture him. I believe that under my guidance, he will definitely become a genius that surpasses the legendary Sunin, or even surpass you and me. Looking at Danzo's excited appearance, Hiruzen couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. Of course I know that little brat is a genius. I'm afraid that before you can nurture him, you will be killed by him. Hiruzen only said this in his heart because he knew that with Danzo's current appearance, he definitely wouldn't listen to him. But thinking of Zhang Miao's refusal to be the Hokage, as well as the Tobirama incident, Hiruzen also felt that if he handed him over to Danzo, it might also be a good choice. At that time, with Zhang Miao, if he was able to place this little devil in Danzo's care, his life would definitely be much better. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly nodded. Okay, I understand, but you have to promise me that you won't train him to be an emotionless killer. After all, he is the son of the 4th Hokage and also the brother of the Kyubi Jinhyuriki. I think you should understand what I mean. I know. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo immediately nodded. I already said that I'll read many cold-blooded killers without feelings. What I need is someone who can take over my leadership in the future. Danzo was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really hoped that after he became the Hokage, Zhang Miao would be able to take over his leadership and assist him in managing Konoha. Hiruzen did not know what Danzo was up to. Seeing that he was speaking sincerely, he nodded. Well, since you said so, I will agree to it. And don't forget what you just said. Of course, I will not. Hearing Hiruzen agree, Danzo immediately nodded with a smile, then took out a scroll from his bosom and put it on the ground. This is my resignation letter. From today on, I am no longer the Hokage's advisor. Hiruzen, you are the light of Konoha, and I am the darkness of the root. After saying that, Danzo directly turned and left. Looking at his back and the scroll on the ground, Hiruzen suddenly picked up his pipe and took a puff, then exhaled a long smoke. This time, these two should stop for a while, right? Thinking of this, Hiruzen immediately took out his crystal ball again, and then infused some chakra. Telescope technique. Under the effect of Hiruzen's ninjutsu, Zhang Miao's figure quickly appeared inside the crystal ball, and at the same time, he saw Fugaku sitting opposite him. Fugaku reached his hand into the small wooden box in Zhang Miao's arms and took out a piece of paper. After seeing the contents of the paper, he immediately closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he stuck out his tongue. Baa. Hiruzen. Damn, this kid is evil. Danzo will have to suffer a lot. At the thought of Danzo sticking out his tongue to learn how to bleat like a goat, Hiruzen suddenly looked forward to it. Ryuna shook, don't let me down. At the same time, Zhang Miao, who came out of Fugaku's house, suddenly sneezed several times. Achoo! Achoo! Motherfucker, who is talking about me? It must be Fugaku scolding me behind my back. It seems that I have to make him taste a month's worth of goat bleeding. Zhang Miao thought as he walked, but as soon as he left the Uchiha district, he was stopped by two masked Anbus. You are Ryunashuk, right? Danzo-sama wants to see you. Come with us. Danzo wants to see me. Hearing the words of the two Anbus, Zhang Miao was stunned and began to think. Could it be that the matter last time was exposed? It shouldn't be the case. Fugaku and Danzo are opposing each other. It is impossible for him to be so stupid as to betray me. Then what exactly is going on? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. When the time comes, I will deal with it. At worst, I will just open the 8 inner gates and run away. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao nodded to the two root members in front of him. Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Miao immediately used a body flicker to move away. Seeing Zhang Miao's action, the two root member was stunned. However, they quickly reacted, and did the same thing. Then they directly brought Zhang Miao to the headquarter of the root. The root's headquarter was located under the village. With the escort of the two root Anbus, Zhang Miao soon came to a place full of pipes with a bridge in the middle. At the front of the bridge stood a figure wearing a long robe and holding a walking stick. Seeing this person, the two assassins immediately went forward and knelt down. Danzo-sama, Ryunashuk has arrived. Good walk. Hearing their words, Danzo nodded and looked at Zhang Miao with a kind face. Hello, kid. I hope you can be my disciple. Would you accept my proposal? Ah. Before coming here, Zhang Miao had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought of this. So when Danzo said he wanted to take him as a disciple, he was immediately stunned. He actually wants to take me as his disciple. This old man must be crazy, right? Looking at Zhang Miao's shocked appearance, Danzo thought that this was a surprise, so he smiled even more brightly. Then, from today on, you are my disciple. Hearing Danzo's words, a thought suddenly came to Zhang Miao's mind. Now that one of the most hated villain of the Naruto world was within his grasp, the success rate of killing him must be 100%. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's mouth twitched, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Hehe, master, please take care of me. Chapter 107, Danzo's Teachings. Although he was an ambitious person, it was undeniable that Danzo was a very responsible person. After taking Zhang Miao as his disciple, he immediately began to show him around. Ryunashuk, this is Anbu Recruitment Training Division, also known as the Root. And the ninjas in front of you are all ninjas belonging to the Root. They only listen to my orders. Of course, Zhang Miao knew about the Root, but he could not show it at this time. He could only pretend to be puzzled. Root? Why is it called the Root? Danzo seemed to be very satisfied with Zhang Miao's question, so as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately nodded with a smile. The reason why it's called the Root is because it supports the big tree of the village of Konoha from below and is deeply rooted in the earth. It's the will of us Root. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the two ninjas who were kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered also spoke. The so-called Root has no name or feelings. They have no past and no future. Only omissions. Hearing the words of the two, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. So this is the group of idiots who were used by Danzo. Zhang Miao's disdainful expression did not escape Danzo's eyes, but he was not angry. Instead, he waved at his two subordinates. All of you can leave now. Yes. After receiving Danzo's order, the two Root Anbus immediately used the body flicker jutsu and disappeared. Only then did Danzo look at Zhang Miao again. Come with me. After saying that, Danzo turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao hurriedly followed behind Danzo with a calm face. Seeing Zhang Miao's calm face, Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Your wisdom and courage are better than those ordinary children, but this is not enough. You need to have enough strength, so that you can become the future leader of the Root. The leader of Root. Hearing Danzo's words, Zhang Miao immediately widened his eyes and revealed a look of surprise. Master, you are talking about me. Yes. Looking at Zhang Miao's surprised look, Danzo laughed again. As you can see, the ninjas of the root are just a group of machines that obey orders. Such people are only suitable to be used as tools and cannot be the leader, so I chose you. So that's how it is. Hearing Danzo's words, Zhang Miao immediately showed excitement and nodded. I understand. I will definitely work hard, master. Although Zhang Miao looked very excited at this time, he mocked Danzo and the root in his heart. I don't care about such lousy organization. Zhang Miao was not very interested in the root because in his opinion, the so-called root was just a trash organization that was used to compete for power and profit. Even the elites he sent to assassinate Hiruzen could be killed by Kakashi alone. What hope could there be for such an organization? In fact, the root was not as unbearable as Zhang Miao imagined. As the dark forces of the Konoha, even Hiruzen did not dare to underestimate the root. As for Zhang Miao, he was just spoiled by the recruitment system. After all, there was some meat to eat. Who was willing to eat cold steamed buns? Danzo didn't know what Zhang Miao was thinking. Seeing his excitement, he thought that he had been persuaded by him. He smiled and nodded again. Well, it's good that you understand. Then from now on, I will teach you how to become a qualified ninja. First of all, you have to know that the foundation of ninjutsu is chakra, and chakra. Before Danzo could finish his words, he heard a burst of white smoke beside him. Danzo turned around and found that there were two people who looked exactly the same as him. Seeing this scene, Danzo's eyes widened. This is clone and transformation jutsu. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the two Danzo standing next to him immediately turned into white smoke and disappeared, revealing Zhang Miao who was standing in the same place. Looking at Danzo's surprised expression, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. Hehe, master, ninjutsu like 3 basic jutsu is very simple. I only need to see someone use them once to learn it. You should just teach me the multiple shadow clone jutsu. I am interested in that technique. Zhang Miao said that he wanted to learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu after careful consideration, because he felt that if even Naruto, that ninjutsu idiot, could learn this technique, so there was no reason for him to not learn it. But after hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo frowned. Multiple shadow clone jutsu is a B-rank ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. It belongs to the category of forbidden techniques. You are still too young, so don't bite off more than you can chew. Since you have already learned the 3 basic jutsu, then I will teach you taijutsu. Come with me. Saying this, Danzo took Zhang Miao along a secret passage and left the base of the route. They came to an empty ground outside the village and then Danzo nodded to Zhang Miao. Let's do more and talk less, these two will be your opponents. At this moment, Danzo waved to the two Anbus responsible for guarding the passage. C6, D12, this is my disciple Ryunishuk. From today on, you two are his opponents. Remember, you can only use taijutsu, not ninjutsu. Yes, Danzo-sama. After the two of them agreed, they came in front of Zhang Miao and took a stance. Ryunishuk-sama, pardon us. Hearing the two of them addressing him highly, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Danzo. Master, if I can defeat them, will you can teach me the multiple shadow clone jutsu? Okay. Hearing Zhang Miao's question, Danzo frowned again. C6 Dan D12 are the elite Chunin of the village, so you. When Danzo finished speaking, he heard a loud shout coming from the side. Leaf strong whirlwind. With this loud shout, Zhang Miao's body suddenly spun like a snail. Before Danzo could see his movements clearly, he heard two loud sound. C6 and D12 were already lying on the ground. After withdrawing, Zhang Miao's face was not red or panting at all. He first clapped his hands and then looked at Danzo with a smile. To be honest with you, master, my taijutsu is pretty good. Even Itachi, who has awakened the Sharingan, is not my opponent. By the way, master, what were you going to say just now? Danzo. You have already knocked them down, what else can I say? Looking at the smile on Zhang Miao's face, Danzo immediately revealed a complicated expression. There was joy and depression in his expression, but in the end, he only sighed. Sigh, you can go back today. I will teach you the multiple shadow clone jutsu tomorrow. Oh. Hearing Danzo's words, Zhang Miao immediately nodded, then I will go back first. I still have a few sculptures to make. Is that so? Upon hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo's expression changed, and a smile appeared on his face. What are you making them for? Of course I'm selling them for money. When Danzo asked about his job, Zhang Miao's face immediately revealed an excited expression. My sculptures are pretty popular, you know. All of them except your sculpture is loved by everyone. Danzo. What do you mean other than my sculpture? Can't you be a little kinder? As if seeing that Danzo was a little unhappy, Zhang Miao laughed again. Haha, actually, master, you don't have to be depressed. I am very smart. I just used a little trick and let a fool buy all your sculptures, earning myself a total of 3 million. Master, your face doesn't look very good. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Chapter 108, Fukuro's Choice. Of course, Danzo, who had become his victim, was not comfortable, so he immediately told Zhang Miao to go home and used the body flicker to leave. The moment he left, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Danzo feel the humiliation of being tricked. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Danzo Ninja Fragment X10. Being tricked by, who? After hearing the system notification, Zhang Miao only reacted after a long while. His eyes immediately showed shock. Could it be that the fool who bought my sculptures before was Danzo? Ha 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 ha. No wonder he suddenly asked me to be his disciple. Could it be that he took a fancy to my business talent? Or perhaps he was moved by my wit? Well, it is possible. It seems that I have to be more clever in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately nodded, then turned and walked into the secret passage, following the way back to his residence. When Zhang Miao returned home, Yujao had already returned from school. When she saw Zhang Miao, she immediately smiled. Hehe, Ryu, I heard from Mr. Fukuro that you went to sell your sculptures. How was it? Did you sell all of them? Is there a need to ask? Hearing Yujao's words, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled proudly. My sculptures are the best in the world, or at least, the best in Konoha. People are all rushing to buy them. Really? Looking at Zhang Miao's confident appearance, Yujao immediately narrowed his eyes. Then how much did you sell them for? Is it enough for a bowl of ramen? Ramen? Hehe. Hearing Yujao's question, Zhang Miao immediately chuckled. Without saying anything, he directly took out a stack of bills from his bosom and slapped them on the wooden boards in the corridor next to her. See this? This is the banknote commonly used by the 5 major countries. One of them is equivalent to 10 ryos. I have 2,5 million ryos right here, so you can buy 25,000 bowls of ramen. Enough ramen to eat until your death. Wow! Really? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, with her trembling hand, she picked up the stack of silver notes. Her eyes were full of doubt. Is this really money? Yujao grew up in the Konoha. Until now, she had not walked out of the village, let alone the land of fire. Therefore, in her impression, the concept of money was the currency of the land of fire. As if seeing through her doubts, Fukuro, who was standing next to her, suddenly nodded. That's right, those are real money, and it is the largest one. Is selling sculptures really so profitable? When asking this question, Fukuro's voice was still trembling, showing that he was not calm himself. In fact, this was not surprising. As a member of the Anbu directly under the Hokage, Fukuro carried out an important task like protecting Jinhyuriki. But in a month, he only had 100,000 ryos as a reward at most. But now, Zhang Miao earned 2,500,000 ryos by just selling a day's worth of sculptures. This was not the amount of money Fukuro could earn in a year. This made Fukuro have doubts about his current job. Zhang Miao did not know what Fukuro was thinking. After hearing his question, he immediately laughed. I don't know about other people, but my sculptures is so profitable. Moreover, I only make the sculptures of the past Hokages and the famous families. The highest is 300,000, and the lowest is 100,000. I make 40 to 50 at a time, so if I sell all of them. Before Zhang Miao could finish speaking, Fukuro, who was in front of him, knelt down with a thud. Ryuna Shuksama, please teach me the art of sculpting. Please. After saying that, Fukuro begged Zhang Miao and knelt down until his head hit the ground. The famous Doxa. In the Naruto world, there was no saying that men have gold under their knees. Therefore, this kind of etiquette was relatively common. Generally, when expressing the deepest apology or sincere request, many people would choose this gesture, and the people who were begged would basically accept it. For example, Zhang Miao at this time. Hey, Fukuro, you are too polite. There is no need for our relationship to be like this. Hurry up and get up. I promise I will teach you. To Zhang Miao, the wood sculpting was just a temporary measure. He had no intention of monopolizing it, so after hearing Fukuro's request, he agreed. Seeing that Zhang Miao agreed, Fukuro was immediately overjoyed and quickly bowed to Zhang Miao again. Thank you, Ryuna Shuk-sama. No. Thank you, master. Hearing Fukuro, Zhang Miao's mouth twitched. You can call me anything, but don't call me master. Otherwise, I won't teach you. Are you kidding me? Master is a heavy title that should not be used casually. Fukuro did not know what Zhang Miao was thinking and thought that he was just being kind, so he nodded gratefully. I understand. Then I will call you boss just like Du. Hey. From the way Fukuro addressed him, Zhang Miao immediately sensed something different. He immediately grinned. Haha, okay. Then you can call me boss. Now that I have enough money, I plan to open a wooden sculpture shop in the business district. When the time comes, you can help me and learn how to make sculpt. Your efforts will not be in vain. Come on, get up now. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro immediately nodded and stood up. Then I will go to the Hokage-sama to resign now. After saying that, Fukuro directly used the body flicker jutsu and disappeared. His movements were very fast, as if he was worried that Zhang Miao would go back on his words if he was a step late. Looking at his disappearing figure, Yujao suddenly showed a confused face. Mr. Fukuro is a ninja of the Anbu. How can he resign so easily? For Yujao, becoming a member of the Anbu like her sister was her ideal and goal, so Fukuro's actions at this time gave her a great shock. Looking at her puzzled face, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and shook his head. Yujao, being a ninja is just a profession. Not only is it dangerous, but only a small number of people are suited for it. Most people just want to survive. Fukuro just chose the life he wants. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao immediately nodded. I understand, but I still want to enter the Anbu and become a ninja like my sister. Looking at her serious face, Zhang Miao also nodded with a smile. Well, I believe you can do it, but before that, will you return my money first? Money. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao immediately looked at the silver notes in his hand. Then his eyes turned and directly stuffed them into his arms. I will keep this money for you first. What? Seeing Yujao's action, Zhang Miao immediately gasped. Zhang Miao was not at ease to let his money be taken by a little girl. If he lost his money, he would not even have a place to cry, so he quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I'll keep it for myself. This way, I'll be more at ease. Return it to me quickly, or I'll snatch it away. You dare. See if I dare. As he spoke, Zhang Miao reached into Yujao's arms, ready to snatch the money back. But when he reached his hand in, he immediately felt a soft sensation on his palm. Zhang Miao was stunned. This little girl has already started to develop. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao raised his head in surprise and then saw Yujao's dull expression. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao was immediately shocked. Damn, I've been discovered. I have to find a way to escape quickly. Otherwise, this little girl will kill me if she goes crazy. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao quickly retracted his hand and stretched out his trembling finger to Yujao. You actually hid a steamed bun in your arms. You are too despicable. I hate people like you who eat alone the most. Woo. With that, Zhang Miao covered his face and ran away. Looking at his disappearing back, Yujao came back to his senses and bit his lips hard. That little bastard. Chapter 109, Real and Fake Hokage, Part 1. After quickly escaping from the crime scene, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. To think that I could come up with such an excuse. I'm so damn smart. Yujao, that little girl's is so sneaky. Fortunately, I dodged quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Well. It seems that I have to go to barbecue and eat something to calm myself down since I got some money. Where's my money? Speaking of money, Zhang Miao suddenly realized a problem. What about the 2.500.000 ryos that Yujao took? At this moment, Zhang Miao suddenly widened his eyes and mouth, his face full of surprise. Fuck, I was too focused on touching her little bun and forgot to take the money. That stack of money worth 2.5 ryos. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately gave himself a slap. My money. Zhang Miao didn't need to think to know that this money would probably not be easily taken back, unless he apologized to Uchiha in the same way as Fukuro before. But just as this thought came out, it was directly denied by Zhang Miao. A man has gold under his knees, how can he kneel to a little girl? Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly gritted his teeth. Damn it, with that money, I can buy all the steamed buns in Konoha. After fully venting his anger, Zhang Miao suddenly felt much better. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked toward the Hokage office, his mouth still muttering. It's time to have some fun. When Zhang Miao went to the Hokage's office, Fukuro, who was dressed in a regular suit, was standing in the office, holding the black equipment that had been taken off and bowing down toward Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I plan to quit the Anbu. Please allow me. Upon hearing Fukuro's words, Hiruzen immediately picked up his pipe and took a puff. Then, he puffed out a long string of smoke. Did Ryunosuke ask you to do this? No. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Fukuro immediately shook his head. The boss did not ask me to do this. I just wanted to take off Naruto and Ryunosuke as an ordinary person. Boss. Hearing the way Fukuro addressed Zhang Miao, Hiruzen suddenly remembered the fanatical look on Do's face back then. He immediately took a deep look at Fukuro. Why do you call him boss? Hehe, hearing Hiruzen's words, Fukuro scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, Ryunosuke-sama is planning to open a wood sculpting shop. I will be following him in the future, so I call him boss. So that's how it is. What Hiruzen was most worried about was that Fukuro had also become a fanatic like Do. Now that he knew that he was just thinking too much, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wood sculpting shop, eh? That's not a problem. Hiruzen knew about Zhang Miao business and how people were buying his sculpture for 350,000 ryos. It turns out that I am still very popular. Now that Fukuro said that he wanted to open a wood sculpting shop with Zhang Miao, Hiruzen also knew that he wanted to live a more stable and rich life, so he nodded. Okay, I accept your resignation, but I still hope that you can continue to protect and take care of the brothers. This is not an order, but my request. I will, Hokage-sama. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Fukuro hurriedly nodded. Seeing that he did not hesitate, Hiruzen immediately smiled. Then, he stood up from his seat, walked to his side, and patted him on the shoulder. Fukuro. No, from now on, I will call you Himura. At this point, Hiruzen patted his shoulder again. If you don't mind, please accompany this old man out. Yes. Hokage-sama. Hearing Himura's agreement, Hiruzen nodded again, and then walked out of the office with his hands behind his back. Seeing this scene, Himura hurriedly put the Anbu equipment in his hands on the table, and then quickly followed. As soon as they left, Zhang Miao came, so before he could enter the Hokage's office, he was stopped by the guards at the door. The Hokage just went out. He went out. Hearing the guard's words, Zhang Miao suddenly rolled his eyes, then smiled and nodded, I understand, then I will come again tomorrow. After that, Zhang Miao directly ran away. Looking at his back, the two ninjas in charge of guarding the Hokage's office suddenly showed a puzzled expression. What was going on with this child? Just as they were puzzled, a familiar voice suddenly appeared beside them. What are you guys looking at? Hearing this voice, the two of them quickly turned around and bowed to the person. Hokage-sama. At this time, the person standing in front of them was none other than Hiruzen, with his Hokage attire and the pipe in his mouth. Looking at Hiruzen in front of him, one of the ninjas quickly said respectfully, Hokage-sama, a red-haired child came to see you just now. We told him that you were not here, and he left. A red-haired child. Hearing this, Hiruzen suddenly frowned, and then nodded a little, I understand. If he comes again later, let him in directly. Yes. Hearing the words of the two, Hiruzen nodded again, and then walked into the Hokage's office with his hands behind his back. After entering the office, Hiruzen quickly closed the door, and then hurriedly began to rummage through the boxes, apparently looking for something. As he searched, he muttered. Strange, I remember that in the original plot, it seemed very easy for Naruto to steal the scroll of seals. That scroll should be stored in places that are easy to find, but why can't I find it? It turned out that the Hiruzen who was searching through the boxes was not the real person, but Zhang Miao who used the transformation jutsu. Just now, when Zhang Miao heard the guard say that Hiruzen was not here, he began to have ideas about the scroll of seals. However, he was not planning to steal it. He just wanted to take a look. It had to be known that many forbidden jutsu were recorded in the scroll, so Zhang Miao pondered to see what he could learn inside. Even if he could learn half a move, it would be good. But before he could find the scroll, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Hearing the knock, Zhang Miao quickly picked up his pipe, ran to Hiruzen's seat and sat down. Then he opened his mouth. Come in. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the door to the office opened. A young man with a cigarette in his mouth and a face similar to Hiruzen walked in. After entering, he immediately grinned at Zhang Miao. Father, I'm back. Chapter 110, Real and Fake Hokage, Part 2. The person who came in at this time was none other than Hiruzen's son, Asuma. In fact, when he came in, Zhang Miao felt that he was quite familiar, and after hearing him call out the word father, Zhang Miao confirmed his identity. So he's back. At this time, I must calm down and decide not to expose myself. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately took the pipe out of his mouth and then nodded at Asuma. It's good that you're back. Come and sit down. Yes, father. Asuma obviously did not know that the Hiruzen in front of him was someone else in disguise. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, he immediately ran over to Zhang Miao and sat down. Seeing him sit down, Zhang Miao was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he took a puff of his pipe and puffed out a long stream of smoke before raising his head. Then, have you found the answer? What exactly does the so-called jade refer to? Asuma seemed to have long known that Zhang Miao would ask this question. To be precise, he should have known that Hiruzen would ask this question, so just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately nodded. I have already found the answer. Father, you are the jade of the Konoha Gakure. After saying that, Asuma's eyes looked straight at Zhang Miao, seemingly waiting for Zhang Miao's approval. However, to his disappointment, Zhang Miao only glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze. Seeing this scene, Asuma naturally understood that he had made a mistake. He immediately lowered his head in disappointment. I'm sorry, father. I've let you down. Looking at Asuma's disappointed expression, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. I'm not disappointed. You should have grown a lot. Are you not going to leave this time? Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Asuma immediately nodded. This time I plan to stay in Konoha, and... Just as Sarutobi was about to say something, the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open with a bang. Hearing this voice, Asuma looked back and found that the two who opened the door were two ninjas in charge of guarding the Hokage building. What shocked him even more was that behind the two ninjas stood a man wearing the Hokage attire. If it wasn't Hiruzen, who else could it be? Father. Seeing Hiruzen in front of him and then looking at Zhang Miao who was sitting in front of him, Hiruzen and Asuma were instantly stunned. Looking at the confused Asuma, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth twitched several times. In fact, when he was stopping by the guards at the door, Hiruzen realized that something was wrong, but he did not expect that there was really someone who dared to come to the Hokage's office to pretend to be him. And more importantly, although he did not know how the other party did it, from the expression of Asuma, he knew that the other party had succeeded. Even his own son did not notice it, which showed how high the other party's level was. And the person who did this, Hiruzen felt that there was only one person in the entire Konoha, and that was Zhang Miao. Thinking of the night when Zhang Miao disguised himself as his teacher Tobirama, the corner of Hiruzen's mouth could not help but twitch twice. This kid can even fool me, although he can fool Asuma and the guards. Why is he here again? This little bastard should go and cause some troubles for Danzo. Thinking of this, Hiruzen immediately looked up at Zhang Miao who was sitting in his seat and took a deep breath. You. But before he could finish speaking, a low shout appeared in the room. You actually dare to pretend to be the Hokage? Who the hell are you? What? Hearing this, Hiruzen gasped, and then looked at Zhang Miao who was sitting in his seat in disbelief. Was this kid preparing to strike first? Just as Hiruzen predicted, after Zhang Miao shouted, his eyes stared at the two guards who entered the door, revealing a look of displeasure. And you guys, you can't even tell which one is the real Hokage? That, hearing Zhang Miao's words and seeing his fierce expression, the two guards immediately looked at each other and then looked at Hiruzen with vigilance. Who are you? Hiruzen. Who else can I be? I am the Hokage. Just when Hiruzen did not know what to say, he saw Zhang Miao standing up with a pipe in his hand, and then glanced at Asuma from the corner of his eyes. I'll leave the matters here to you. Come back and play a game of shogi with me after you're done. I think you will understand the meaning of the jade. Upon hearing Zhang Miao's words, the previously confused Asuma seemed to have thought of something. Then, he nodded firmly. I understand, father. Hiruzen. What the hell do you understand? This was the first time Hiruzen had ever seen his own son call someone else as his father in front of him. He was extremely conflicted. However, what made him even more conflicted was the fact that Asuma had already turned his gaze to him. No matter who you are, immediately remove the transformation jutsu. Hiruzen. I didn't use the transformation jutsu at all. Seeing Asuma looking at him with a hostile expression, Hiruzen sighed helplessly. Then, he picked up his pipe and took a puff. Then, he exhaled a long stream of smoke. I am your father. What, you don't want to remove the transformation? It seems like I can only use my fist to make you listen to me. After saying that, Asuma pounced forward and punched Hiruzen, but Hiruzen easily dodged it. Hiruzen was known as Ninja Professor, so his strength could not be underestimated. After dodging Asuma's attack, he directly reached out and pushed him to the side. Enough, stop it. The fake has already left. You are the fake. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Asuma was suddenly angry. He directly took out his pair of chakra blades and injected chakra into them. Along with a light sound, the weapon was suddenly covered with cyan-colored wind attribute chakra. The wind attribute chakra blade. Wind attribute chakra could be said to be the strongest offensive chakra among all chakra, and Asuma was a wind attribute ninja. After he held his chakra blades, his offensive power could be said to be rising in a straight line. After taking out his weapon, Asuma looked at Hiruzen again. I'll give you one last chance, immediately remove the transformation jutsu. Seeing that Sarutobi had even taken out his chakra blades, Hiruzen knew that if he did not prove his identity, the matter would become big, so he immediately put his thumb into his mouth and bit it, and then began to form seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey. At this time, Hiruzen was forming seals for the summoning jutsu, because in his view, the most direct and clear way to prove his identity at this time was to summon his beast-inma. However, before he could finish the seal, he heard Asuma's furious roar. Don't even think about escaping. Fire escape. Ash pile burning. When he saw Asuma use this move, Hiruzen's expression immediately changed. This is bad. Chapter 111, Real and Fake Hokage, Part 3. The fire release ash pile burning was a ninjutsu created by Asuma when smoking. First, he spread the gunpowder made from chakra to the surroundings of his opponent. Then, he used the flint that he had placed on his teeth to start the fire. At the moment of the ignition, the entire area where the chakra powder was scattered would be directly swept into the range of the explosion. At the same time, the hot smoke in the air would also cause serious burns to the people who were hit. It could be said that this was a very powerful ninjutsu. Therefore, when Hiruzen saw that Asuma used this move, he abandoned his plan to use the summoning jutsu, and used body flicker jutsu to escape the attack. Rumble. Under the effect of Asuma's ninjutsu, with a loud sound, the wall of the office that had just been repaired was once again blasted open, and thick smoke gushed out from the hole. This caused an uproar, and in less than a minute, the Anbu guards quickly rushed over. What happened? Did someone attack the Hokage-sama? Everyone, hurry up! When the members of the Anbu came to the front of the Hokage's office, before they entered, they saw a familiar figure standing at the door. He was wearing a white Hokage robe and a red Hokage hat. If it wasn't Hiruzen, who else could it be? Seeing this scene, several of them hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Hokage-sama, what happened? Hearing the questions of the Anbu, Hiruzen suddenly let out a long sigh. Alas! My family is unfortunate. Hey! Hearing Hiruzen's words, the few members of the Anbu looked at each other, and a trace of confusion flashed through their eyes. As if seeing the doubts of the few Anbu members in front of him, Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. It has been a year since I lost Biwako, so I also have the idea of remarriage. As a former companion, Koharu is quite a good choice, but I didn't expect that Asuma would actually sigh. Speaking of this, Hiruzen sighed again, then turned around and left with his hands behind his back, singing while walking. The most beautiful is the sunset. It is warm and calm. The sunset is the flower that bloomed late. The sunset is the love of the late. As Hiruzen walked further and further away, his low singing voice slowly disappeared at the end of the street and finally became completely inaudible. Seeing this scene, several members of the Anbu standing at the door of the Hokage building were suddenly stunned. Remarriage? Koharu? Sunset? After summarizing these keywords, the few Anbu quickly began to think about the incident. Hiruzen's wife, Biwako, was sacrificed in the Kyubi's attack, so now he planned to remarry. His target was the Koharu, one of the 3 advisors of the Hokage. The reason why he chose Koharu as the potential partner could be because of their past connections, power, or maybe some private feelings. But his son, Asuma, felt that his mother had just passed away for just a year, so he was very dissatisfied with Hiruzen's behavior. The father and son immediately had a dispute, and then they fought. After getting the general idea of what happened, several Anbus suddenly looked at each other. About that. Should we go over? This is actually the Hokage-sama's family matter. Moreover, he has already left, so there's no need to go. Yes, let's go find the craftsman now. The office has to be repaired again. Just as the few members of the Anbu were discussing how to deal with this matter, Hiruzen, who had already walked to the corner of the street, suddenly turned into a burst of white smoke with a bang. When the white smoke disappeared, Hiruzen's figure had already disappeared and was replaced by a smiling Zhang Miao. Hehe, I slipped out. Ever since the last time he had turned into Tobirama he had teased Hiruzen. After being chased several streets by the Anbu like a dog chasing a rabbit, Zhang Miao had learned his lesson. Therefore, this time, after he escaped from the office, he was not in a hurry to escape, but chose to wait and see. In fact, his choice was correct, because he had just arrived downstairs when he met the Anbu who rushed over after hearing the news, so there was the previous scene. As for making up the story of Hiruzen and Koharu, it was Zhang Miao's whim, and in his opinion, if he could make Hiruzen and Koharu together, it might be a good thing. Grandpa Third, I can only help you to this extent. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao nodded with a face full of emotion, and then hummed a tune as he went home. Soon, Zhang Miao returned to his residence. Looking at the door handle, he could not help but slow down his steps. Then he crept in and secretly pondered in his heart. Ujio should have calmed down at this time, right? Well, it should be about time to go back and coax her a little. Just as Zhang Miao was thinking about how to coax Ujio, he heard a cry of grief coming from the room. Wah! Hearing this cry, Zhang Miao was stunned. Why does this cry sound a little familiar? Who is it? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately opened the door and saw Ujio crying with tears all over her face. Why is she crying? In Zhang Miao's impression, Ujio had always been a tough one. Now that he saw her cry like a little girl, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. Could it be because I said I hated her just now, she took it seriously? Sigh, the little girl is too pure. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately entered the room and sat down beside Ujio. He gently patted her shoulder. About that. Ujio, actually, I was just joking with you just now. I don't hate you. Ryu. Before Zhang Miao could finish speaking, Ujio immediately raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Tell me, is my sister already dead? Looking at Ujio who was crying with red eyes, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. Your sister is dead? Who said that? Didn't I tell you? She went on a special mission and will be back in a few months. But, Ujio immediately bit her lips, but Himura-san told me that my sister died in the mission. Himura. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Zhang Miao frowned again. Who is Himura? Just as Zhang Miao's voice fell, a voice came from the door. Boss, I am Himura now. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and found that the person who came in at this time was none other than Fukuro. At this time, he was not wearing a mask, but wearing a blue traditional clothes. After coming in, he came to Zhang Miao and knelt down in front of him. Then he said, Boss, I have already resigned from the position of the Anbu. As for the matter of Ying, it was also the Hokage who asked me to tell Ujio the truth. Please forgive me. After that, he bowed to Zhang Miao. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. Himura, I have something to talk with Xian alone. You go out and sweep the sawdust in the yard outside. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Himura immediately agreed, and went out. Soon, the sound of a broom sweeping echoed in the yard. After hearing the sound of sweeping outside, Zhang Miao turned to look at Yujao, and then spoke to her with a serious face. In fact, Yujao, your sister is not dead. She is now lurking in the land of Whirlpool next to the land of fire, but now she is at the critical point of the mission, so she can't see you. Really? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao was happy at first, but then he showed a look of doubt. Are you lying to me? Looking at Yujao's doubtful look, Zhang Miao suddenly sighed. Well, it seems that I can only tell you my real identity. In fact, there are two Anbus in Konoha. One belongs to the Hokage, and the other is the Anbu from the root, which is under Denzo's command. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao immediately stood up, then turned around with his hands behind his back and raised his head to look up at the roof 45 degrees. And I am the only disciple of Danzo-sama. At the same time, I am also the future leader of the Root. My codename is the Mighty Root. Chapter 112, Untalented Little Girl. As soon as Zhang Miao's disappeared, Yujao was completely shocked. It was unknown whether he was shocked by Zhang Miao's identity, or shocked by his Anbu codename, or both. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth curled up, and then he raised his eyebrows. How is it? Do you believe it now? That. In fact, at this time, Yujao almost believed it, because in her opinion, if Zhang Miao was just an ordinary orphan, how could there be an Anbu around him to take care of his daily life? Even her sister was in charge of taking care of him back then. Moreover, during the time she lived here, Yujao clearly saw Fukuro's usual respectful attitude towards Zhang Miao. Before, she did not understand why, but now that she knew that Zhang Miao was a disciple of Denzo, everything made sense. Obviously, Yujao did not understand the difference between the normal Anbu and the Root's Anbu, so when she chose to believe in Zhang Miao, she immediately became happy. So, my sister is not dead. She just went on a mission. I can see her again, right? Seeing that this little girl had finally been fooled by him, Zhang Miao immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at her with a smile. Of course. Although your sister is on an important mission, as long as you want to see her, I can take you there. It's just that this may expose her identity, which may be dangerous for her. No need for that. Before Zhang Miao could finish speaking, Yujao shook his head hurriedly. I won't expose my sister's identity. I'll see her after she finishes her mission. Yujao's performance was completely within Zhang Miao's expectations, so he smiled again and then nodded. All right, I estimate that her mission should be completed soon. You will be able to see her in at most 2 months. How is it? Are you happy? Yet. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao immediately broke into a smile. Then he went forward and gave Zhang Miao a hug. Ryu, thank you. Zhang Miao was only about the size of a 5-year-old kid. When Yujao hugged him, Zhang Miao immediately felt his face touching her 2 soft mountains. He could not help but arch his face. Oh. First wife, are you hiding steamed buns in your arms again? You are annoying. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao immediately pushed him away and glared at him with a red face. Ryu, I will graduate from the ninja school in a month. Since you are the disciple of Lord Danzo, how about you let me join that Root Anbu? You want to join the Root? Hearing Yujao's request, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head without thinking. No, the Root is the elites of the village. A little girl like you won't do. Even if you want to go through the back door, you can't. Zhang Miao was very clear that Danzo did not regard the ninjas inside the Root as humans. For him, the Root was his tool. In order to prevent them from leaking secrets, Danzo even put a curse on their tongues. Therefore, Zhang Miao did not want Yujao to enter such a place. Unfortunately, Yujao did not know Zhang Miao's thoughts. Seeing that he did not agree, she immediately pouted and went out. But not long after, she came in again. At this time, the original black battle suit on her body was gone, replaced by a white hooded robe. It looked a bit like the pure white clothes worn by the women of Konoha when they got married. Seeing that Yujao even changed his attire, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows. Well, this dress is quite beautiful, but changing your clothes won't do anything. If you want to be a member of the Anbu, wait until you defeat me. In terms of taijutsu, Zhang Miao was very confident now. Even if he was facing a Jonin, as long as there was no bloodline limit, Zhang Miao would not have a problem fighting them. Although Uchiha was outstanding in Kenjutsu, she was only at a level of Genin at best. There was still a long way to go to the Chunin, let alone the Jonin. Uchiha seemed to know this, so after hearing Zhang Miao's words, she did not speak. Instead, she quietly walked to Zhang Miao and sat down. She put the knife in her hand to her side, then touched the ground with her fingertips and gently lowered her head. I'm not talented. Please take care of me in the future. Zhang Miao. What was going on? Zhang Miao remembered that in the world of the Naruto, what Uchiha said just now seemed to be something that girls would only say when they got married. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao blinked with uncertainty. That. Do you know what you are talking about? Yet. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha immediately nodded and said, from today on, I will fight to protect your dignity. Protect my dignity. Hearing this reason, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth could not help but twitch. That. Uchiha, I feel that my dignity good enough. I don't need you to protect me for the time being. You should go wash up and sleep. No. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Uchiha immediately shook his head. My sister once said that a woman's chastity is to protect the dignity of a good man. Since I can't enter the Anbu yet, then I will stay by your side to protect your dignity. Zhang Miao. What did your sister teach you? And most importantly, you, a little girl, don't understand the meaning of this sentence at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao scratched his head helplessly. Well. Uchiha, I think you may not really understand what your sister was talking about, so after you see your sister, you can ask her, okay? Zhang Miao felt that he had said it very carefully, but what he did not expect was that just as he finished speaking, Uchiha immediately shook his head. No, I already understand. Didn't you say that I am your 18th concubine? Then is there no problem for me to follow you with this identity? Zhang Miao. This girl was unexpectedly stubborn. Looking at Uchiha's determined expression, Zhang Miao immediately pinched his cheeks and shook his head helplessly. Uchiha, the 18th concubine that I often say is just a general term. It does not represent your true identity. Because I will hold a super concubine contest not far away in the future. There will be thousands of girls like you participating in it. Super concubine contest? What is that? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha immediately blinked his eyes. Seeing her puzzled look, Zhang Miao immediately smiled. Then he stood up, turned around with his hands behind his back, and raised his head to look up at the ceiling. Just like the Chunin exam in Konoha, you need to go through the audition, the semi-finals, the elimination round, and the top cut matches. Only after you are did that will you be qualified to be my 18th concubine candidate. Then I will hold another grand finals. Hey, why did you leave? I haven't finished speaking yet. Chapter 113, Ying's Resurrection. Hearing Zhang Miao's series of crap, Uchiha immediately left in a huff. Seeing her go out, Zhang Miao immediately came to the door with a smile on his face and looked out. After making sure that she really left, he went back and closed the door. Then he took out all her ninja fragments from the system storage space. During this period of time, Zhang Miao was with Uchiha every day. He collected a lot of her fragments, but because he was nervous, he did not take any action. However, after what happened today, he found that he could not stand silent anymore. Even if he could not resurrect Ying just yet, he could at least make some early preparations. When he thought of this, he immediately held Uchiha's ninja fragments in his hands and silently chanted in his heart. System, I want to draw lottery. Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding host currently has 4-star special Jonin Uzuki Uchiha Ninja Fragment X285. The recruitment conditions have been met. May I ask if host want to do a recruitment or draw lotteries? Uchiha was a 4-star special Jonin, and the recruitment conditions were 200 ninja fragments. Zhang Miao had already collected enough fragments, but for him at this time, a 4-star special Jonin was not very useful. Therefore, he did not plan to recruit Uchiha for the time being, but decided to use it for the lottery. No, use all the ninja fragments for the lottery. When Zhang Miao gave a definite answer, the ninja fragment in his hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding! Obtained 5-star Jonin, Uchiha Izumi Ninja Fragment X41. Ding! Obtained 9-star Cage level, Uzumaki Naruto, Ashura, Ninja Fragment X56. Obtained Anbu Blade X9. Obtained Kunao X25. Obtained the currency of the Land of Fire, 100 Ryos X34. Obtained the currency of the Land of Fire, 100 Ryos X34. Obtained the currency of the Land of Fire, 1000 Ryos X8. Obtained out of print Chiyunin Ninja Fragment, female, X100. The system has put all the prizes into the storage space. Host, please check it yourself. Today's lottery is over. Thank you for your patronage. After seeing the result of this lucky draw, Zhang Miao could not help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, when did Uchiha have such a good relationship with Izumi? And she yielded 56 of Naruto's fragments. This is my harvest for nearly 2 months. Originally, Zhang Miao was worried that he would obtain the ninja fragments of Gecko Hay-8. After all, in the original work, Uchiha and Hay-8 were a pair, but according to the current situation, the result of the lottery should be related to the current state of the person involved. It seems like I am the cause of this change. My appearance really changed the trajectory of Uchiha's life. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhang Miao's face suddenly became even more brilliant. With Naruto and Izumi's ninja fragments in his hands, he ignored the extras such as the Anbu blade and Kunao's. Zhang Miao looked at the last item he got. The out-of-print Chiyunin ninja fragment, female. This was the first time Zhang Miao had seen such a fragment. Judging from the name, the word out of print should mean that the other party was dead, and the level without stars only marked the Chiyunin rank. This meant that the fragment belonged to an ordinary ninja fragment, and the brackets at the back should be describing its gender. Seeing this fragment, Zhang Miao frowned. Is this Ying's ninja fragment? Zhang Miao felt that this possibility was very high, because according to his conclusion, the ninja fragments obtained from using elite ninja fragments came from everyone who had a deep bond with the corresponding ninja. However, as the saying goes, it is useless to say anything before the person is recruited. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao simply took out these 100 unique ninja fragments and laid them on the ground, then put his thumb into his mouth and bit it. Crash! With a crisp sound, a drop of blood immediately flowed down Zhang Miao's thumb. The pain coming from his finger made the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitch, but this did not affect his hand seal movements. After the hand seal was completed, Zhang Miao immediately pressed his hand on the ninja fragment and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu!" Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the ninja fragment on the ground suddenly turned into a burst of white smoke and disappeared. When the white smoke dispersed, a figure wearing a mask and an Anbu attire suddenly appeared in place. At the same time, the system notification rang in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for recruiting a 3-star Chiyunin and obtaining Chiyunin level chakra reserve. As this ninja is not an elite ninja, there are no other rewards. Obviously, the generous rewards of the recruitment system were only for elite ninjas, and the reward for recruiting ordinary ninjas was only the other party's chakra reserve. But at this time, Zhang Miao did not care about that so much. Looking at the figure in front of him who was wearing a mask with purple hair, Zhang Miao's voice suddenly trembled. "You? Are you Ying?" "Yes, master." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the ninja standing in front of him immediately responded and then knelt down on one knee. Uzuki Shenlin responded to the master's call to come to this world and is willing to pay her loyalty or even her life. The master's order is everything. Hearing the words of Ying, or Uzuki Shenlin, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. This line seems a bit familiar. It seems that Kazaki also said this back then. At that time, I didn't feel weird, but now I feel a bit strange. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded to Ying. "Well, since I know your real name, then I will call you Big Sis Shenlin." "Oh right, Big Sis, do you remember who killed you?" Originally, Zhang Miao wanted to ask who killed her, but he felt that this method was a bit strange, so he could only change it. But after hearing his question, Shenlin shook its head. "I don't know who did it. I only know that the one who did it was also an Anbu member. When I was about to fall into darkness, it was you who gave me a new life. For this, I will dedicate all my loyalty and fight for the glory of my master." And hearing Shenlin's words, Zhang Miao felt that something was wrong more and more. He frowned again. "That? Big Sis Shenlin, do you remember when you left me? Leaving you?" As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Shenlin immediately shook his head. No, this is the first time I have come to Master's side. It is also the first time I see Master's face. What? Hearing Shenlin's words, Zhang Miao immediately widened his eyes and had a terrible guess in his heart. Was this person in front of him really the Ying he thought of? Chapter 114, Devotion. Zhang Miao used to think that the ninja recruitment system was a copy system, and the collected ninja fragments were equivalent to ninja DNA, so with the ninja fragments, the recruitment system could copy an identical ninja. But now it seems that is not the case. First of all, the recruited ninjas had the same skills and memories as the original characters, and their IQs are not low at all, not like some mindless clones. Secondly, Zhang Miao found that these ninjas seemed to be overly respectful towards him, which was beyond the respect of subordinates to superiors. Their attitude towards themselves made Zhang Miao think of a word god. That's right, whether it's Wui or Kazaki, as well as the current Shenlin, the words they say, as well as their actions and expressions, were very much like some cult followers. Loyalty, piety, and fanaticism. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao asked again in his heart. System, what is your origin? As soon as Zhang Miao's question came out, the system's answer immediately rang in his mind. The host doesn't need to ask too much. When the host has collected 100 ninja stars, the host will know all the answers. This is the same answer again. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao couldn't help clenching his teeth. Okay, 100 ninja stars, right? I'll collect them for you. For Zhang Miao at this time, 100 ninja stars does not seem to be a difficult goal to achieve. Now he has recruited Wui, Kazaki, and Shenlin, and collected a lot of other famous ninjas' fragments. Not to mention other things, the star rating of these recruits alone is almost 70, so it really would not take long to get 100 stars. Zhang Miao thinks it would take around 2 years at most. 2 years, eh? I have nothing to lose anyway. Thinking of this, he smacked his mouth and looked at Shenlin, who was kneeling in front of him on one knee. Sister Shenlin, get up first, and in the future, don't call me master, just call me Ryu. No. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Shenlin immediately shook her head. This kind of address is too disrespectful. Zhang Miao. As expected. Seeing Uyo Shenlin's attitude, Zhang Miao could only sigh inwardly, and then nodded. Okay, since that's the case, then you can call me boss like the others. Stop kneeling and get up. Yes, boss. This time, Shenlin didn't object, but stood up directly. Seeing her getting up, Zhang Miao nodded again. Well, big sis Shenlin, I have one more question for you. Do you remember Uchiha? I remember. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Shenlin nodded immediately with a smile on her face. Uchiha is my younger sister, she is studying at Ninja Academy, and she will graduate in around a year. But what she didn't expect was that after hearing her words, Zhang Miao shook her head with a smile. No, you remembered it wrong, in this world, your sister Uchiha will graduate in 2 months. Ah! As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Shenlin's eyes widened, her eyes full of surprise. Boss, do you know my sister? Seeing her surprised look, Zhang Miao's face suddenly showed a wry smile. Yes, I not only know your sister, but also know her very well. She is in the next room. Do you want to visit her? Is this really okay? When asked this question, Shenlin's voice suddenly trembled, and her emotions were also a little excited. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao nodded immediately. Of course you can, but you'd better not let her notice, because now it's not the right time. That, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Shenlin took a deep breath and nodded. I understand, boss. After speaking, Shenlin bowed towards Zhang Miao, then turned around and walked out of the door. After a few minutes, she came back and knelt down on one knee towards Zhang Miao again. Boss, I have already seen Uchiha, thank you for your kindness, I have no regrets, please give me a mission. Yet. Hearing her words, Zhang Miao nodded immediately. With your current identity you are not suitable to stay in Konoha for the time being. I have already sent Kazaki to the Land of Waves, you go there to find him, then follow his orders. Yes, boss, then I'll go now. After speaking, Shenlin saluted Zhang Miao again, then got up and walked out. When Zhang Miao followed her out, she found that her figure had disappeared. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao couldn't help but nodded. As expected of the member of Anbu, although her strength is not very good, her concealment skills are indeed first class, so I can rest assured. As soon as Zhang Miao thought of this, the voice of Uchiha came from his ear. Miao, who were you talking to just now? I seem to hear my sister's voice. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned her head and saw Uchiha, whose face was full of sweat, came towards her, carrying a long unsheathed blade in her hand. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. I'm afraid it's because you miss your sister too much, and you practiced too hard, so you have hallucinations. Hallucinations? Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, Uchiha frowned, but I clearly heard my sister's voice. I even heard you say Shenlin, her real name. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Zhang Miao. Damn, isn't this little girl's ears too sharp? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's mouth twitched twice, but it was definitely impossible for him to admit it, so he laughed again. Haha. Of course it's a hallucination. You must be too tired. Let's go for a walk and have some barbecue in the afternoon. After eating, take a bath and go back to sleep again. You'll be fine tomorrow. Having said that, Zhang Miao no longer gave Uchiha a chance to speak, and dragged her to the direction of Yakiniku-kyu. Although the special environment made Uchiha look a little precocious, she was still a 10-year-old girl at heart. After she followed Zhang Miao into the barbecue restaurant, she was quickly attracted by the dishes. Wow, Ryu, can we come here often in the future? Seeing her slightly excited look, Zhang Miao smiled and nodded while putting the meat on the grill. Of course, my 18th concubine, I'm not short on money. Having said this, Zhang Miao turned around and shouted at the lady boss of the Yakiniku-kyu, Boss, give us 50 plates of meat. Chapter 115, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Facing the delicious and juicy meats in front of him, Zhang Miao once again transformed into a human-shaped rice pot, waving his chopsticks with the speed of light, and his mouth was covered with meat fats. As the plates and plates of meat were moved inside his stomach and absorbed with the help of the system, Zhang Miao immediately felt the changes in his body. Wow, I'm overflowing with power. I'm not eating, I'm cultivating. At this moment, Zhang Miao's eyes flashed, and his eating speed increased a lot. As if shocked by Zhang Miao's amazing appetite, Uchiha quickly forgot what happened before and gulped. Is it really that delicious? Seeing Zhang Miao eating so deliciously, Uchiha immediately picked up chopsticks and ate with him. Perhaps it was because the meat tasted really good, or because of Zhang Miao's huge appetite, Uchiha just ate more bowl of rice than usual, and she felt much better. When she came out of Yakiniku-kyu's store, she immediately smiled at Zhang Miao. Ryu, thank you. Hearing her words, Zhang Miao immediately waved his hand very much. It's nothing, if you really want to thank me, return the 2,500,000 ryos to me, ouch. Stop. Stop. When the two returned to their residence, the sky had already begun to darken. Thinking that there was still something to do tomorrow, Zhang Miao took a shower and rested. The next morning when it was just dawn, Zhang Miao was woken up by a knock on the door, and an unfamiliar voice also reached his ears. Ryunosuke-sama, Danzo-sama asked me to pick you up. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao glanced at the dark window and frowned, wait, I'll get dressed. Although he was a little unhappy when he was woken up, Zhang Miao got dressed as quickly as possible, opened the door, and nodded towards the man dressed in Anbu attire. Let's go. Yes. Soon, the two arrived at the underground stronghold of the route, and then followed the secret passage to the training ground outside the village. At this time, Danzo was already standing in the field. After seeing Zhang Miao, he immediately nodded. Today I will teach you the multiple shadow clone. Before that, I will tell you what a shadow clone is. As he finished speaking, Danzo suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared with a bang, while another Danzo walked out from the woods next to him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly showed an expression of sudden realization. That was the shadow clone just now. Right. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo who had just walked out of the woods immediately nodded. Shadow clone jutsu is a ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, which can create the same body as the caster. It is different from the clone jutsu. Shadow clone is an entity that can attack and use ninjutsu. Come here. Hit me. Okay. Of course Zhang Miao would not refuse such a request, and immediately shouted, Master, please watch me. With that said, Zhang Miao's figure immediately disappeared from the spot, and before Danzo came back to his senses, Zhang Miao appeared behind him and shouted loudly. Konoha Secret Art 1000 Years of Death. At the same time Zhang Miao's fingers pierced at Danzou's back door, he was hoping to hear a loud scream. Bingo! Zhang Miao felt that his fingers had stabbed into Danzou's soft flesh, but unfortunately, before he heard the screams, the Danzou in front of him turned into a white smoke and disappeared with a bang. A shadow clone again! Hearing Zhang Miao's deeply disappointed voice, Danzou, who had just walked out of the secret passage in the underground base, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. Dang it, it's fortunate that I used a shadow clone just now, otherwise I would have really fallen for your trick. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Humph, when the shadow clone is damaged, it will disappear immediately, and at the same time, everything learned by the shadow clone will be restored to the main body, so the shadow clone is also a ninjutsu used for espionage. There is only one seal of this technique, the Ren. It looks like this. Having said this, Danzou immediately put his index and middle fingers together, then crossed his hands, shouted in a low voice. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As his voice fell, another Danzou who looked exactly like him suddenly appeared beside him. After performing the Shadow Clone, Danzou opened his mouth to Zhang Miao again. Shadow Clone is different from Clone Jutsu. It doesn't require you to control chakra. The difficulty is that the caster must have enough chakra, because when using Shadow Clone technique, chakra will be equally distributed to each body. I see. Hearing Danzou's words, Zhang Miao immediately understood why Naruto, who couldn't even learn basic clone jutsu, would actually able to use A-rank multiple shadow clone jutsu. That was why. Naruto's weakness is chakra control, and his strength was his large amount of chakra, so for him, the multiple shadow clone is much simpler to use than the usual clone jutsu. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao nodded towards Danzou. I see, what about the multiple shadow clone? Danzou seemed to have long known that Zhang Miao was going to ask this, and immediately laughed. The multiple shadow clone jutsu is an extension of the shadow clone's jutsu. The seal is the same. The reason why it is listed as a forbidden technique is that the user's chakra would be evenly distributed among your shadow clones, which may cause the ninja to run out of chakra and die. Now, you can make a small amount of shadow clones first. I see. Hearing Danzou's words, Zhang Miao nodded immediately, and then formed the seal according to the method he had just taught, and shouted at the same time, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Following Zhang Miao's loud shout, a dozen people who looked exactly like him suddenly appeared around him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. It's really simple, even an idiot can learn it. Was the multiple shadow clone jutsu really so simple that even an idiot could learn it? Maybe yes, but only if that idiot had enough chakra. But then again, a person with such a huge chakra was worthy of being called a genius. You must know that chakra is one of the important criteria for measuring a ninja's quality. Danzou of course was very clear about this, so when he saw Zhang Miao split up to more than a dozen shadow clones and he still looked relaxed, the corner of the old man's mouth showed a smile again. It seems that I really accepted a genius disciple, but it's a pity that he and the Uchiha clan was close. Thinking of this, Danzou looked at Zhang Miao with a serious look. Ryunishuk, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan? Hearing the question of Danzou, Zhang Miao immediately understood that it must be because he often went to the Uchiha district clan, so Danzou was a little dissatisfied. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Master, do you know the Kagaya clan? Hearing Zhang Miao's unreasonable answer, Danzou frowned immediately. The Kagaya clan and their Shikatsumayaku from the land of water? Of course I know them, why are you asking this? Ha ha ha. Seeing Danzou's frown, Zhang Miao laughed even more happily. Master, didn't you ask me what I think of the Uchiha? I just wanted to tell you that, in my opinion, Uchiha and Kagaya clan are a group of idiots with strong fighting power but no brains. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Miao's words undoubtedly made Danzou very satisfied, so as soon as Zhang Miao's finished talking, he couldn't help lag. Just when he was smiling happily, he heard Zhang Miao's voice behind him. Master, you are being careless, Konoha secret art, 1000 years of death. What? Chapter 116, Seeing Blood, Part 1. This move was systematically named the 1000 years of death because it would make the render the target useless for a short period of time. Zhang Miao pointed his fingers and knelt down under Danzou. When the old ninja looked back, his heart was filled with shock. What was that move just now? Body flicker? No, the body flicker is not so fast, could it be the Hiraishin? No, There was no space-time fluctuation just now, and he didn't have the hydration at all, so what was that? At this moment, Danzo's inner shock even overwhelmed the severe pain from the 1,000 years of death. Just when he was puzzled, Zhang Miao's doubtful voice reached his ears. Master? Didn't you just say that the shadow clone will disappear when damaged? Why hasn't it disappeared now? Danzo. Because I am the real one, Day. Looking at Zhang Miao's innocence look, Danzo gritted his teeth, and then held back his painful expression. Because I have a lot of chakra, so I can delay it a little. Speaking of which, with the sound of bang, his figure turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared, and the system's voice echoed inside Zhang Miao's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Danzo and obtaining the 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Danzo Ninja Fragment X5. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao immediately sneered in his heart. Humph, do you think you can deceive me by using the transformation jutsu just now? And you only gave me 5 fragments. It seems that I used too little force just now. I won't hold back next time. Maybe it was because he felt Zhang Miao's malice, or maybe it was because his backdoor hurt so much. Danzo didn't show up in the end, only an envy wearing an animal mask came to deliver his words. Ryuna Shuk-sama, Danzo-sama has left beforehand, let me take you to collect some items before leaving. Items. Hearing the envy's words, Zhang Miao nodded, although he was a little puzzled. Okay, then you take me there. Yes. The envy agreed, and took Zhang Miao to a relatively secret basement, and then nodded towards guards at the entrance. I brought Ryuna Shuk-sama to collect some stuff. Danzo-sama should have told you beforehand. Hearing his words, the guards didn't speak, but directly knocked on the wall beside him. He knocked 4 times, and suddenly it cracked. A rusted iron windowsill suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Miao's eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao's eyes widened. Is that a genjutsu? It seemed that Zhang Miao's reaction had been expected long ago, and the envy who brought him here immediately nodded. That's right, in fact, this entire basement is under a genjutsu. Alright, Ryuna Shuk-sama, let's go get your things. Okay. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao nodded immediately, then walked to the front of the window. As soon as Zhang Miao's finished speaking, the envy directly handed out a bunch of things from inside the window. Zhang Miao took a closer look and found that it was a set of envy's clothes, a ninja bag, a cat face mask, and a short blade. Looking at these things, Zhang Miao couldn't help curling his lips. Damn, I thought it was a good thing, but it turned out to be some trash. Although he was very rude inside his heart, Zhang Miao still took everything over. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, envy on the other side of the window suddenly stopped him. Here's your ID card. Hearing this, Zhang Miao turned around again, and suddenly found that the person in the window handed out another piece of paper. Zhang Miao took it and saw that there was only one line written on the paper. Envy code name, J6, registration number, 10,987. It was very simple, and it was fitting of the root envy. But Zhang Miao just glanced at it and threw it away. This thing is useless, and the code name is so ugly, I want to change my code name. If someone else dared to make this request, the envy who was in charge of logistics, would throw his shoe on his face, but Zhang Miao, who was a direct disciple of Danzo, was poised to be the future leader of the route, so the logistics guy could only persuade him. Ryuna Shuk-sama, the first code names have already been registered, so many of the new ninjas who joined route liked the more simple code names, so he thought that Zhang Miao was the same, but what he didn't expect was that before he finished speaking, Zhang Miao shook his head. I don't like any of it, and I have already thought about my envy code name, it's called the Mighty Root. Back office envy. The Mighty Root? Asshole, what are you talking about? Of course, the back office staff did not dare to register this shocking code name, and could only reject Zhang Miao's request on the grounds that it needs Danzo-sama's approval. Although Zhang Miao still wanted to argue, but before he could open his mouth, the other party directly used a genjutsu to hide the window. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao could only shrug his shoulders, and then looked at the two dumbfounded envy behind him. I got the things, can I go back? Zhang Miao originally thought that it was like the shoe in the past. When the school term had just started, he could leave after receiving the school uniform, but what he didn't expect was that the envy who brought him here shook his head. No, Danzo-sama has told me to let Ryuna Shuk-sama put on the equipment as soon as you receive them, and then go with me to the southeast border. The border in the southeast. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. If I remember correctly, it was close to the land of lightning's borders, right? Could it be that the ninjas of the Kumigakure ninjas are here again? Yes. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the Enbu who was standing in front of him, nodded immediately. A small team of them sneaked in. Lord Danzo ordered us to clear it up and asked to bring you along. I see. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao immediately understood everything. Today's Konoha had not fully entered the peace period, especially after the Kyubi's attack on the village, resulting in the death of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the previous Jinhyuriki Uzumaki Kushina. With 2 important ninjas gone, the surrounding countries were also ready to move. Among the 5 major countries, the Land of Wind is busy fighting the Land of Earth, while the Land of Water is busy with its internal civil strife. The 3 were too powerless mess with Konoha village, and the small countries couldn't attack Konoha either. The only one that can be regarded as an enemy is the Land of Lightning. The 4th Raikage was a very ambitious person. After learning that Minato Namikaze was dead, he wanted to take advantage of it, but he never got any substantial benefits. It was not until Konoha's 51st year that he found out that he ceased his ambition. He sent an envoy to Konoha to sign a peace treaty. At this time, Konoha was considered to have completely free from the Third War. But that would be 2 years later, and now was still Konoha's 49th year. In other words, Konoha's ninjas still need to fight with some Kumigakure ninjas. At this time, the reason why Danzo asked his people to take Zhang Miao to the battlefield should be to let him gain insight, or see the real bloodbath. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head helplessly. It's really a Danzo-style education method, isn't it? Okay, then I'll go. Chapter 117, Seeing Blood, Part 2. Zhang Miao has always been a man of action. After making the decision, he immediately started changing his clothes, and he didn't care how many people were watching. Anyway, everyone around here was a male. Why he needed to be afraid? After Zhang Miao changed his clothes. To his surprise, this Enbu outfit fit perfectly, as if it was made to measure. Looks like Danzo really cared about me. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled slightly, put the mask on his face, and then nodded towards the Enbu in front of him. Okay, let's go. About this. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Enbu, who was standing in front of him, was stunned for a moment, and then pointed to the ninja bag and Enbu's blade on the ground. Don't you want these things? No. Zhang Miao's answer this time was very succinct. I'm not good at swordsmanship, and I'm not good with kunao and shuriken. Anyway, I'm just going to go through the scene, so don't need these things. Enbu. Damn, it makes sense, but I am still speechless. Seeing Zhang Miao's determined look, this Enbu could only helplessly sigh, and then nodded. Okay, then let's go. After speaking, he walked out, and Zhang Miao immediately followed in his footsteps, and asked him as he walked. Hey, what's your name? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the Enbu quickly replied, I don't have a name, Ryuna Shuksama can call me S4. S4. Hearing this name, Zhang Miao seemed to think of something, and he immediately frowned. Hey, do you know a boy named Tenzo who can use wood release? The Tenzo Zhang Miao asked about was actually Yamato, who later replaced Kakashi as the leader of Team 7. S4 didn't seem to expect Zhang Miao to ask this question. He was stunned for a moment, but then nodded quickly. I know him, but I heard that he failed his recent mission. I don't know where he was sent by Danzo-sama right now. Hearing S4's words, Zhang Miao was immediately sure that the person he was talking about was Yamato. Because according to plot, Kakashi killed all the people that Danzo sent to assassinate Hokage, but only Yamato was left, and Kakashi let him go on the grounds that keeping him alive would be useful to Konoha. Therefore, the person who failed his mission that S4 said was Yamato. My next target is him. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly showed a smile. S4 didn't know what Zhang Miao was thinking, but when he saw him smiling, he immediately followed suit. Do you have some interest in him? Yet. Hearing S4's question, Zhang Miao nodded immediately. I'm very interested in him. Zhang Miao was telling the truth. He was indeed interested in Yamato, but not because he was curious, but because he wanted to take his power for himself. S4 obviously didn't know this. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, he immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha, wood release is the ninjutsu of the first Hokage, everyone is very interested in it, but although Yamato's wood release is quite powerful, it is not comparable to the first Hokage. Zhang Miao also knew this. It may be due to the fact that he was an experimental subject. The power of Yamato's power was only about 20% of the original Hashirama. However, this did not prevent Zhang Miao's to have interest in him, because Yamato had the useful 4-pilar house jutsu. With that jutsu, he wouldn't need to worry about lodging. If he went to the wilderness, he didn't need to worry about setting up a camp, since he could just make himself a wooden house. It was absolutely handy. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately nodded towards S4. Okay, let's stop talking about him. By the way, did my master specifically say what to do at the border? No. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, S4 shook his head. Danzo-sama did not give any tasks, we can act freely. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao understood his position. Oh, good to hear that. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately smiled at S4. Okay, then let's go to the border quickly, go back early, I want to see what wood release looks like. Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, S4 quickly agreed, and then quickened his pace. At first, he thought that Zhang Miao would not be able to keep up, so he looked back every once in a while, but every time he looked back, he found that Zhang Miao was closely following him, and his face seemed more relaxed than him, so he went a little bit faster. An hour later, S4 used all his strength to keep his speed, but Zhang Miao still followed behind him with an indifferent face, while he couldn't hold it any longer. Ryunosuke-sama, aren't you tired? If you are tired, we will slow down. Tired? Hearing S4's words, Zhang Miao shook his head immediately, I don't think so, and I think our speed is too slow, let's hurry. S4. Dipshit, I have tried my best, okay. Originally, S4 still had some bad views on Zhang Miao, but now he has completely abandoned these thoughts. Now what he thinks the most is how to not lose face in front of Zhang Miao. It seems that I can only stand firm. Thinking of this, S4 nodded forcefully towards Zhang Miao, I understand, then let's hurry. After speaking, S4 rushed forward fiercely, and at the same time quickly took out a few ninja pills from his bag and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them with a crunch. Looking at Zhang Miao who was still closely following him, S4's heart was full of bitterness. How many chakras does he have? With such doubts in mind, S4 kept shoving the ninja pills into his mouth while running to replenish the chakra consumed by the fast journey. After a short while, they finally arrived at the destination. Ryunosuke-sama, we have already arrived. According to the news from the front, the small team of Kumo ninjas sneaked in from this direction. There are about 30 people, and there may be a Jonin leading the team. Let's wait here. It was the first time for Zhang Miao to come to the battlefield. Naturally, he would not be reckless, so after hearing S4's words, he immediately nodded. Okay, it's up to you. Seeing Zhang Miao being so obedient, S4 also breathed a sigh of relief, but when he was about to sit down to rest, he found that Zhang Miao suddenly jumped up, then raised his legs and kicked him, while shouting loudly. Bend your head. Although he didn't know Zhang Miao's intentions, S4 hurriedly lowered his head when he heard his loud shout. The moment he lowered his head, a soft sound came from his ear. Boom. Approaching, there was a loud noise not far away. Boom. Hearing these two loud bangs, S4 finally came to his senses, and his eyes also showed horror. A kunao with explosive tags. S4 knew very well that if Zhang Miao hadn't kicked the kunao away, then even if he avoided the kunao, the explosive tags hanging on it would have been enough to send him to meet his maker. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Zhang Miao gratefully. Ryunosuke-sama, thank you very much. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned, haha, let's talk about the payment later. For now, just look ahead, the enemy is coming. Chapter 118, Seeing Blood, Part 3. As soon as Zhang Miao's finished speaking, there was a sound in from bushes not far away, and two men in Kumigakura outfit came out. Oh no, we got discovered. It seems like they have a sensor type among them, but I don't know how many. Although they were seen through, the two of them were not nervous at all. Zhang Miao was unfazed by the situation. Seeing this scene, S4's expression changed drastically. Ryunosuke-sama, it seems that the information is wrong. There are more than 30 ninjas who invaded the Land of Fire. The two in front of us are not something we can deal with. I can only delay for 5 minutes at most. Please escape. Having said that, S4 pulled out his blade, and moved in front of Zhang Miao, a look of determination flashed on his face. Just when S4 was about to step forward desperately, Zhang Miao laughed and held him back. Haha, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Zhang Miao immediately looked towards his right front. Hey you! Who are hiding in among the grasses around 50 meters from us, come out. As soon as Zhang Miao's voice fell, he heard a rustling sound and a female ninja sprang out of her hiding. After she emerged from the grass, she immediately came behind the two Kumo ninjas just now. This kid has a very strong perception ability, and at the same time, I feel that there is a very powerful chakra in his body, he should be from the Uzumaki clan, be careful. Hearing her words, the two Kumo ninjas became more alert, took out their kunao and looked at Zhang Miao and S4. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you silly! Since that's the case, then I'll be more serious. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao formed a seal with his hands, and immediately shouted. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Along Zhang Miao's loud shout, a cloud of white smoke suddenly exploded around him, and when it dissipated, more than 30 shadow clones of Zhang Miao appeared. The three Kumo ninjas were overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, S4, who was standing beside Zhang Miao, suddenly showed a wry smile on his face. Ryunosuke-sama, this is not an enemy that can be defeated by numbers, you better run now, I'll cover. After speaking, S4 immediately gritted his teeth, rushed forward with his blade and then stabbed one of the Kumo ninjas at the head. Rustle. But it is a pity that the opponent is obviously not a forgiving person. S4's blade was just cut, and he got held with kunao on his neck. Before S4 could draw his knife back in retaliation, the opponent kicked him away. The difference in strength between the two is too great. S4 also knew this, so after he got up from the ground, he shouted at Zhang Miao while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ryunosuke-sama, the other party is the Nin of the Land of Lightning, you better go quickly, and when you go back, tell the situation here to Danzo-sama. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Miao patiently interrupted him. Shut up! S4 didn't expect Zhang Miao to react like this, and was stunned for a while. Ryunosuke-sama, you! Seeing S4's stunned expression, Zhang Miao immediately sighed helplessly. Hey! Look, with your strength, you better not do any act of sacrifice. And I have to tell you one thing, even both of you are Jonin, there is still a huge gap. As soon as Zhang Miao's voice disappeared, he disappeared from his previous spot. At the same time, the opposing Jonin who had just kicked and injured S4 also let out a scream. What? Hearing his scream, S4 and the other two Kumo ninjas suddenly looked at him. The Kumo Jonin was covering his back door with his hand, and pointed his kunao at Zhang Miao using the other. You, so despicable! At this time, Zhang Miao was still maintaining his secret art stance. After hearing what the Jonin said, he immediately grinned. Despicable? No, I'm here to show you my secret technique. Take this. Konoha secret art. As he spoke, Zhang Miao's figure disappeared from the spot again. It was different from the previous time. This time, the two other Kumo ninjas and S4 who were standing on the side could see him clearly. Zhang Miao immediately appeared behind the Jonin just now, and then stabbed his fingers towards the poor ninja's lower back. 1,000 years of death. Zhang Miao's thrust was so powerful, he sent the Kumo Jonin flying. After suffering this tragic blow, the poor ninja screamed in anguish. Ow! After he screamed his lungs out, he knelt on the ground, and soon, bright red blood soaked his pants and flowed to the ground. He had a hard time standing up since his lower back got stabbed real hard. At this time, Zhang Miao had come behind him and put his fingers together again to land the third blow. 3,000 years of death. After being stabbed 3 times by Zhang Miao, the Jonin didn't even let out a scream this time, just rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this scene, the two Kumo ninjas suddenly felt their butthole tighten, and they was greatly shocked. That is so cruel. Seemingly feeling the gazes of the two, Zhang Miao immediately turned his head and grinned at them. 2 rows of blinding white teeth were displayed. Now it's your turn. Hi! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the two Kumo ninjas gasped and quickly clenched the kunao in their hands. They stood on each other's back, looking at Zhang Miao with full alert. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao grinned again. Hey, do you guys really think I can't defeat you? You're so naive. Let's go, everyone! Following Zhang Miao's order, more than 30 shadow clones around him immediately shouted and rushed towards the two Kumo ninjas. Come on! Tangle them! Pull them away! In the face of so many shadow clones, although the two ninjas desperately waved the kunao in their hands, they could only be destroyed by more than a dozen of Zhang Miao's shadow clones. And when they realized that they could no longer support each other, Zhang Miao's horror voice reached their ears again. Konoha secret art, 1,000 years of death. What? With a scream, another Kumo ninja went down. This time, before he could get up, Zhang Miao immediately went for seconds. Konoha secret art, 2,000 years of death. This Kumo ninja was weaker than the Jonin just now. After Zhang Miao hit him for the second time, he rolled his eyes and fainted. After he was finished with his second prey, Zhang Miao turned his attention to the last Kumo ninja, who was also the only female ninja in that battle. One left. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he heard the sound of kunao falling to the ground. The female ninja tightly covered her lower back with both hands, and looked at Zhang Miao with despair in her eyes. Just kill me. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao sighed and waved his hand towards her. Hey, you know, I don't kill women. Are you serious? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the female Kumo ninja was instantly overjoyed. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to run away, but the moment she turned around, Zhang Miao's voice rang in her ear. Konoha secret art, 1,000 years of death. As this voice sounded, the female ninja suddenly felt a sharp tearing pain from her lower back. At the same time, the strong impact sent her 2 or 3 meters away. She landed on a very shameful posture on the ground. At the same time, Zhang Miao's voice also reached her ears. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I wouldn't stab you. You. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the female Kumo ninja was instantly embarrassed and angry. Before she said another word, she rolled her eyes and fainted. At this time, Zhang Miao turned to look at S4, who was stunned. Where are we going now? Chapter 119, Bum Demon, Part 1. Originally, according to S4's thoughts, he felt that the best outcome was that he sacrificed himself in battle and Zhang Miao escaped, and the worst outcome was that the two of them died here together, or became prisoners of the Kumo ninjas. But Zhang Miao's fighting power was completely beyond his imagination. Looking at the 3 Kumo ninjas lying on the ground, he suddenly fell into a confusion. Did we just win? Not only did we win, but we also got 3 prisoners. You must know that in the ninja world it is much more difficult to capture the enemy than to kill the enemy. Generally it would only happen when the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. But the overpowered side seemed to be the victor in the battle just now, which made S4 felt incredible. Seeing his shocked look, Zhang Miao pouted impatiently. Hey, I'm talking to you, S4. I'm asking you something. Should we continue our journey, or go back to the village? The yakiniku queue will be closing soon. Yakiniku queue? Are you still thinking about eating at this time? If someone else said this, S4 would definitely slap him. He didn't dare to do that to Zhang Miao. Putting Zhang Miao's identity of being Danzo's disciple aside, he alone was able to capture 3 Kumo ninjas, including 1 Jonin. This was enough to make S4 respect him. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, S4 immediately lowered his head. Ryuna shook-sama, while they are still unconscious, so we should bring them back to the village for interrogation as soon as possible to obtain some information, and then we can report to Danzo-sama. How do you think? Okay. Zhang Miao nodded immediately after hearing S4's words, then take these 3 back to the village first. Hey! S4 didn't expect Zhang Miao to say such a thing, and he immediately showed a surprised look. If I go back by myself, what about you? Hee. Zhang Miao immediately laughed. The explosion from the kunao earlier was quite huge. I feel that 4 more ninjas have already on their way here, and they will arrive soon. I just don't know if those are our enemy or not, so you should go take one with you first. S4 still trusted Zhang Miao's perception ability, so he nodded immediately. Okay, then I will take this Jonin away first. If it is an enemy, then Ryuna shook-sama, you can use the transformation jutsu to disguise yourself as him. I will be back soon with the others. Please take care. S4 walked behind the Kumo Jonin, stretched out his hand and slapped the back of the unconscious man's head to confirm that he was really in a coma. After that, he took him away. After he left, Zhang Miao smirked. Transformation Jutsu. As he used the jutsu, a burst of white smoke rose around Zhang Miao's body. When the white smoke dissipated, a dark-skinned man with sunglasses suddenly appeared in his place. After transforming, Zhang Miao raised his hands, twisted his waist and hummed. Yo, my name is Killer B, and I speak with the rhythm of rap, oh yeah. That's right, Zhang Miao didn't choose to transform into the fainted Kumo Jonin, but instead became Killer B, the Jinhuriki of the Eight Tails. His reason for making such a choice is because Zhang Miao doesn't even know the name of that Kumo Jonin just now. If he transformed to him, he could easily be discovered. In this case, it's better to transform to one that he was familiar with, at least the probability of being seen through is lower. Not long after Zhang Miao finished his transformation, he heard a bustling sound. When he turned around, he found 4 Kumo ninjas appearing in front of him. B-san, why are you here? Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately stretched out a finger and pointed to the sky. Then began his rap. Yo, yo. My big bro was worried with your safety, so I, Killer B-sama came to ensure your safety. Those Konoha ninjas just ran away, yo. Kumo ninjas. What a lame rap, this is very similar to B-san's style. Thinking of this, the 4 ninjas lowered their vigilance, but they still glanced at Zhang Miao a few times with some anxiety. Did the Raikage-sama really sent you here? But we hadn't heard of it before we came. Are you? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Miao immediately answered, I didn't run away because I was Bo-red. But because of my friends that can't be igno-red. Yun-ren. Okay, let's not make a fool of yourself. Looking at the familiar figure in front of them and his familiar way of doing things, the 4 of them suddenly let go of their guards completely, and one of them asked Zhang Miao. B-san, what just happened here? Hearing this question, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. Seeing this scene, another Kumo ninja immediately patted him. Why you even ask? If B-san was already here, how could he let Konoha ninjas get away? Even if the Golden Flash is still alive, as long as we have B-san, we'll be fine. As soon as the man's voice fell, the other 2 joined in. That's right. This time, B-san is here with us, and our mission will be a success. That's right. Hearing their words, Zhang Miao immediately laughed and danced. Golden Flash, he's Konoha's P-ride. Me and brother? Got to need. Mission? Okay. We go side by side. Oh yeah. Kumo ninjas. Lord Kirabi's rap is as bad as ever. Thinking of this, the 4 of them were completely relieved with Killer B around. They began to check their 2 comrades lying on the ground. When they saw the injured part of the 2, they were all shocked. The 2 of them didn't have any scars on their bodies, not even their clothes were damaged. Only their lower back got some bad scars. Since the 4 of them were all male, they only checked the male ninja's injuries, but they didn't check their female comrade. Looking at the blood on her pants and the tears in the corners of her eyes, they knew that her situation was similar. Thinking of this, the eyes of the 4 suddenly turned red. It's so cruel, I didn't expect that there are such cruel jutsu in the world. Yeah, and it's too much to use such a jutsu on a woman. That's right, the person who uses this trick must not be a man, but a coward. That's right, it's a coward. Hearing the words of the 4 ninjas, Zhang Miao's expression changed immediately. What, you dare to call me a coward? Let's see how I will deal with you. At this time, Zhang Miao has already figured out the situation of the 4 Kumo ninjas. There was only one Jonin among them, and the rest are lower level ninjas. If he took care of the Jonin first, the rest would be easy. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately pointed to the direction behind the 4 ninjas with a look of shock. Look, the 9 tails. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the group of Kumo ninjas turned their heads in unison, and the moment they turned their heads, Zhang Miao's voice suddenly rang behind them. Konoha Secret Art, 4,000 Years of Death. Chapter 120, Bum Demon, Part 2. As the saying goes, everything gets better with practice. Zhang Miao's master of the secret art had gotten better. Moreover, Zhang Miao also discovered that this move has a very powerful feature, that is, after he had locked onto the target, he doesn't need to worry about anything, he just needs to stab them directly with his fingers. Because when he stabs upwards, his body will automatically appear behind his locked target, so every stab would be accurate, and he had never missed a shot so far. Of course it's the same this time. Looking at the 4 Kumo ninjas who were kneeling on the ground, Zhang Miao looked at his bloody fingers with doubts in his eyes. Is this a special ability that comes with the system? As soon as Zhang Miao thought of this, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. This ultimate jutsu is created to make the opponent experience the pain of dying 1,000 times, hence the name 1,000 Years of Death. By ignoring distance and obstacles, and directly stabbing the most vulnerable part of the opponent, this jutsu's explosive power is terrifying. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Haha, this jutsu is really good. Now unless the other party wears iron underpants or got some steel plating on their bum, no one would be a match for me. Just when Zhang Miao was laughing, he heard another sound of breaking air not far away. He quickly stopped his laughter, and jumped to the tree next to him to hide. Just as Zhang Miao jumped onto the top of the tree, 4 ninjas wearing Konoha's Anbu attire descended from the sky, and then quickly surrounded the Kumo ninjas who were on the ground. At this time, there were a total of 6 victims on the ground. After surrounding them, the 4 Nbus immediately slapped each Kumo ninja on the back of their head. Seeing their actions, Zhang Miao immediately knew that they should be his allies, so he immediately jumped down from the top of the tree. Zhang Miao did not deliberately hide himself, so when he jumped down, several Nbu immediately pulled out their blades and pointed them at Zhang Miao. Who are you? Be careful. He is Killer B from Kumagakuer. What? Why didn't we get the news? Hurry up and report to Danzo-sama. Seeing how they looked like they were facing a great enemy, Zhang Miao immediately waved to them. Don't worry, it's me. After speaking, Zhang Miao released his transformation jutsu, and reverted to his old self with a bang. Seeing this scene, one of the 4 Nbu suddenly cried out in surprise. Ryunosuke-sama. Hearing his voice, the other 3 suddenly turned to look at him, and one of them asked, S4, is this the one you told us before? That's right, he is the direct disciple of Danzo-sama. Ryunosuke-sama. After he finished speaking, S4 immediately looked at Zhang Miao again. Ryunosuke-sama, did you do all of this? Zhang Miao knew that he was referring to these people on the ground, so he nodded immediately. Yes, I originally wanted to wait for you to come, but these people are very weak, so I took care of them immediately. By the way, has the Jonin been tortured just now? Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, S4 immediately nodded. He has been tortured with genjutsu, and his information is probably correct. There are only 30 people who came here, among them, there are 2 Arjonins, 6 Chiyunins and 12 Genins. One of them has been defeated by you, Ryunosuke. We're looking for another one. If you are sure that there are only 2 Nin, then you don't need to look for them. Zhang Miao waved at him, and then pointed at a man lying on the ground. He's the one. Who? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, S4 and the other Nbus suddenly widened their eyes, and one of them immediately walked up to the fainted ninja pointed by Zhang Miao, and tore off the sleeve of his right upper arm. After tearing off his sleeve, he saw the character Win tattooed on the top of the man's arm. Seeing this scene, the Nbu who was in charge of the inspection, immediately nodded towards S4 and the others. The information says that the other Jonin is good at wind release and has the character Win tattooed on his shoulders, so he should the one we're looking for. Well, that's good. Hearing the Nbu's words, Zhang Miao nodded immediately, since we already took care of their leaders, then quickly resolve the rest. Now I can go back to eat. By the way, what about these 6 right here? Should we kill them or let them go? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the 4 Nbu members suddenly showed helplessness on their faces. For them, letting go of the enemy is the easiest, and killing the enemy is not difficult, but capturing the enemy is a very difficult task. Especially those powerful enemies, it is even more difficult to capture them alive. Sometimes, in order to obtain important information, they even had to sacrifice a few people to capture the opponent alive. Now that they have finally got a few prisoners, Zhang Miao actually asked them whether to kill or let them go, which made them speechless. In the end, S4 spoke reluctantly. About that. Ryunosuke-sama, every ninja is a valuable asset, not only we can get the information we need from them, but also get the information about their ninjutsu. Even if we don't need them, we can use them to exchange for some ransom from the Kumagakuer. Ransom. Zhang Miao's eyes lit up when he heard S4's words. You think these people are worth some money? How to sell them? How much? Seeing Zhang Miao's eyes shining brightly, S4 was stunned for a moment, and then stammered to explain to Zhang Miao. The land of lightning is very wealthy. The ransom for a genin is 300.000, a chunin is worth 2 million, and a jonin is worth around 10 million. If it is a member of a big family, it may be even higher, Ryunosuke-sama? What are you doing? Zhang Miao was busy carrying the ninja whose sleeves were torn. When he heard S4's words, he turned his head. What else can I do? Of course it's to make money, don't say I don't take care of you, the rest are all yours, the 10 million is mine. S4. The rest of Anbu. Why are you so fixated on money? Seeing Zhang Miao clumsily carrying that jonin, S4 immediately sighed helplessly. Hey! Ryunosuke-sama, the ransom is paid directly to the village, we can't get it, but since we got 2 jonins with us, and this is an A-rank mission, you can get about 1 million as a reward. Zhang Miao. What, the 10 million will only become 1 million? Isn't it too dark? In the blink of an eye, he would lose 9 million ryos. The huge gap made Zhang Miao couldn't help but release his prey. The poor jonin fell to the ground. Maybe it was because he fell on the injured part when he landed, or because this jonin had a better endurance. After he landed, he immediately woke up and screamed. Ouch! At the same time, he also noticed that there were a few more people around him wearing Konoha's Anbu uniform. Seeing this scene, he suddenly gasped. Hey, you are the Anbu of Konoha. Seeing his shocked appearance, Zhang Miao immediately opened his mouth and laughed. Hey, yes, we are the Anbu of Konoha, and we are the elites of the Anbu. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao immediately knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands to a gun-like shape, and shouted loudly at the same time. 1,000 Years of Death. Chapter 121, Bum Demon, Part 3. Whether it was because the Kumo jonin was too weak, or they were shocked with Zhang Miao's declaration, the rest of Anbu members were too stunned to speak. They started to haul the unconscious Kumo ninjas silently, and move away. There were a total of 6 Kumo ninjas who were knocked out by Zhang Miao. The 3 Anbu members brought by S4 were responsible for carrying their captives back to Konoha, so not long after, only Zhang Miao and S4 were left at the scene. This also meant that Zhang Miao's backdoor brigade was only established for less than 3 minutes before it disintegrated. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. Sigh. Our emerging group that will shock the world in the future is gone just like that. It's really sad and lamentable. But fortunately, you're still here, S4. Why don't the 2 of us form the backdoor duo? Your code name is Backdoor 2. Ding Si. The hell with that idea. Hearing the code name Zhang Miao gave him, Ding Si's lips twitched and he hurriedly bowed to Zhang Miao. Lord Ryunosuke, the Kumo ninjas who sneaked into the land of fire have not been completely eliminated. I still need to go and support my comrades. You're very strong, so please return to Konoha on your own. Sorry for my rudeness. After saying that, Ding Si directly jumped onto the branch next to him, and then with a hard kick, he jumped several meters away. Looking at Ding Si's escape, Zhang Miao suddenly snorted. Humph, how dare you refuse my invitation? You really don't know anything, don't you? One day, I will find an opportunity to blow your back door too. Hearing Zhang Miao's voice, Ding Si, who was running away, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. For a moment, he did not pay attention to his feet. After stepping on the wrong foot, he fell from the branch. If an ordinary person fell like this, they would definitely scream, but Ding Si was a ninja trained by the root, so after falling down, he only let out a groan, then immediately turned over and ran. While running, Ding Si secretly made up his mind that he would never appear in front of Zhang Miao again in the future. If he had to meet him no matter what, he would definitely change his name first. I have to protect my backdoor. Of course, Zhang Miao did not know Ding Si's thoughts. Seeing him run away, he immediately shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Forget it. Even if I don't have a partner, I can do it alone. Just like Minato, what kind of name will everyone give me in the future? 1,000 Deaths? Or the Backdoor Reaper? Sigh. I'm flattered, he. The more Zhang Miao thought about it, the happier he became. He smiled and jumped onto the branch, then happily returned to Konoha. About 2 hours later, Zhang Miao arrived at the Forest of Death. Looking at the surrounding environment, he suddenly smiled. After crossing the river, we will reach Konoha's training ground. By the time I arrive, it will be time for dinner, haha. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao quickened his pace, and just as he was about to reach the small river, he suddenly stopped. Someone is coming this way, very fast, and it is coming from the village. Who is it? Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, he saw a figure wearing a Konoha's ninja uniform emerged, but before Zhang Miao could speak, the other party raised his hand and threw a few shurikens at him. Shit! Seeing the other party's action, Zhang Miao quickly dodged. At the same time, several clanking sounds appeared behind him. That was the sound from the shurikens piercing some trees. He's trying to take my life. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately became angry. He no longer thought about why this person in Konoha's ninja uniform would attack him. Instead, he took a certain stance and shouted. Konoha's secret art 1000 years of death. After being stabbed by Zhang Miao, the suspicious ninja screamed in pain. Ah! At the same time, the system notification appeared in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Orochimaru, obtain in 7-star cage level, Orochimaru Ninja Fragments X5. Zhang Miao. Fuck, what's going on? In order to prevent himself from being distracted during the battle, Zhang Miao immediately turned off some of the system's notification. For example, when he obtained some ordinary ninja fragments, the system no longer prompted him. But now, the system's notification rang again, and it also mentioned that he had obtained Orochimaru's ninja fragment. This immediately made Zhang Miao widen his eyes. Did I really defeat Orochimaru? Is that true? As if responding to Zhang Miao's thoughts, the ninja who fell to the ground immediately raised his head, revealing a pale face and a pair of snake-like eyes full of killing intent. Looking at the pair of slender snake eyes, Zhang Miao quickly jumped back a few steps and then raised his hands. Orochimaru-san, wait, we are on the same side. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise, but the vigilance in his eyes did not decrease at all. His hoarse voice once again reached Zhang Miao's ears. Who are you? I am the disciple of Grandpa Danzo. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately took off the mask on his face and grinned at Orochimaru. We are on the same side. It was a misunderstanding just now, hehe. Hearing Zhang Miao call himself Danzo's disciple, and seeing him take off his mask, the hatred in Orochimaru's eyes immediately lessened a bit, and his pale face revealed a slight smile. So you're Danzo's. He sent you to pick me up, right? Unfortunately, that's not the case. Zhang Miao felt that people like Orochimaru were not so easy to deceive, so he decided to tell the truth. There are ninjas from the Kumigakure invading our border. I went to carry out a clean-up mission. Meeting you here was completely an accident, but I think if I knew that you defected, my master would definitely ask us to help you leave. Hehehehe. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh again. He smiled and nodded. You are very smart and powerful. Compared to Danzo, you will become stronger if you follow me. You will see a wider world. How about it? Do you want to come with me? Zhang Miao. Damn it, you are still trying to kidnap children even at this time. Do you want me to stab you to death or what? Of course, Zhang Miao only thought about this in his heart, but on the surface, he politely shook his head at Orochimaru. Thank you for your kindness, but I think your escape is the priority here. We can talk about other things later. When you are safe, I believe we will have the opportunity to meet again. Then, please take care. After saying that, Zhang Miao used the body flicker jutsu to leave. After Zhang Miao left, the smile on Orochimaru's face immediately disappeared. He covered his lower back with one hand and stood up with the other hand holding the tree next to him. Then he left the place limping. What Orochimaru did not know was that when he left, less than 50 meters away from him, Zhang Miao was covering his mouth and trying his best to hold back his laughter. Damn! I can't believe I just stabbed his bum. Chapter 122, Uchiha Shisui, Part 1. As for letting Orochimaru go, Zhang Miao didn't feel any pressure at all, and he didn't think that his backdoor tactics would be enough to knock down Orochimaru, who was one of the legendary Sunin. In fact, Zhang Miao knew very well that Orochimaru was seriously injured at this time, and it was not that he didn't want to go up and play with him, but when he heard the system prompt that Orochimaru was a 7-star cage level, he immediately changed his mind. Orochimaru was able to be the one of the legendary Sunin not by luck. Not to mention his own strength, just his summoning beast, Manda, was not easy to deal with. Moreover, Zhang Miao had always trusted the system's judgment. Since the system had judged that Orochimaru had the strength of a cage, he must have it. Since it was a tough one, it was better not to touch it first. Of course, Zhang Miao was not afraid of Orochimaru, but he did not want to meddle in other people's business. After all, Orochimaru was the person that Hiruzen had personally released. Since the Hokage himself did not care about him, why would he bother to fight him? Moreover, Zhang Miao also had his own selfishness. He knew that Danzo had always been in collusion with Orochimaru. Since he had this relationship, Zhang Miao also wanted to take this opportunity to collect Orochimaru's ninja fragments. Orochimaru was the man who could control both the first and second Hokage. His strength and ability was equivalent to thousands of troops. If Zhang Miao didn't aim to recruit such a strong ninja, wouldn't he be sorry? Looking at Orochimaru's gradually disappearing figure, Zhang Miao stood up and turned back to Konoha. The moment he turned around, the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arousing Orochimaru's interest. Obtain 7-star cage level, Orochimaru Ninja Fragments X5. Hey! Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, but soon his expression changed. If it was to attract other people's interest, Zhang Miao did not care, but Orochimaru was not an ordinary person. This guy's biggest interest was to treat the person he fancied as his new container. Zhang Miao was very clear about this point, so he could not help but curse. Damn, this smelly snake is really not a good thing. The next time I meet him, I will stab his lower back until he bleeds. At this time, Zhang Miao had raised Orochimaru's danger rating to the highest. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would never rashly contact this guy when he was not strong enough. Just as Zhang Miao was immersed in his thoughts, he heard a loud shout coming from the front. Stop, who are you? Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked up and saw dozens of ninjas wearing Konoha vests standing on the branches in front of him. Moreover, they were wearing the police force's armbands. Seeing this symbol, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. The Uchihas from the police force. For the Uchiha clansmen who had the Sharingan, ordinary genjutsu or transformation jutsu could not deceive their eyes, so they basically could confirm the identity of their targets by just looking at their face. It was also for this reason that Konoha military police force had always been important in Konoha. This time, after receiving the news of the Kumo's invasion, it was reasonable for them to cooperate with the Anbu. Zhang Miao was very clear about this, so he directly took off the mask on his face and waved to the police forces opposite him with a smile. Brothers, don't panic, it's me. For the Uchihas, Zhang Miao was not a stranger, so after he took off the mask, several people on the opposite side laughed loudly. Yo, isn't this Itachi's friend Ryunosuke? Haha, that's right. I also bought his wood sculptures. They were carved very well. Me too. Speaking of which, why are you dressed like this? Did you join the Anbu? Hearing their words, Zhang Miao grinned again. With a few leaps, he jumped in front of them and threw the Anbu mask at them. You guys are talking about this, right? Actually, it was old man Danzo who sent me here. It's not interesting at all. It's better to go to Uncle Fugaku's house and drink some tea. Ha 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 ha. When Zhang Miao said this, it immediately attracted a burst of laughter. At this time, a teenager who looked to be 13 or 14 walked out with Zhang Miao's mask. He handed the mask to Zhang Miao and smiled at him. This mask can't be lost, can it? And I heard that when the Anbu is on a mission, it seems that it cannot be taken off. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders. I just took it. Will you secretly report it to the third? When Zhang Miao said this, it immediately attracted another wave of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Do you even need to ask? Of course. That's right, we have to tell the Hokage and ask him to deduct your mission reward. Yes, and about the expensive wood sculptures you sold us. For these Uchiha clansmen, Zhang Miao, who often ran to their settlements and sold Uchiha wood sculptures, was one of the few villagers who they hold dear. Coupled with his relationship with Fugaku, they showed enough kindness to Zhang Miao. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Miao showed enough strength. Let alone the fact that he was able to defeat Itachi, who had just opened his Sharingan, with just his taijutsu, just the Anbu clothing on his body was enough to make these strong Uchiha clansmen look up to him. Hearing their teasing laughter, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Then there is no other way. At that time, I can only tell Uncle Fugaku that I have already told you about him frequently learning to bleat like a goat. If there are any strange rumors in the village, it is none of my business. As soon as Zhang Miao said this, the several members of the force who were laughing happily before suddenly stopped like a player who had pressed a pause button. Then they clasped their hands together at Zhang Miao in unison. Ryunosuke-sama, please don't do that. We were actually joking with you just now. We promise that we won't say too much. That's right, so please don't say strange things in front of our leader. Please. Looking at their pleading expressions, the other members of the force around them burst into laughter. The youth holding the mask also grinned. Haha, it seems that Itachi is right. You are indeed a very interesting person. My name is Shisui. I am very happy to meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of Uchiha Shisui. Obtain 7-star cage level, Uchiha Shisui Ninja Fragment X5. Hey! Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, but then he reacted. After taking his Anbu mask from Shisui, he immediately stepped forward and gave him a strong hug. Hello, Shisui. I have heard of you, the strongest genjutsu user of the Uchiha clan, Shisui of the body flicker. Well, don't say anything. Come with me for a youthful duel. My fingers, no, my blood is burning. Shisui. What is this situation? What did he mean by that? Chapter 123, Uchiha Shisui, Part 2. For some reason, when he heard Zhang Miao say that he wanted to fight against him, Shisui had a bad feeling. However, as an authentic Uchiha, Shisui believed that his eyes were better than his intuition, so he immediately nodded. No problem. I also hope to fight with you, but you have to wait until the mission is over. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Zhang Miao suddenly laughed and waved at him. It's okay, it's okay. The ninjas from Kumigakure won't come over. I have already dealt with 2 of their leaders. The rest of them can be dealt with. So don't worry and come fight with me. What? When Zhang Miao said this, not only Shisui, but also the other members of the force were shocked. You said that you defeated 2 jonins from the Kumigakure by yourself. Really? You're not bragging, are you? I think it might be true. Ryunosuke is someone the leader personally praised. Hearing their comments, Zhang Miao laughed again. Haha, as the saying goes, we'll know if it's a mule or a horse. We'll know if I'm lying or not. Won't we understand if we let Shisui exchange a few punches with me? That. Zhang Miao's words could be said to have hit the nail on their heads. After hearing his words, the members of the force immediately looked at each other and nodded. That's right. Let Shisui try it and we'll know. I think so too. Anyway, it won't take much time. Shisui is very strong. Right, Shisui, you go and fight him. Hearing everyone's words, Shisui was suddenly in a dilemma. Just when he didn't know what to do, a thin man suddenly came out and snorted. Humph, there is no need for Shisui to fight him. I will fight you. I don't believe that someone can defeat an Uchiha who has awakened his Sharingan. After saying that, he suddenly glared at Zhang Miao, his 2 eyes instantly turned blood red, and 2 black megatamas slowly appeared in his eyes. 2 Tomo Sharingan. Seeing this scene, many of the surrounding Uchiha clansmen suddenly cursed in their hearts. Fuck, this idiot. Although everyone's thoughts were similar to Obito's, they did not say them directly like he did. After all, Zhang Miao was the guest of Fugaku's family. Therefore, at this moment, many of them showed an awkward expressions and then laughed at Zhang Miao. Haha, that guy. Ryunosuke, don't listen to him. Yes, this guy is always like this. You don't have to care about him. Actually, we feel that you are also very strong, hehe. Hearing their words, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. Actually, you don't have to be like this. I feel that he is right, and I also hope to fight with him. So can we start now? That is. Zhang Miao's reaction was a little out of their expectations, so everyone was stunned for a moment. On the other hand, the other party was very indifferent. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, he immediately waved his hand without care. Come on, let me see your prized taijutsu. I want to know whether your fists and feet are faster or our Uchiha clan's Sharingan is faster. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. Hehe, as you wish. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. The Uchiha guy's Sharingan rotated rapidly. However, he did not capture Zhang Miao's figure at all. He was immediately shocked. So fast. As soon as he thought of this, he heard a loud shout coming from behind him. Konoha's secret art 1000 years of death. As this voice rang out, the Uchiha guy suddenly felt a tearing pain in his anus, as if someone had directly stabbed a red-hot kunai on it, causing him to roll his eyes and spit out his entire tongue. Ah! As he was originally standing on a branch, Zhang Miao's stab directly sent him flying, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, all the force members present were dumbfounded. Is this end? I think so. Did you see Ryunosuke's movement just now? It was so fast. Is that the body flicker jutsu? Ah? I didn't notice it. It should be. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Shisui, who had been standing aside without saying anything, shook his head. It's the body flicker jutsu, but it's not an ordinary one. It's like a space-time ninjutsu. Just now, he appeared behind him in an instant. If he used kunai just now, then that guy would be dead. Hearing this, all the Uchiha clansmen were silent, and then they looked at Zhang Miao in awe. Looking at the eyes of everyone, Zhang Miao was suddenly happy. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful I am. If I didn't put the notification sound of the system to silent, it would have been ringing. System, how many ordinary ninja fragments did I get this time? After receiving Zhang Miao's question, the system immediately gave an answer. Because most of the ninjas present are jonins, the host has obtained a total of 600 pieces of ordinary ninja fragments. You can recruit a 6-star ordinary ninja. Would the host like to recruit? No. Zhang Miao was very clear about his position. That was to take the elite route and only recruit only elite ninjas. As for ordinary ninja fragments, they were used as fodders. That was why he refused the system's proposal without hesitation. After rejecting the system's recruitment proposal, Zhang Miao immediately turned his eyes to the other Uchiha clansmen present. Who else wants to spar with me? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, all the Uchiha clansmen present suddenly felt their anus tighten. They shook their heads like rattle drums, and looked at Zhang Miao as if they were looking at a little monster. Are you kidding? That is the same space-time ninjutsu as the 4th Hokage, who can compare with you? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Zhang Miao turned his eyes to Shisui and grinned. Hehe, Shisui, no one is disturbing us now. Come, let's bet on your lower back and see which of us is faster. Shisui. Damn, why should I bet on such a strange thing? Looking at Zhang Miao's sinister smile, Shisui suddenly felt as if his anus was twitching. Chapter 124, Uchiha Shisui, Part 3. For Shisui, if he would rate his motivation to fight Zhang Miao right now, it would be 1/10. Damn it. The risk was too great. If I'm not careful, my anus would be destroyed. And I just planned to get to know him. I'm not an enemy. It is not worth it to take such a big risk just for this. Thinking of this, Shisui immediately gave Zhang Miao a hollow laugh. Hee, that. Actually, I'm a bit busy today. Why don't we fight another day? What do you think? When Zhang Miao heard Shisui's words, he knew what he was thinking and immediately shook his head. Nope. Last time, Itachi also told me the same thing, but it has been almost a month. He still hasn't asked me to fight with him, so I can only find you. Don't refuse. Come on, let me have a good time and I will leave. Shisui. Fuck, what do you mean by letting you have a good time and then leave? What am I going to do if my anus is destroyed by your weird jutsu? Thinking of this, the corner of Shisui's mouth suddenly twitched several times. Although at this time, Shisui really wanted to refuse Zhang Miao challenge, but seeing the latter's pleading look, his heart suddenly softened, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, let's have one. But you can't use that space-time ninjutsu just now, and I won't use my Sharingan, how about it? You won't use your Sharingan. Hearing Shisui's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment. Zhang Miao was very clear that Shisui's ability was all on his Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, Shisui's strength would be reduced by at least 70%. In particular, in order to prevent him from using genjutsu on him, Zhang Miao was already prepared to make the first move. But now hearing him say that he wouldn't use his Sharingan, Zhang Miao naturally nodded without hesitation. Alright, I agree. Let's begin now. With that said, Zhang Miao directly swept a whipping kick at Shisui. Shisui already knew Zhang Miao's attainments in taijutsu, so he did not choose to fight him head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. Kaka. Just as he dodged, Zhang Miao's foot kicked a branch next to him, immediately breaking the branch into two. Seeing this scene, Shisui immediately widened his eyes. What a powerful kick! He seems to be even more powerful than what Itachi said. Of course, Shisui did not know that when Zhang Miao fought with Itachi, his body was still in the state of strengthening, and his attack's power was very limited. However, it was different now. After such a long period of strengthening, his physical fitness had improved significantly. It was completely different from before. Although Zhang Miao currently looked like a child around 5 years old, whether it was his physical strength, speed, or even the reaction speed of his nerves, he already surpassed a Jonin's average. Shisui also realized this, so he did not dare to be careless. After dodging Zhang Miao's kick, he immediately shouted, "Clone Jutsu!" As his voice fell, 4 figures that looked exactly like him suddenly appeared around him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao's expression immediately became serious. Other people's clones were just illusory clones without actual power. The purpose was to confuse the enemy, but Shisui was different. He could use a secret technique to switch between his clones and his physical body. This result was that when the opponent attacked him, what they were attacking was a phantom image, but when they turned around, this phantom image could give them a fatal blow. This was the terrifying aspect of his body flicker jutsu. There was only one way Zhang Miao could think of to deal with such a move. That was to attack all his clones together. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately put his index and middle fingers together, then crossed them in front of his chest and shouted at the same time. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. As he shouted, more than 30 of Zhang Miao's clones suddenly appeared around him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Uchiha clansmen suddenly opened their eyes wide. So many clones, how much chakra does it need? I don't know, but it must be a lot. Too wasteful. Just as they were discussing, Zhang Miao's shadow clones immediately moved. They rushed towards Shisui's 4 clones in groups of 3 or 5, and then began attacking the other party. The biggest difference between shadow clones and clones was that one was a physical clone that could deal damage to the enemy, while the other was illusory. Although Shisui could use a secret technique to switch between the 4 clones, before he could switch, that clone was illusory. And most importantly, at this time, Shisui did not have the Sharingan, so he could not accurately distinguish Zhang Miao's real body, so he could only attack all of them. Bang! 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 Under the Shisui's attack, Zhang Miao's shadow clones turned into white smoke and disappeared one by one. In other people's eyes, Shisui had the upper hand, but only Shisui himself knew that his fighting rhythm was completely controlled by someone. This is going to be troublesome. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. If he was using his Sharingan, with its dynamic capture ability, let alone Zhang Miao making 30 shadow clones, even if there were 2 times more, Shisui would not care. But now that he had made an agreement with Zhang Miao not to use the Sharingan, he could only rely on his combat ability and reaction speed. In this way, facing the attacks of more than 30 of Zhang Miao's shadow clones, it was naturally somewhat difficult. No matter which clone he switched to, there were equal numbers of Zhang Miao's shadow clones attacking him. These shadow clones were very fragile. Once they were attacked by him, they would disappear with a bang. At this time, Zhang Miao's real body would give him a fierce kick. Shisui did not want to be involved in the physical battle against Zhang Miao, so he could only use the secret technique again to switch with the other clones. But at the same time he switched, Zhang Miao would also use the body flicker jutsu to disappear, and then use his strong fist to give him a violent kick. In this way, Shisui kept switching between the avatars. At the same time, he also had to be careful of the attacks of Zhang Miao's shadow clones. Because Zhang Miao's movement was too fast, he could not see him at all without the Sharingan. So he also did not know if Zhang Miao's real body was hidden among these shadow clones. Shisui was very clear that being attacked by Zhang Miao's shadow clone would only hurt a little, but if he was hit by Zhang Miao's real body, this fight would probably end immediately. Therefore, he could only switch immediately after destroying one of Zhang Miao's shadow clones. He planned to use this method to eliminate all of Zhang Miao's shadow clones. After finding Zhang Miao's real body, the 4 clones would attack together. If it was an ordinary person, Shisui's strategy would undoubtedly be effective, but Zhang Miao was different. Not only did he have powerful physical strength, but he also had a huge amount of chakra. When he saw that there were less than 10 shadow clones left, Zhang Miao grinned again and then made another seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 30 shadow clones appeared in the surroundings, and then they charged towards Shisui's 4 clones again. Seeing this scene, Shisui immediately revealed a bitter smile, and then removed his shadow clones. I won't fight anymore, I admit defeat. Following his words, Zhang Miao also received the system notification. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Shisui head-on. Obtain 7-star cage level, Uchiha Shisui Ninja Fragment X5. The host has received Shisui's approval. In the future, the host would obtain extra 5 fragments each time. Hearing this prompt from the system, Zhang Miao's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. This was the result he wanted. Chapter 125, The Report. The battle between Zhang Miao and Shisui only lasted less than 5 minutes, but this short battle still made the audience watch with great interest. They were especially amazed by scenes where Shisui switched between clones, and where Zhang Miao unleashed his 30 shadow clones to cover his lightning quick attack. However, when they remembered that the two were actually holding back in that fight, a trace of disappointment flashed in their hearts. Everyone knew very well that if Zhang Miao used the space-time ninjutsu he used in his earlier battle, or Shisui used his Sharingan, the battle would probably be over in an instant. Of course, if that's the case, Zhang Miao's chances of winning may be greater. After all, space-time ninjutsu is too strong. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato became famous at the Battle of Konoha Bridge, where he showcased the might of his space-time ninjutsu. However, they didn't know that Zhang Miao actually didn't know any space-time ninjutsu at all. At most, he could only use his fast movement with 1000 Years of Death to instantly appear on his enemy's back and stab their lower back with his fingers. That implied, unless Zhang Miao strengthened his body to the peak, and he could incorporate the 3rd Raikage's Hell Stab to his secret technique, the lethality of the 1000 Years of Death would be limited. However, these Uchiha clansmen didn't know this, so they looked at Zhang Miao in awe. Under everyone's attention, Zhang Miao once again harvested hundreds of ordinary ninja fragments. What great harvest! Zhang Miao felt that it was so worth it for him to show his skills this time, since he basically got what he deserved. So he immediately waved his hand towards everyone with a satisfied face. Thanks everyone. I'm really cool, right? Now, I'm going back for dinner, you guys continue to carry out your mission. In order to thank you for your company, next time you come to buy my Uchiha wood sculptures, I can give you 100 ryos off. Everyone. Our company only worth 100 ryos. Ignoring the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Miao turned around and ran away. He was very fast, and he disappeared from everyone's sight after a while. Seeing this scene, Shisui laughed again. What an interesting person, by the way, what about him? Hearing Shisui's words, everyone realized what it was, and immediately shouted. Ah! He seemed to be still lying on the ground, let's go and see what's going on with him. Oh, it's bleeding, and it's very bad, maybe his back door have been punctured, stop the bleeding now. Ah! It won't stop. His face is really pale. Take him to Konoha Hospital, hurry. When the Uchihas were busy, Zhang Miao had already returned to Konoha. Although Zhang Miao wanted to go straight to Yakiniku-Q, he held back and put on his Anbu mask again before entering the underground base of the route. At this time, Danzo had been waiting in the base for a long time, and when he saw Zhang Miao coming, he immediately asked him. What are your thoughts on this time's excursion? My thoughts? Zhang Miao nodded immediately upon hearing the question of Danzo. Yes, I think our village is too dark. Oh! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo's heart was suddenly overjoyed, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then, is it because of Hokage? Danzo hoped that Zhang Miao would say yes, and Zhang Miao also complied with his wish, so he nodded immediately and showed indignation on his face. That's right, it's because of Hokage, that the Kyumigakure would pay 10 million ryos as ransom, but we would only get 1 million for capturing their ninjas. It's really dark, isn't it? It's even darker than those guys in Kyumigakure, tch. Danzo. What are you talking about? After hearing Zhang Miao's words, Danzo didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and in the end he could only helplessly shake his head. Okay, that is the village's rule, don't say anything anymore. Hearing the Danzo's question, Zhang Miao had no choice but to nod. Okay, by the way, master, I met Orochimaru when I came back. He looked like he was running for his life and was seriously injured. Danzo seemed to already know about this, so after hearing Zhang Miao's words, he just raised his eyebrows. Then did he say anything to you? Yes. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Zhang Miao nodded immediately. He asked me if I was there to meet him, I said no, and then he left. Originally he wanted to take me with him, but I didn't agree. He wanted to take you with him. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Dan Zhang's eyes narrowed immediately, and after a while, he nodded. Well, you did the right thing, it's all right, you can go back now. Yes, master. Zhang Miao agreed and left the root's base. After he left, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. Looking at the figure that appeared, Danzo nodded immediately. Kino, Orochimaru has defected. I want you to immediately go to the agreed secret location to assist him until he successfully escapes from the land of fire. Also, tell him a word for me, tell him not to overstretch his hands, go. Yes sir. After receiving Danzo's order, the boy known as Kino quickly agreed, then turned and left the underground base. But just as he came out of the secret passage of the underground base, a voice suddenly rang behind him. Are you the one who knows how to use the wood release? Hearing this voice, Kino suddenly turned his head sharply to look in the direction of the voice, but saw an unexpected figure. You? Didn't you just go back to the village? Why are you still here? It turned out that it was none other than Zhang Miao dressed in Anbu attire. After hearing Kino's words, Zhang Miao immediately took off the mask from his face and grinned at him. Don't worry about it, I'm here just to tell you something. What? Protecting your comrades is more important than the mission. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kino suddenly showed a curious expression, but when he was about to continue to ask, he found that Zhang Miao's had turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Seeing this scene, Kino's eyes widened immediately. Thinking of what Zhang Miao said to him just now, he frowned again. Protecting my comrades is more important than the mission? What does this mean? What does he want to tell me? Just when Kino was thinking hard, Zhang Miao, who had just walked to the door of Yakiniku-kyu, suddenly stopped, raised his head slightly, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Since the seed has been planted, I just need to wait quietly for it to take root and sprout. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders again, then walked inside the restaurant, and shouted loudly at the same time. Lady boss, give me 50 plates of each meats. Chapter 126, Zhang Miao's Daily Life. When Zhang Miao was feasting on the barbecue, Kino had quietly left Konoha and went to the secret location instructed by Danzo to assist Orochimaru's escape. Although Zhang Miao didn't see all of this, but he was familiar with the plot, he knew that in a short time, Kino would meet the Iberi clan who could turn their bodies to smoke. There, he would meet Yukamai, a young member of the clan who mistook him for her brother Tenzo. At that time, he will understand who is more important, protecting his comrades, or his mission. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao grinned again, and at the same time stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing until the corners of his mouth were oily. It's delicious. Maybe it was because he was a little tired after a day of excursion. Zhang Miao's appetite was surprisingly massive. He ate 2 large bowls of rice and nearly 300 plates of meat. The customers around him were shocked by his appetite. After finishing his meal, he stood up and patted his belly. Hiccup. This meal was pretty good. I'm almost 90% full. Lady boss. The bill please. Everyone. You have already eaten 300 plate of meats and 2 large bowls of rice, how can you say you're only 90% full? At this time, many people present began to be thankful that Zhang Miao was not born in their family, otherwise, that amount of food alone would have made them poor. Wait, how much does that meal cost? Does he have the money to pay for them? They were not the only ones who had this idea. Even the lady boss herself seemed to think the same, so when Zhang Miao said that he was going to pay, the smile on her face was a little stiff. Ah, hello little guest, today's meal would be 20,850 ryos. Are you here alone? The lady boss had already thought about it. If Zhang Miao did not bring any money, she would take him home in person, and then ask his family for money. But what she didn't expect was that Zhang Miao directly took out a large amount of money from his pocket and stuffed it directly into her hands as soon as she finished speaking. I would like to make a deposit. Here, 3 million ryos. This should be enough to pay 6 months' worth of meal I ordered today. From now on, please deduct the money for my daily meals from this deposit. Oh, you don't have to worry about the source of this money. I made all of them by selling my famous wood sculptures. What? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the lady boss of the Yakiniku Q took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Miao in disbelief. You said that the money will be deposited here, and you will come every day from now on. Yes. Seeing the shocked expression of the lady boss, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. Sometimes I may bring some friends, so remember to reserve a seat for me. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the lady boss eyes suddenly lit up. What a great customer! Although Yakiniku Q's business has always been good, a regular customer like Zhang Miao who would eat and spend a lot every time he visited was a dream customer for anyone in the same business. So as soon as Zhang Miao's voice fell, the lady boss nodded without hesitation. Okay, no problem. The seat where you are sitting in now will be your exclusive seat in the future. I guarantee that you will have a seat every time you come, so can I accept the money? Haha, take it. Hearing what the lady boss said, Zhang Miao laughed and put the money directly into her hand, then turned and left the restaurant under the envious eyes of everyone around. After walking out of the gate, Zhang Miao looked up at the bright full moon in the sky and grinned. What a beautiful moonlight, it's really nice to have money. Zhang Miao found that, whether before or after his crossing, both strength and money are indispensable in order to live a good life. And now he also has a younger brother, Naruto. For a better life for each other in the future, Zhang Miao naturally had to work harder. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately cheered up, and then walked home. When he got home, he saw a man in a blue robe standing in the courtyard. After seeing his face clearly, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Haha, Fuku no, Himura? Why are you still awake? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Himura immediately laughed. I'm waiting for your return, boss. Oh right, today I found a nice place on Konoha's southern business street. The shop is very large and the rent is very cheap. It only costs 40,000 ryos a month. After Yujao-chan has rented it, I've cleaned it up. Nice. Hearing Himura's words, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. As long as it's on the southern business street, it's fine. You must be tired, you better rest now. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Himura agreed and turned around and went into his room to rest, while Zhang Miao also returned to his room. At this time, Naruto was already asleep. When Zhang Miao entered the room, he heard him snoring. Hearing this sound, Zhang Miao couldn't help grin. This little idiot, I don't know what he dreamed about, but knowing him, he must have dreaming about eating, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and shook his head again, and then went to bed. He prayed secretly before closing his eyes. Dear Lord, please bless me from Danzo until tomorrow, don't let people come to me, and let me sleep until I wake up naturally. Perhaps it was Zhang Miao's prayers that took effect, or perhaps Danzo was dealing with the mess left by Orochimaru's defection, and he had no time to look after him, so no one came to disturb Zhang Miao's sleep. Just like that, Zhang Miao slept comfortably until the next day's dawn, and then woke up with a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star Super Cage level, Kurama Ninja Fragment X20. As long as the tailed beast the Sage of Six Paths wood sculpture exist, the host will get 20 fragments from Kurama every day. Hearing this sound from the system, Zhang Miao opened his eyes immediately. He turned around and found that Naruto had already woken up at this time, and was riding on the 9 tails wood sculpture to play. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. A new day begins. Zhang Miao went back to his usual routine. In addition to collecting ninja fragments, he made money by selling wood sculptures, and then used the money to go eat at Yakiniku Q, to further strengthen his body. Every day, Zhang Miao felt that he was too busy to die, but in the eyes of others, he became a model of a naughty kid, and now many aunts and wives in the village started to talk about him. Hey, look at that kid, he runs around every day and doesn't go to the academy. That's right, the wood sculptures he sold are so expensive, only a fool would buy them. Shh, be quiet, don't be heard by him. He and the Uchihas are getting along, they might arrest you if they hear this. Zhang Miao's current strength has already reached the level of a jonin, and those ladies gossiping on him were not far away, so he can hear them clearly. After hearing these words, Zhang Miao suddenly showed a strange expression. Hey, why are they dissing me? However, Zhang Miao wouldn't just let them go, so he walked in front of his stall and started yelling. Come! Every piece of wood sculpting costs only 100,000 ryos. Please buy it if you can afford them. And please get out of this place if you can't afford them. Don't loiter around my stall, you poor people. The Gossiping Ladies. Chapter 127, The Helpless Hiruzen. For Zhang Miao, it had nothing to do with him whether Orochimaru defected or not. He never had any problem with Orochimaru, so he remained indifferent. However, Hiruzen wasn't as easy as him. A year ago, the Kyubi attacked Konoha, causing the death of both Minato and his wife Kushina. Konoha lost both its fourth Hokage and Jinchuriki at the same time. In addition, many of their ninjas died in battle, which was a serious blow to its military power. Tsunade of the legendary Sunin suffered from blood phobia because of the death of his lover, and left Konoha. Jiraiya, another member of the trio, travelled abroad all the year round, so only Orochimaru remained around the village. But now Orochimaru had defected, which was undoubtedly caused a serious blow to the already declining Konoha. Today's Konohagakure could be said to have relied entirely on Hiruzen. Orochimaru, what was he thinking? Among the three disciples, Orochimaru was the one who Hiruzen had high hopes for. His defection made him angry, disappointed, and regretful at the same time. Thinking of Orochimaru, Hiruzen immediately thought of Zhang Miao. If Orochimaru was a genius, then Zhang Miao was a genius among geniuses. Especially Zhang Miao's IQ. In Hiruzen's view, it was beyond the category of genius, and he could be called a monster. Many times Hiruzen even thought that when his teacher Senju Tobirama said about the one who could be entrusted with the next generation, he should be referring to a genius like Zhang Miao. It's a pity that Zhang Miao doesn't seem to be interested in being a Hokage at all, which makes Hiruzen very helpless, and he also heard that even the old fox Danzo suffered a loss from Zhang Miao's scams and was fooled by him. This kid has completely got his eyes on money now. With his character, if he becomes a Hokage in the future, God knows what will happen. Apart from this reason, Zhang Miao also had some darkness in his heart. Hiruzen remembered that as early as when Kushina was alone, he mentioned that Zhang Miao had darkness in his heart, and Zhang Miao's actions later proved this. Another important reason is that Hiruzen has never known the origin of the organization behind Zhang Miao. Looking at the Wui's mission records on the table, Hiruzen's brows flashed a trace of complexity. In just 3 months, he has completed 2 S-rank missions and 12 A-rank missions. It's incredible that such a ninja only obeys a child who is less than 2 years old. If it was before, Hiruzen would not have thought too much, but this time Orochimaru's defection made him pay close attention to Zhang Miao again. Because he was worried that if he didn't teach him properly, Zhang Miao would become the next Orochimaru. Hiruzen was sure that if Zhang Miao becomes a person like Orochimaru in the future, it will be a huge threat not only to Konoha, but even to the entire ninja world. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned an Anbu member and gave him an order. Go check what that brat Ryunashuk have been doing these days. Yes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the Anbu immediately nodded, then turned around and immediately left the Hokage's office. About an hour later, the Anbu came back with a scroll in his hand. Hokage-sama, this is the record of Ryunashuk's activities for the past half-month. Hearing his words, Hiruzen immediately picked up his pipe and took a whiff, then nodded, read it. Yes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the Anbu immediately opened the scroll and began to read. I woke up at 8 in the morning, went to Ichiraku Ramen for breakfast, went to Uncle Shikaku's house at 9, went to Uncle Inoichi's house at 10, and went to Uncle Chosa's house at 11 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, I went to the Uchiha settlements, then went home to do wood sculpture at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then went to Yakiniku-Q for dinner at 6 o'clock in the evening. Hearing the report, Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment. Is he like this every day? He's basically like this, and theirs. Speaking of this, the Anbu hesitated for a moment, and Hiruzen immediately noticed his weird attitude, and immediately frowned. What else? Say it. Yes. Anbu immediately replied when he heard Hiruzen's words. When I came back from the Uchiha settlements this morning, I transformed into Hiruzen's son Asuma, and pinched Kurene's buttocks and legs on the way. She got really mad and went around the village to search him. Hiruzen. Damn it, I already know that this kid is going to do something bad. Forget it, just don't trouble me. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly picked up his pipe and took another huff, then looked at the Anbu who was standing opposite him again. Anything else? About that, hearing Hiruzen's words, the Anbu nodded again. The other thing is that he often goes to the bathhouse to peek at girls' bath recently. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the Anbu's voice fell, Hiruzen couldn't help laughing, and he waved his hand while laughing. As a child, it's normal to be curious about the opposite sex. It's okay, don't worry about it. At this time, Hiruzen was basically relieved, because compared to Orochimaru, he would rather Zhang Miao become a person like Jiraiya. Although he was a bit lustful, he at least loved the village. Looking at the laughing Hiruz, the Anbu, who was in charge of the report, suddenly flashed a hint of hesitation, but he finally opened his mouth. About that. Hokage-sama, he didn't go with his true appearance, he went there disguised as you, my lord. He was already caught once, and now there are rumors in the village that you are a pervert, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen, cough, cough, cough. That damn brat. Originally, Hiruzen was still wondering, why Zhang Miao, the troublemaker, didn't cause any trouble for him for so long. This kid is so nasty. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly took a deep breath, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Besides this, does he have any other troubles concerning me? If so, tell me about it. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hearing Hiruzen said so, the Anbu no longer hesitated, and immediately opened his mouth again. Recently, there have been rumors in the village that the Hokage's office was destroyed before because, you, Hokage-sama, planned to marry consultant Koharu, but your son Asuma did not agree, so you fought each other. What? Hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes widened immediately. How could there be such a false rumor? When did I say I was going to marry Koharu? Who the hell is making that rumor? I don't know, there is no way to find the source. Upon hearing the Hiruzen's question, the Anbu, who was in charge of the report, immediately shook his head. But there is a high possibility that it was done by Ryunosuke. Fortunately, advisor Koharu has already suppressed this matter, and she also sent a precious lighter to Asuma. According to our judgment, she should be interested with you, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen. Although she is interested with me, I am not interested with her. I don't like old women. And this Ryunosuke, it seems that I have to stop him no matter what. Thinking of this, Hiruzen immediately waved his hand. Go, and get me Danzo and Ryunosuke. And on your way, please tell advisor Koharu to come. I must make things clear today. Yes. Chapter 128, Koharu. Under the order of Hiruzen, several Anbu members were dispatched, and after a while Danzo and Zhang Miao were invited to the Hokage's office. Danzo didn't look very good. After entering Hokage's office, he opened his mouth before Hiruzen could speak. Saru, I'm no longer the advisor of Konoha. What's your business with me? Hey, master, what you said is wrong. As soon as Danzo's voice fell, Zhang Miao waved his hand directly at him. Even if you are no longer Konoha's advisor, but you used to be, it's normal for the third to summon you to his office. But I am different, I am a busy person, I made thousands of ryos per minute. So I don't have much time. You have to compensate me for all the money I've been losing, Grandpa Third. Speaking of which, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something, and immediately clapped his hands. By the way, didn't I capture 2 Kyumo Jonins last time? I don't want more, just give me the ransom for one of them, 10 million ryos. Danzo. Hiruzen. Why you always think about money? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corners of Danzo's and Hiruzen's mouth twitched a few times. In his opinion, whether in terms of strength or wisdom, Zhang Miao can be regarded as a leader among the new generations of Konoha, but his ability to make troubles is also first class, which makes Hiruzen very distressed. After being silent for a while, he opened his mouth to Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, do you remember what you promised me? I promised you something. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao frowned and thought for a while, then clapped his palms and laughed. Haha, I remembered, you said that I'm not allowed to transform into the second Hokage, right? But what does this have to do with this? I haven't done that since that time. Hiruzen. This damn brat. Just as Hiruzen was distressed, Danzo's somewhat surprised voice suddenly rang out. What? He'll turn into Tobirama-sensei? But at his age, who can he know Tobirama-sensei's face? Although the transformation jutsu is a simple basic ninjutsu, it required the user to see the real person they wanted to transform into. This is common sense, so Danzo is so surprised at this time. As for Danzo's surprise, Hiruzen also understood it very well, so he nodded immediately. Well, I also think this is very strange, but this kid is very talented in transformation jutsu. Maybe he saw our teacher's picture, so he disguised himself as him. Speaking of which, Hiruzen immediately looked at Zhang Miao again. Ryuna shook, have you turned into someone else and caused trouble recently? Absolutely not. As soon as Hiruzen's voice fell, Zhang Miao immediately raised his right hand, I swear, I am doing good deeds. Good deeds. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth twitched, then tell me, what did you do? Seeing that there was something wrong with Hiruzen's face, Zhang Miao knew that he might been exposed, so he simply nodded. Well, I originally wanted to do good deeds without leaving my name, but since you have found out, I'll tell you, I think you also know that your son Asuma is still single, and I was worried that he would stay a bachelor in the future, so I decided to help him find a girlfriend. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth twitched even more. Then the way you find him a girlfriend is to disguise yourself as him to take advantage of other little girls? Do you know that people are desperately looking for him right now? Is that so? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, then laughed dryly. Haha. Although she seemed mad at him, it looked like she had really fallen for him. You should be happy for him. Hiruzen. Happy your face. Seeing Hiruzen's silence and expression, Zhang Miao immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face. About that. Grandpa Third, I think you should thank me because I am working hard for the continuation of your family. What the hell? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen couldn't bear it anymore and immediately lowered his head and glared at him. You even went to peek at the girl's bath disguised as me. And what do you say about my marriage to Koharu? Zhang Miao didn't expect that Hiruzen would know about this. He was stunned for a moment but soon laughed again. Hey, look at what you said. Isn't that your personal hobby? As for the matter of advisor Koharu, I think she's pretty good. It would be nice to have someone to accompany you. You won't be lonely in your old age. Don't you think she's pretty? At this time, Danzo felt relieved when he saw that Hiruzen was devastated by Zhang Miao and immediately nodded after hearing Zhang Miao's words. Well, yes, I think what Ryuna Shuk said makes sense. Nonsense. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a protest, I only have Biwako as my only wife, and I don't like Koharu at all. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, he heard a bang and the door of his office was pushed open. Hearing this voice, the three of them looked back and saw Koharu, who had a livid face, standing outside the door, and beside her was the helpless Homura. Seeing Hiruzen's gaze, Homura couldn't help sighing. Hey, Sarutobi, you really did it this time. Hiruzen didn't expect Koharu to be around, so he was a little dumbfounded at this time, but his reaction was also very fast, and he immediately pointed his hand at Danzo. It's Danzo's disciple's fault. Hiruzen's trick is quite good because now Zhang Miao seemed to be only a 5-year-old child. Even if he wanted to throw the blame, he couldn't throw it on Zhang Miao. Danzo was different. As a master, he had to take care of everything his disciples had done. As soon as Hiruzen said this, Koharu's murderous gaze turned to Danzo. Danzo, what do you say? Danzo. Ko, Koharu, I don't know anything, I got framed. At the same time, Zhang Miao also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Danzo feel humiliated. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Danzo Ninja Fragments X5. Blessings from the heavens. Hearing this notification sound from the system, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly stood between Danzo and Koharu and then raised his chin towards her. Grandma, don't stare at my master. One has to be responsible for what their actions. This is all my fault and has nothing to do with my master, and even if you stare at him like this, he won't fall for an old woman like you. Having said that, Zhang Miao looked back at Danzo again. Master, am I right? Danzo. Wrong or not, you can't just say that. But looking at Zhang Miao's loyal vassal appearance, Danzo couldn't blame him, and at this time, Koharu, who was in the opposite position, was blown away. Okay. Hiruzen, Danzo, you wait for me. Humph. After speaking, Koharu turned around and left. The moment she left, the system prompt sounded again in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Shimura Danzo feel the humiliation of being dominated. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Shimura Danzo Ninja Fragment X5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making Hiruzen embarrassed. Obtain 7-star Cage Level, Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing these two beeps, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched. This is what I want. Chapter 129, Zhang Miao wants to leave the village. For Zhang Miao, being able to collect the pieces of Danzo and Sarutobi Hibiki Ninja, today's trip is not a loss. In a good mood, he immediately smiled at Sarutobi Hizen and Danzo, who were all depressed. Hey, 3 generations of grandfather, master, you see it's already afternoon, so let's go. I invite you to go to the barbecue queue for dinner. After eating, let's take a bath, and after the soak, let's go to South Street. I know there is a place there are so many beautiful young ladies. Hi. Danzo and Sarutobi Hizen. Hi your sister. Where did you little brat learn all these messes? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hizen suddenly looked at Danzo with a bad look. Danzo, is this how you teach students? Danzo. It's none of my business. Danzo had already had enough of the black pot today, but when he heard Sarutobi Hizen's words, he couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth a few times, and then snorted coldly. Humph. I won't go, only Sarutobi would like these things. After speaking, without waiting for Sarutobi Hizen to speak, he turned around and walked out of Hokage's office. Looking at the back of his departure, Zhang Miao immediately turned to look at Sarutobi Hizen. The 3 generations of grandfathers, let's go. Let me tell you, all the young ladies and sisters there are talented. They are beautiful and talk well. I like being there. Sarutobi Hizen. Nima, I said that I want to go. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hizen's face suddenly became serious, and then he looked at Zhang Miao with a serious face. First of all, only adults can go to that kind of place, you are still a child, so you can't go there. Also, you are not allowed to become someone else's appearance in the future, no matter if you intend to do good or bad things, you know? Seeing Sarutobi Hizen's serious face, Zhang Miao also knew that it was best to be honest at this time, so he nodded immediately. Okay, I see, can I go then? Hearing Zhang Miao's answer, Sarutobi Hizen nodded, it's fine if you know, you can go back. Oh. Zhang Miao agreed, then turned around and left. Looking at the back of his departure, Hizen Sarutobi shook his head in annoyance. This kid really gives me a headache. As for Zhang Miao, Sarutobi Hizen is really helpless, because if someone else made a mistake, without him saying anything, the Konoha garrison will immediately teach him to be a new person. But Zhang Miao, because of his close relationship with Uchiha Fuyu, and the bad things he did were just pranks and did not cause any great harm to the village, so the guards turned a blind eye. Moreover, Sarutobi Hizen also found that many villagers in the village have begun to reject Zhang Miao, but Zhang Miao is still doing his own way. Judging from his appearance, he does not pay attention to those villagers at all. Sarutobi Hizen was very distressed. What can I do to change this child? If Minato and Kushina were here, maybe he wouldn't be like this, alas. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hizen suddenly sighed, feeling a bit of guilt inexplicably in his heart. Zhang Miao didn't know what Sarutobi was thinking, but after coming out of Hokage's office, he also decided to restrain his behavior. After all, his current main task is to collect ninja fragments. If the trouble is too fierce, in case Sarutobi Hizen ground him, he won't even be able to cry. Therefore, in the following 2 months, Zhang Miao strictly implemented his ninja fragment collection plan. Apart from collecting fragments, he did not make any extras. Seeing how well-behaved Zhang Miao was, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought that his education was effective, and even praised him once. Of course, how to ease the relationship between Zhang Miao and the villagers? Sarutobi Hizen still had no clue. Sarutobi Hizen didn't know, but Zhang Miao didn't plan to have a good relationship with those villagers at all. Now that Naruto is the responsibility of the nine-tailed people, almost everyone in Konoha village knows that in private, they call Naruto Demon Fox. Come. Have a good relationship with them? Dream it. Zhang Miao is not as generous as Naruto. He was cold-hearted when he was a child, and when he grows up, he has to work hard to protect these people. He doesn't think he is that great. When Lao Tzu collects enough ninja fragments and builds a solid team, then he will find a small country to be the local emperor. It will be more fun. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Miao became more diligent in collecting debris. Another month passed, and Zhang Miao finally collected all the ninja fragments of the 3-pig deer butterfly, but this time he did not choose to recruit the 3 directly, but planned to leave the village to recruit again. The reason why Zhang Miao did this was that there was nothing he could do, because since the defection of Orochimaru, many small countries around him were eager to move again, and even small countries like the country of grass wanted to take advantage of it. Under such a situation, Sarutobi Hyuzan had to increase the defense around Konoha village, not only sending Anbu and Konoha garrison troops to defend, but also dispatching a lot of patrols to patrol around Konoha forest. Even the barrier around the village is guarded by people around the clock. It can be said that today's Konoha village has entered a state of combat readiness. Under such circumstances, Zhang Miao felt that if he recruited Pig Deer Butterfly, they would definitely not be able to leave Konoha village. Things get in trouble. However, it was impossible not to recruit for a long time. After much consideration, Zhang Miao took the initiative to go to Hokage's office and explained his intention to Hizen Sarutobi. 3 generations of grandfathers, I'm a little bored in the village. I heard that Yunren at the border is a little crazy. I want to teach them a lesson. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Sarutobi Hizen immediately raised his eyebrows. Why don't you go to Denzo? Hey, this involves another matter. Having said that, Zhang Miao immediately grinned at Sarutobi Hizen. Yi Ying's younger sister Uzuki Yun has graduated from ninja school. She hopes to join Anbu, but I don't think Gen is suitable for her, so I hope she can join Naruto directly under Anbu, preferably with Kakashi. What kind of organization route is? Sarutobi Hizen couldn't be more clear, so after hearing Zhang Miao's words, he immediately nodded. Well, I agreed to this matter. Do you have anything else? Yes. Zhang Miao nodded immediately as soon as Sarutobi Hizen finished speaking. There is one more thing, this time to the border, I plan to bring Yuki Yun along with me. Hearing Zhang Miao's request, Sarutobi Hizen thought for a while, and then nodded. Okay, but I don't worry about the 2 of you going, so let Kakashi go with you. Didn't you just say that you want Yuuzan and Kaka to be a group? Why don't you just treat this action as her? Let's try it. Trial. Hearing Sarutobi Hizen's words, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Okay, no problem. Chapter 130, Before the Departure. For Hiruzen to be called ninja professor by the others, it was not something that could be done by just relying on his power alone. His great wisdom also made him a ninja he was today. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of Konoha's Hokage twice. When Zhang Miao revealed those secrets to him, Hiruzen suspected that there was an organization behind Zhang Miao, and the power of this organization was probably not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain so many hidden information. Of course, despite knowing this, Hiruzen did not try to dig deeper into this secret, because he knew very well that acting rashly might only backfire. In any case, as long as Zhang Miao was in Konoha's side, the power behind him would emerge sooner or later, and it would not be too late to decide countermeasures according to the other party's attitude. And now, when he heard Zhang Miao say that he was tired of staying in the village and wanted to go to the border to teach those Kumo ninjas a lesson, Hiruzen immediately understood that the time to make contact with the organization behind Zhang Miao had arrived. Although I don't know how the other party did it, this brat Ryunashuk must be going to meet up with that organization. Thinking of this, Hiruzen made a prompt decision and sent Kakashi and Zhang Miao together. On the surface, it was to protect Zhang Miao, but in fact, it was to let him see what was going on with the organization behind Zhang Miao. The reason why Hiruzen sent Kakashi was also after careful consideration. Because in Hiruzen's view, for the person suited to complete his goal, first he must satisfy 3 conditions. First, he must be loyal to Konoha. Second, he must have a certain level of intelligence and ability. Most importantly, he must obtain Zhang Miao's trust. All 3 conditions must be fulfilled. Hiruzen was very clear that if he sent someone else, he would probably be directly vetoed by Zhang Miao in the beginning, so only Kakashi could do it. And the truth was just as Hiruzen had expected. When he heard that the person he sent was Kakashi, Zhang Miao agreed without hesitation. Okay, then when are we leaving? Seeing that Zhang Miao agreed so readily, Hiruzen immediately smiled. You can go today, I will arrange it right away. At this point, Hiruzen immediately asked someone to call Kakashi to his office, and then in front of Zhang Miao, handed the handwritten order to Kakashi. Kakashi, your mission this time is to escort Ryunosuke to the border of the Land of Fire, and then safely protect him back. Also, I will introduce someone to you. At this point, Hiruzen suddenly shouted towards the door. Come in. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, the door of the Hokage's office opened. A girl wearing an Anbu attire and an animal mask came in from outside. After entering, she knelt down on one knee in front of Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Looking at her actions, Hiruzen suddenly smiled and nodded, and then looked at Kakashi again. She is Ying's sister. Her Anbu code name is Kikyo. This time, you will protect Ryunosuke together. In the future, she will be your subordinate. Hearing that the other party was Ying's sister, and seeing Zhang Miao who was winking at him, Kakashi suddenly understood something, and immediately nodded. Yes, I understand. It turned out that the girl dressed in the Anbu attire who came in at this time was Uchiha. According to the rules of the village, after graduating from the academy, she would be a ninja on her own. At this time, she needed to be accompanied by a jonin to carry out missions. But Zhang Miao felt that rather than handing it over to other people, it was better to hand the matter to Kakashi. Moreover, Uchiha's dream was to join the Anbu, so there was the scene where he asked Hiruzen before. Now that he saw that Hiruzen had arranged for Uchiha to be Kakashi's subordinate in front of him, Zhang Miao felt relieved. He smiled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Hehe, Kakashi, I'll leave the Kikyo in your care. However, I can tell you in advance that she is one of my 18 concubines. You are not allowed to have any malicious thoughts toward her. Kakashi. Hiruzen. 18th concubine? I'm sorry. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi and Hiruzen rolled their eyes at the same time. Before Zhang Miao could speak again, Hiruzen waved at him helplessly. All right. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it on the way. Ryunosuke, aren't you tired of staying in the village? Go, shoo. Zhang Miao. Hey, I'm not a chicken. Looking at Hiruzen's annoyed expression, Zhang Miao immediately became angry. He immediately crossed his two fingers into a cross and shouted loudly. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Following Zhang Miao's shout, more than a dozen figures that looked exactly like him appeared in the room. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen immediately raised his eyebrows. What? You want to fight me? Let me tell you, these shadow clones are useless to me. Looking at Hiruzen's relaxed expression, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Hehe, is that so? Then look at this move of mine again, transformation jutsu. As Zhang Miao shouted, the other shadow clones in the room also shouted. Transformation jutsu. Transformation jutsu. Transformation jutsu. Zhang Miao's clones used transformation jutsu at the same time. White smoke suddenly filled the whole room. When the smoke dissipated, the scene in front of them stunned everyone except Zhang Miao. There were more than a dozen slim and beautiful women standing in the room. More importantly, they all were naked. Looking at spectacle in front of him, Hiruzen suddenly felt a warm flow flowing down his nose. This is... Before Hiruzen could recover from his shock, he saw the group of women rushing towards him, shouting at the same time. Hokage-sama, where are you looking? Ah, Hokage-sama, you are so annoying. Hokage-sama, look at me. Hokage-sama. Being surrounded by a large group of girls, Hiruzen felt his brain heat up, and blood immediately sprayed out from his nose for more than a meter away. At this moment, Zhang Miao also received the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to host for letting Hiruzen experience the joy of nosebleeds. Obtain 7-star cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninja Fragment X10. In the future, every time the host made Hiruzen's nose bleed, 5 extra fragments will be obtained. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao immediately laughed wildly. Wahaha! This move of mine is called the harem jutsu. How about it? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 131, The Land of Waves. Zhang Miao directly knocked down Hiruzen with a enhanced version of the sexy jutsu. Then he was dragged out of the Hokage's office by Uchiha with a red face. After he left, the shadow clones in the Hokage's office also turned into white smoke and disappeared. At this time, the red-faced Hiruzen stood up, took a handkerchief to wipe his nosebleed, and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Ryuna shook, that brat, has created another boring ninjutsu. Speaking of this, he looked at the embarrassed Kakashi, and then raised his eyebrows. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Now you should go out too. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi quickly agreed and left the office impatiently. Then he quickly followed the footsteps of Uchiha and Zhang Miao. This time, Zhang Miao's destination was the Land of Waves. He needed to walk all the way to Konoha's eastern part. After leaving the Konoha's forest, he would pass by the coast. Then he would be able to see the Land of Waves across the sea. The Land of Waves was a very small island country. The economy on the island was quite bad and the people were very poor. A country like this could not afford to raise ninjas. Other countries also hesitated to send their ninjas because there was no profit to be gained. It was because of these reasons that after Zhang Miao recruited Kazaki, the latter took the initiative to enter the Land of Waves. Because this place was not only very close to Konoha, but also very inconspicuous. It was a very hidden place. Zhang Miao also noticed this, so after he recruited Shenlin, he sent her to meet Kazaki in the Land of Waves. And this time, Zhang Miao also made the same plan. After recruiting the Inoshikacho trio, he let them stay in the Land of Waves and then secretly take this country for himself. There was also a reason why Zhang Miao chose the Land of Waves. First of all, this country belonged to an ownerless land, so there was no need to worry about being involved in war. Secondly, its geographical location was very special. Speaking of geographical locations, the Wave Kingdom was very similar to the Omegakure. The Omegakure was located between the Land of Fire, Land of Wind, and Land of Earth. At the same time, it was also connected to the Land of Rivers, the Kusagakur and the Ishigakur. It could be said that it was a place where soldiers would fight for. Therefore, whenever the three great countries started a war, Omegakure's territory would often badly affected. The Land of Waves was surrounded by water on all sides. There were 7 large and small countries around it. The 3 largest countries were respectively the Land of Fire in the west, the Land of Lightning in the north, and the Land of Water in the east. There were 4 small countries, namely the Land of Iron in the northwest, the Land of Hot Water in the northeast, the Land of Bears in the south, and Takumai village in the southwest. The Land of Waves was surrounded by these 7 countries. From a strategic point of view, this was also a place where soldiers must fight for. Once the Land of Lightning, Land of Fire, and Land of Water went into a conflict, then the Land of Waves would definitely be used as a battlefield, just like the Omegakure. Zhang Miao even suspected that the reason why the Land of Waves' predecessor, the Land of Whirlpools, was destroyed was not only because the surrounding countries feared the sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, but also because of its geographical factors. This was actually the reason why there was no room for carelessness. Zhang Miao understood this very well, but he was not afraid. With the recruitment system in hand, he was confident that he could turn the Land of Waves into a powerful military force, or even an existence that could crush other countries. At that time, as long as Zhang Miao was able to take over, the Land of Waves, which was the center of the 7 countries, would definitely become a priceless pearl. This was the truth. Of course, the premise of all this was that Zhang Miao had to have enough power. Otherwise, the Land of Waves would definitely walk the same path as the Land of Whirlpools. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately narrowed his eyes. Since the leader of Omegakure ruled the village by sheer amount of force, then I will use the strength that surpasses them to rule mine. I will make the Land of Waves become the 6th great country. When the time comes, should I be famous? Or should I be a shadow? Or should I take over both? It's really hard to choose. Ah ha 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 ha. With hope for the future, Zhang Miao kept smiling along the way. When he was in a good mood, the journey naturally became much faster. In the evening, the 3 of them arrived at the seaside and boarded the wooden boat to the Land of Waves. The person in charge of this boat was a middle-aged man. Seeing the attire of Zhang Miao and Uchiha, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. Zhang Miao keenly noticed this and immediately grinned. Hee, uncle, you don't have to be afraid. We came to the Land of Waves to visit relatives. Relatives? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the big man on the ferry shook his head. This is impossible. I can tell that you are Konoha's ninjas. How can your relatives be in a place like the Land of Waves? In the eyes of the big man on the ferry, if he had a relative in the Land of Fire, he would definitely go there and seek shelter. How could he still stay in a poor village like the Land of Waves and suffer? Zhang Miao could guess his thoughts, so after hearing his words, Zhang Miao laughed again. Haha, you really guessed wrong. I really have a relative in the land of waves. And you don't have to worry, the land of waves will get better. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the ferryman only thought that he was comforting himself, so he just shook his head and did not speak. Soon, the boat arrived at the shore of the land of waves. After getting off the boat, Zhang Miao took out a 10,000 silver banknotes and stuffed it directly into the ferryman's hand. He patted his shoulder. This should be enough for the fare. Take it and live a strong life. When the bridge to the land of fire is repaired, the fate of the land of waves will be completely changed. After saying that, Zhang Miao left with Kakashi and Uchiha, leaving the man who was carrying the ferry to stand there in a daze. In fact, in the original plot of the Hokage, when the land of waves successfully built a bridge connected to the land of fire, it got rid of the sea trade monopoly, and gradually became wealthy. Moreover, the reason why Zhang Miao said this was to express another meaning. That was to say, when the land of waves had built a bridge to the land of fire, he already had enough power to make the land of waves rise. Not only in terms of economy, but also in the military. At that time, the fate of the land of waves could be considered to have completely changed. The ferryman naturally did not know this. At this time, he was completely shocked by the large amount of money in his hand. By the time he came back to his senses, Zhang Miao and the others had already walked far away. Watching the backs of Zhang Miao and the others gradually disappear, the ferryman suddenly clenched the silver notes in his hand, and a trace of eagerness flashed in his eyes. Yes, as long as the bridge to the land of fire is repaired, the fate of the land of waves will be changed. I, Tajuna, swear that even if I have to spend my entire life, I will build a bridge connecting the land of fire and the land of waves. Chapter 132, Kakashi and Kazaki. Zhang Miao did not know that the man who had just given them a ferry was the famous bridge-building expert, Tajuna. He also did not realize that because of his words just now, Tajuna would embark on the path of bridge-building ahead of time. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care too much, because at this moment, he was worried about how to find Kazaki. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have left a way to connect with him. I would not be like a headless fly now. Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, he heard a voice coming from a small alley next to him. Boss, I am here. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked back and saw an old man with dark skin, a hunched back, and a face full of wrinkles in the alley. Seeing Zhang Miao turn his head, he said again, Boss, this is not the place to talk. Come with me. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhang Miao was about to follow him, but he was stopped by Kakashi. Be careful, that person was using the transformation jutsu. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao looked up and found that he had opened his forehead guard at some point in time. At this time, in his blood-red left eye, 3 black tomos were slowly turning. The Sharingan. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Nah, that's not a problem. Let's go, it'll be fine. After saying that, Zhang Miao gently pushed away the hand Kakashi used to block him and then followed the old man. Seeing Zhang Miao's action, a trace of doubt flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He frowned, but in the end, he nodded to Uchiha who was beside him. Let's go. Be careful. Yes, senpai. After following up, Kakashi motioned for Uchiha to follow behind Zhang Miao, while he walked in front of Zhang Miao. His eyes were fixed on the stooped figure in front of him, and his face was full of vigilance. About half an hour later, the group arrived in front of a wooden house by the sea. In front of this wooden house, an old woman wearing patched clothes and a face full of vicissitudes was repairing the fishing net. However, when she saw Zhang Miao, she immediately stopped what she was doing and smiled at Zhang Miao and the others. My dear guests from afar, please enter this room to rest. I will go and boil some hot water for you. After that, she put down the repair tool in her hand and turned to enter the kitchen. After she entered the kitchen, Kakashi whispered in Zhang Miao's ear, this one was also using the transformation jutsu. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao laughed again. Haha, I know. Let's go inside the house. After that, Zhang Miao was about to enter the house, but just as he took a step, Kakashi stopped him again and turned to look at the old man next to him. You go in first. Looking at Kakashi's cautious appearance, Zhang Miao smiled helplessly and shook his head. Then he nodded to the old man next to him. Then you go in first. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the old man immediately agreed and walked into the house. After he entered, Kakashi followed him in. However, as soon as Kakashi entered the room, he found that the old man had already disappeared. Instead, there was a masked man with white hair. Moreover, this man was wearing Konoha's forehead guard. When he saw him come in, he raised his hand and greeted him. "Hey, it's the past me. Hello." Looking at this person who dressed like him, Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes. At the same time, he took out kunao from behind him and held it in his hand. His eyes were full of vigilance. "Who are you? And what do you mean by what you just said?" "I mean it literally." Speaking of this, the man with white hair pulled up his forehead guard, revealing a blood-red eye. Death Mirage Jutsu. As his voice fell, Kakashi suddenly found that the environment he was in had changed. The wooden house and the white-haired man had all disappeared, replaced by a strange environment. Kakashi felt that this environment was a little familiar. Just as he was thinking about where this place was, he suddenly felt that his right hand was a little wet and hot. He looked down and found that his right hand was full of blood. And under his feet, there was a person he was very familiar with. Rin. At this time, Rin's face was pale. There was a big hole in her chest. The bright red blood dyed the ground red. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. This is when I killed Rin. I. Just as Kakashi was lost in his memories, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Enough. Along with this voice, Kakashi suddenly discovered that the environment he was in had changed again. The blood on his hands and Rin's corpse had disappeared, and he returned to the room he had been in before. And Zhang Miao's voice also reached his ears again. "Hey, Kazaki, Kakashi is your past self. Do you need to hit him so hard from the beginning?" It turned out that the white-haired man in the room was none other than Kazaki, whom Zhang Miao had sent to Land of Waves. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kazaki spread out his hands helplessly. "Boss, it is precisely because he is my past self that I know him very well. Only this method can make him understand." At this point, Kazaki turned to look at Kakashi, who was covered in cold sweat, and raised his chin at him. "You must have seen Rin after being hit by my jutsu earlier, right?" Hearing this, Kakashi immediately raised his head and looked at Kazaki in disbelief. "How did you know?" Seeing the shocked look on Kakashi's face, Kazaki scratched his head helplessly and sighed. "Sigh. I never realized before that the past me was actually so stupid. Alright, come with me. I'll explain it to you slowly." After saying that, Kazaki went directly to the attic in the room. Seeing him go up, Kakashi immediately turned back to look at Zhang Miao, only to find that the latter was waving at him, indicating that he did not need to worry about him. Seeing Zhang Miao's action, Kakashi nodded and followed Kazaki up the attic. After the two of them left, Zhang Miao turned around and grinned at the stunned Uchiha. "Let's go. I'll take you to see your sister." "Ah." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha, who was in a daze, immediately reacted. His eyes were full of surprise. "My sister? You said my sister is here?" Looking at her shocked appearance, Zhang Miao laughed again. "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I brought you here? Let's go. You will see her soon." Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Uchiha's eyes immediately lit up. She immediately threw everything that had happened before to the back of her mind and then nodded hard at Zhang Miao. "Yes. I want to see my sister." Chapter 133, Recruiting Inoshikacho, Part 1. When Uchiha thought about how she was about to meet his sister, she was so excited that she kept asking Zhang Miao questions. "Ryu, where is my sister? Is she far from here? Is she on a mission? Will we expose her identity if we go to see her like this? Will this affect her mission?" Hearing Uchiha's series of questions, Zhang Miao's face was full of helplessness. "Alright, you will know soon." After saying that, Zhang Miao walked out of the house and brought Uchiha to the kitchen. Then he pointed at the old woman who was boiling water inside and said, "There's your sister." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha immediately glanced at the old woman who was boiling water, his eyes full of disbelief. "You said, she is my sister?" Seeing the look of disbelief on Uchiha's face, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders and then raised his chin at the old woman who was making a fire. "Big Sis Chen Lin, I have brought Uchiha. You guys can chat on your own." I will go out first. After that, Zhang Miao did not wait for Shenlin to speak and directly walked out of the room. The moment he stepped out of the door of the house, he immediately heard Yu Jiao's voice, followed by a burst of crying. Hearing this, Zhang Miao understood that it should be the sisters' heartful reunion. Knowing that the sisters must have a lot to say, Zhang Miao did not stop and went straight back to the previous house. When Zhang Miao returned to the house, Kazaka had already come down from the attic with Kakashi around his neck. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Haha, from the looks of it, the two of you really look like a pair of brothers. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kazaka shook his head. No, it's too tiring to have such a brother. I'll be fine by myself. Zhang Miao. You actually even despise yourself, why don't you go to heaven? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately rolled his eyes at Kazaki and then looked at Kakashi again. How is it? Kakashi, do you have any questions for me? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi looked at him with a complicated gaze. There is only one question. What should I call you? Hey. Zhang Miao was obviously confused by Kakashi's question, but he quickly reacted and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi, we are friends, and I have always regarded you as my brother. No matter what happens in the future, this will not change at all. So you can call me Ryunashuk. You can also call me Ryu. Alright. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi immediately nodded. I understand. I am a little tired today. I am going to rest first. After saying that, Kakashi went up to the attic. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao first frowned and then turned to look at Kazaki. What did you say to him just now? I said it all. Although he was not as powerful as me, his brain is still very good, so I can only tell the truth. But boss, don't worry. He won't tell anyone. Hearing Kazaki's words, Zhang Miao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course I know that he won't tell anyone. What I want to know is, what exactly did you tell him? Why would he ask me such a question? I don't know. At this point, Kazaka suddenly pinched his chin again, and a dead fish eye began to glance up. He is probably still in his rebellious phase. Zhang Miao. Rebellious phase my foot. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of it, Zhang Miao didn't continue to linger on this question. Instead, he changed the question. I plan to take over the land of waves, but I don't want other countries to find out for the time being. Do you have any ideas? Yes. As if he already knew that Zhang Miao would ask this question, Kazaka nodded as soon as he finished speaking. According to the information I know, the sea transportation around here has been controlled by a person called Gato. So as long as we control this Gato, it is equivalent to controlling dozens of islands, including the land of waves. Most importantly, it will not attract attention. Gato. Hearing this name, Zhang Miao suddenly remembered. Wasn't this Gato the merchant who hired Zabuza to kill Tajuna in the original plot? His plans were stopped by Kakashi and the Team 7, and he ended up getting killed. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. You are right, but Gato is not the kind of person who would easily yield to others. What are you going to do? Kill him. Kakashi answered without hesitation. Rather than spending time and effort to control him, why don't we just kill him and use the transformation jutsu to control the shipping company? However, if we want to do this, just me and Shenlin alone won't be able to do it. We need at least 2 or 3 helpers, and we have to be smart. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao could not help but laugh. What a coincidence, I just happen to have a smart person here. With that, Zhang Miao immediately took out the ninja fragment of Narashikaka from the system's storage space, then bit his finger and quickly formed a seal. Summoning Jutsu. With a loud shout from Zhang Miao, the room was instantly enveloped by the white smoke brought by the summoning Jutsu. When the white smoke dissipated, Shikaku, who was wearing a ninja vest, suddenly appeared in place. At this moment, Zhang Miao also received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to host for recruiting a 6-star elite Jonin, Nara Shikaku. You have also obtained Shikaku's chakra reserve. Due to Shikaku being a smart ninja, the host's wisdom has increased significantly. Zhang Miao. Does this mean that I was very stupid before? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's mouth could not help but twitch a few times. System, get me Shikaku's specialty list. Yes, the system is now opening up Shikaku's specialty list for the host. As soon as the system notification sounded, Shikaku's specialty list appeared in front of Zhang Miao like a display screen. Option 1. Shadow Secret Arts, Shadow Sewing Jutsu Black Spider Lily, Shadow Imitation Jutsu, Shadow Neckbinding Jutsu. Note, a skill that can control others through shadows. Option 2. Shogi Proficiency, giving the host knowledge to play shogi. Note, in terms of shogi, I am invincible in this world. Option, Pet Smiley, Material Identification, tell you what medicine to use. Note, medicine cannot be eaten randomly. After reading these three options, Zhang Miao chose the first option without hesitation. Just as he finished choosing, the system notification rang out. Congratulations to the host for learning the Shadow Secret Arts and obtaining the corresponding moves, Shadow Sewing Jutsu Black Spider Lily, Shadow Imitation Jutsu, and Shadow Neckbinding Jutsu. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao's lips immediately curved into a smile. He then turned to look at Shikaku. Seeing Zhang Miao turn his head, Shikaku hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Shikaku responded to his master's call and came to this world. He was willing to give his loyalty or even his life. Master's orders are everything. Zhang Miao was already used to their lines, so he nodded immediately. Well, okay. From today on, your name will be Shikasa. Remember to call me boss. Yes, boss. Chapter 134, Recruiting Ino Shikacho, Part 2. In terms of intelligence, in the entire Konoha, or in the entire Land of Fire, Shikaku was one of the best. The Shikasa that Zhang Miao recruited was at its peak, regardless of whether it was strength or intelligence. As the recruited person, Kazaki was very clear about this point, so after seeing the Shikasa, his face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. I didn't expect boss to actually call him over. This time, I am 90% sure that I can control all the sea trade in this area. Kazaki had always been very cautious. This kind of personality made him usually not speak too confidently when he spoke. He could say 90% of success, but in fact, it was already very certain. Zhang Miao also knew this, so he also grinned. Haha, I naturally trust your words, but 90% is not enough. What I need is 100%. Okay, I will get you 2 more helpers. After that, Zhang Miao took out the ninja fragment of Inoichi and then bit his finger to quickly make a seal. Summoning Jutsu. With a loud shout from Zhang Miao, a burst of thick white smoke filled the room. When the white smoke dissipated, Inoichi suddenly appeared. At the same time, Zhang Miao also received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 6-star elite Jonin Yamanaka Inoichi and obtaining Inoichi's chakra reserve. Because Inoichi is a sensor-type ninja, the host's perception ability has increased. Being born in the Uzumaki clan, Zhang Miao's perception was already very good. He could sense around a kilometer of chakra fluctuation. Now, with the addition of Inoichi's perception, Zhang Miao felt that the range of his perception had increased at least twice. This specialty is very good. It has greatly improved me. Feeling his own change, Zhang Miao immediately felt a little smug. However, what he did not expect was that before the smile on his face faded, the system immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. No, host, you are wrong. The system thinks that Nara Shikaku's intelligence specialty gives the greatest improvement to the host. Zhang Miao. System. How dare you? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's expression immediately changed. System, stop talking nonsense. Bring me the list of Inoichi's specialties. Yes, now the system will open up a list of specialties for the host. As soon as the system notification sounded out, Inoichi's specialty list appeared in front of Zhang Miao in the form of a display screen. Option 1. Mind Secret Arts, Mind Body Switch Jutsu, Mind Disturbance Jutsu, Mind Destruction Dance Performance Jutsu. Note, a skill that makes others unable to control themselves. Choice 2. Mind Transmission Jutsu, without using any equipment, you can directly input your words into the other party's brain. Note, secret sound transmission, acting tough would be necessary, support group chat, free of charge. Option, Pet Smiley, Psycho Mind Transmission Jutsu, you can see the secrets hidden in the depths of others' memories. Note, no secrets would escape your grasp now. After reading these 3 options, Zhang Miao summed up the 2 words for Inoichi's specialties saving troubles. Mind Secret Arts could control the enemy's bodies. The mind destruction dance jutsu was even able to pit the enemies against each other. It could be said to be a very convenient ability. The mind transmission jutsu was a good tool to transmit information. Although it was only one-way communication, it was better to keep it secret. With this move, he could save a lot of trouble. As for the psycho mind transmission jutsu, it was a necessary skill to extract information. It could even check the memory of the dead. Interrogation would be much easier. Zhang Miao was the person who liked to save trouble the most, so he wanted all three specialties, but the system only allowed him to choose one, so he decided to use the elimination method. After thinking for a while, Zhang Miao first excluded the third option because since he had already recruited Inoichi, he could let Inoichi do the task of checking other people's memories. There were only two options left. Zhang Miao compared it and finally decided to choose the second option, the mind transmission jutsu. The reason why he chose this was because Zhang Miao felt that when he recruited more ninjas in the future, he would definitely not have to tell them his orders one by one. He just needed to use the mind transmission jutsu to give his orders to the entire team. Thinking of this, he immediately pointed to the second option, and the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the mind transmission jutsu. The distance of the message depends on the range of the host's perception. The current limit is 2 kilometers without the use of equipment. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Miao smacked his lips. Although the distance of the message is a little short, fortunately, it can still be improved in the future. Not bad. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao turned to look at Inoichi, who was standing in front of him, and then nodded at him. From today on, your name will be Inoichi. Remember to call me boss in the future. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Inoichi immediately knelt down on one knee. Inoichi responded to the boss call and came to this world. He is willing to give his loyalty and even his life. The boss order is everything. Zhang Miao. Why they always say the same thing? System, can't you change it to something new? Now Zhang Miao understood that some strange thoughts or brainwashing must have been instilled to the ninjas he recruited to ensure their loyalty. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly and reached out to help Inoichi up. Uncle Inoichi, from today onwards, you are the head of our intelligence department. In the future, whoever dares to oppose us will be handed over to you to deal with. When the time comes, you will flip their memories upside down. Even the color of their wife's pants will be taken out from him. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, Inoichi's face immediately turned red, but he still nodded his head forcefully. Yes, boss. When the time comes, I will definitely find out what color of pants his wife is wearing and report it to you. Zhang Miao. Fuck, I'm just making an analogy. Can you not be so honest? Seemingly noticing Zhang Miao's embarrassed look, Shikasa, who was standing next to him, patted Inoichi on the shoulder and smiled at him. Inoichi, boss means to say that he does not leave any secrets out. He does not really want to know that. Haha. Ah? Is that so? Hearing the words of Shikasa, Inoichi's face turned even redder. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly again. However, he knew that this was Inoichi's character, so he did not say anything. Instead, he took out Chosa's ninja fragments and made another seal with his hands. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 135, Recruiting Inoshikacho, Part 3. Inoshikacho. In the middle, Shikaku's role was to use shadows to restrain the enemy. For those who were weaker than him, he could use the shadow neck-binding jutsu to instantly kill them. And Inoichi's secret technique acted as a supportive ability that could control enemies' mind and body. For example, in a battlefield with more people, when Shikaku used the shadow sewing jutsu to restrain more enemies, Inoichi would use the mind-body switch jutsu to control the other enemy, and then mercilessly kill those who were bound by Shikaku. Just think about it, when one's most trusted companion encountered a crisis, not only did they not come to help him, but they even raised their weapons at him. Imagine how bad would it feel. It could be said that those who became the opponent of Shikaku and Inoichi would suffer from physical and mental damage. Although with good cooperation, Shikaku and Inoichi both had very good killing abilities, but their specialties were still for crowd control and support. The main attacker of the Inoshikacho truly was Chosa. Many people knew that ants could lift objects over 400 times heavier than their own body. They could be called nature's strong men, while elephants could only lift objects 0.1 to 0.5 times heavier than their own body. From this point of view, elephants were inferior to ants. However, when the foot of an elephant stepped on them, could an ant block it? It was obviously impossible because this was already beyond the scope of its ability. And Choza was this elephant. Choza could turn himself into a giant. The greatest advantage brought about by his massive body transformation was the huge increase in strength. With a wave of his hand, he could cause tons of damage to the enemy. At the same time, his huge body could also block a lot of sunlight, so the area of his shadow was also very large. This was also a huge boost for Shikaku's shadow jutsus. Shikaku's weapon was the shadow. The bigger the shadow was, the more enemies Shikaku could restrain. And the enemies that were bound by him had a miserable fate. If they were not killed by the people controlled by Inoichi, they would be crushed into a meat patty. There were very few people who could escape. More importantly, Shikaku had an extraordinary battle IQ. He could make the most advantageous commands according to the situation of the battle. Inoichi's mind transmission jutsu could quickly transmit Shikaku's commands to their allies. With this cooperation, the combat strength of the Inoshikacho trio could be said to have increased several times, and they made a name for themselves in the ninja world. This made the famous three clans of Nara, Yamanaka, and Akaizuki became the three pillars of Konoha. Kazaki understood this very well, so when he saw Zhang Miao take out his ninja fragment again and use the summoning jutsu, his eyes immediately emitted a sense of eagerness. I hope it's Akimichi Choza. In this way, we'll have the legendary Inoshikacho trio on our side. Kazaki wanted that to come true soon. When the white smoke from the summoning jutsu dissipated, a figure with red hair and a bulky body, with the character "Eat" written on his ninja armor, suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at this figure, a hint of excitement flashed through Kakashi's eyes. It was him. At this time, Zhang Miao also heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to host for recruiting 6-star elite Jonin, Akimichi Choza, and obtaining Choza's chakra reserve. Due to Choza being a gluttonous ninja, host's appetite has received a significant increase. Zhang Miao. Fuck, are you trying to make me get fatter? However, the more I eat, the more my body gets strengthened. And the faster I become stronger. After thinking about this, Zhang Miao felt that this specialty seemed to be quite suitable for him. Damn it, in order to become stronger, I will gladly become a real rice bucket. System, bring me the list of his specialties. Yes, now I will open up Choza's specialty list for the host. As the system notification sounded, the specialty list appeared in front of Zhang Miao in the form of a display screen. Option 1. The Art of Expansion, Partial Expansion Jutsu, Super Expansion Jutsu. Note, size does matter. Tremble, mortals. Option 2. Calorie Control, the user can convert the calories in their body to chakra, replenish their energy or heal their injuries. Note, as long as there is food, I will not die. Probably. Option, Pet Smiley, Kindness, no matter what you do, you can make people feel your kindness. Note, you look very kind. After reading these three options, Zhang Miao almost couldn't help but direct his hand to the third option. Damn it, although I look like I need a beating, I am really a kind person. This third option is simply tailor-made for me. Zhang Miao reached out several times to touch it, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and moved his finger away from the third option. Forget it. Since I have already chosen the Shadow Secret Arts, it will be a waste if I don't choose the Art of Expansion. As for kindness, as the saying goes, kindness is born from the heart. When I grow up, I should look very kind. With this thought, Zhang Miao immediately felt much better and then pointed to the first option. As soon as his hand touched it, the system notification rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Art of Expansion and these following techniques, Partial Expansion Jutsu and Super Expansion Jutsu. When using the Art of Expansion, the consumption rate of chakra is proportional to the size. Using them would consume a large amount of chakra. Zhang Miao knew very well about this. In simpler words, there was no free lunch in this world. However, Zhang Miao was not worried at all. I have the recruitment system, why should I worry about not having enough chakra? If it is really not enough, then I will recruit tailed beasts. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhang Miao's lips, and then he nodded to the newly recruited Choza. From today on, your name will be Kobu. In the future, you will be like everyone else, calling me boss. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Choza immediately nodded and then knelt down on one knee toward Zhang Miao. Akimichi chose a RESP1 to the boss call to come to this world and is willing to give his loyalty and even his lives. When the sun rises in the east, the boss is the most handsome. He will rule the world for thousands of years. Zhang Miao. Fuck, the system really changed his words. And why did this line sound so familiar? Just as Zhang Miao was thinking about where this line came from, there was a sudden cry of surprise outside the door. Shikaku-sensei? Inoichi-san? Choza-san? Why are you guys here? Chapter 136, The Byakugan Seal. Hearing the exclamations outside the door, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and found that Yujao had already arrived at some point in time. She was staring at Shikaisa and the others with wide eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted and grinned at Yujao. Hehe, in fact, they just arrived. The Hokage-sama was worried about us, so he asked them to follow us. Is that so? Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, a trace of doubt flashed through Yujao's eyebrows. But, even if the Hokage-sama is worried, he shouldn't have sent the legendary Inoshikacho trio here, right? About that. Just when Zhang Miao didn't know how to explain, Shikaisa immediately came forward and smiled at Yujao. Actually, it's like this. Initially, the Hokage-sama only sent Choza over. I came to the Land of Waves to find a medicinal herb, so I joined. As for Inoichi, he has other tasks on him, so I can't tell you. Shikaisa explained with a straight face, and his expression was very natural. Adding on the preconceived concept, Yujao immediately believed it. Oh, so it's like that. Choza-san, what happened to you? Are you injured? Hearing Yujao's cry of surprise, Zhang Miao quickly turned around and found that Choza was still kneeling on the ground. He immediately felt bad. But before he could speak, he heard Shikaisa sigh. Sigh. We encountered an attack from the Kumo ninjas on the way here. Although we successfully repelled them, when Choza used his expansion, one of Kumo ninja's kunao injured his knee. Zhang Miao. Fuck, could this be the Naruto version of I took an arrow to the knee? In Zhang Miao's opinion, Shikaisa's explanation was full of negatives. He immediately shook his head in his heart. If Choza, who had used the art of expansion, was injured by a mere kunao, he would have been turned into a hedgehog long ago. Only a fool would believe this kind of lie. Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, Yujao's slightly nervous voice sounded again. Choza-san is injured? Is it serious? Did the Kumo ninjas smear some poison on that kunao? Zhang Miao. Damn it, how could she just believed all of that? Hearing Yujao's words, Zhang Miao could not help but roll his eyes, while Shikaisa laughed and waved at Yujao. There is no poison, but he immediately traveled here, so the wound is a little painful. I will help him deal with it. Speaking of this, Shikaisa stepped forward to hold one of Kobyu's hands, and then raised his chin to Inoichi. Inoichi, come and help me. Help Choza to the room next door. I can't hold him up alone. Oh, okay. Hearing Shikaisa's words, Inoichi immediately reacted. He quickly stepped forward to hold Choza's other hand and then the two helped him out of the room. Originally, Yujao was going to help, but Zhang Miao quickly pulled her. Choza-san's leg is injured. He might need to take off his pants later. A girl like you shouldn't see that. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao thought about it and nodded. Okay, I know. Who is this? When Zhang Miao heard Yujao say hi, he immediately remembered that Kazaki was still in the room. He immediately cried out in his heart, shit. However, when he turned around, he found that Kazaki had already put on the mask of the Anbu at some point in time. It seemed that Yujao had not seen his true face. Seeing this scene, only then did Zhang Miao relax and speak to Yujao. This is the partner from your sister's mission. His code name is Kazaki. Don't ask about him. Let's go. It's rare opportunity to visit the Land of Waves. I'll take you to see the sea. With that, Zhang Miao grabbed Yujao's hand and brought her out of the house. Just as she left the house, Yujao's surprised voice reached Zhang Miao's ears again. Now that Zhang Miao was a little nervous from Yujao's hey, the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard her voice. What's wrong with you again? This time, Yujao did not answer Zhang Miao immediately. Instead, he stared at his face with wide eyes. Seeing this scene, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched even more. Say something. You keep looking at me like that. Is there something on my face? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha directly took out a mirror from his bosom and handed it to him. Look at it yourself. Zhang Miao. Why are you taking your mirrors along for missions? Women are really something else. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. As he took Uchiha's mirror, he muttered. What's there to see? I don't believe that there will be. Hey! Through the reflection of the mirror, Zhang Miao was surprised to find that there was a dark blue diamond pattern on his originally smooth and delicate forehead. After seeing this pattern, Zhang Miao, who was familiar with the symbol, immediately recognized it. The Byakugo seal. The Byakugo seal was a form of chakra storage, just like a reservoir to store up chakra. So that when needed, it could instantly replenish a large amount of chakra for the user. The people who used the Byakugo seal had a peculiar characteristic, which was that when the chakra storage in their body was full, a dark blue diamond pattern would form on their forehead. This was like telling the master that the ammunition was ready, and you could open fire at any time. In the Naruto plot, there were only 3 people who would use the Byakugo seal, namely the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade, and her apprentice, Sakura. Because of the use of the Byakugo seal, their foreheads had dark blue diamond patterns. And now there was one more, and that was Zhang Miao. Looking at the Byakugo seal on his forehead in the mirror, Zhang Miao finally understood why Uchiha was so surprised just now. In fact, the shock in Zhang Miao's heart was no less than that of Uchiha at this time, so he could not help but ask in his heart. System, what is the diamond-shaped pattern on my forehead? Is it a Byakugo seal? Yes. The system's answer was fast as always. As soon as Zhang Miao thought of it, it immediately answered. The host has recruited a total of 3-star ninjas, 2 5-star ninjas, and 3 6-star ninjas. However, the host's current body cannot accommodate so much chakra. In order to avoid the loss of chakra, the system automatically opened up the chakra storage for the host, which is the Byakugo seal that the host said. If the host does not want it, the system can remove it. Of course, this is a good S-rank item. Only a fool would want it gone. Looking at the Byakugo seal on his forehead, Zhang Miao felt very happy in his heart. I didn't expect that this would happen to me. System, I love you to death. I'm sorry, this system is not gay. Chapter 137, Back to Konoha. Although he was despised by the system, Zhang Miao was still very happy. After all, Byakugo seal was an S-rank technique. Although it was only an auxiliary type ability, it was still very precious. Not to mention anything else, just opening up a chakra storage in his body was not an easy thing. Now, because of the help of the system, Zhang Miao directly skipped this step. How could he not be ecstatic? So at this moment, he could not wait to ask the system in his heart. System, now I that have the Byakugo seal. Then quickly give me the mitotic regeneration. I can't wait, haha. The mitotic regeneration referred to the complete release of the Byakugo seal, because only by completely releasing the seal could one freely use the large amount of chakra stored in the Byakugo seal. If the Byakugo seal was a reservoir to store chakra, then the mitotic regeneration was the switch to open this reservoir gate. Just as Zhang Miao was happily waiting for the system to hand over the mitotic regeneration, the system's answer sent his heart that was filled with anticipation to the bottom of the valley. This system is only responsible for storing chakra for the host. As for the art of Baihao, please think of a way yourself. Zhang Miao. What was this? After hearing the system's notification, Zhang Miao immediately became angry. System, what do you mean by this? If you don't give me the technique, what about the chakra I stored in the Byakugo seal? If I can't unseal it, what is the use of this thing? This system does not care. If the host does not need it, the system will remove it from the host. As if he did not feel Zhang Miao's anger at all, the system's reply was still very calm. However, after hearing this voice, Zhang Miao's anger suddenly disappeared and was replaced with deep helplessness. Obviously, Zhang Miao could not choose to remove the Byakugo seal because he knew very well that in the future, he would have to recruit many ninjas. And the chakra obtained by recruiting ninjas would likely be stored in the form of that seal. He wouldn't give up such an important thing so easily. It was like someone had given him a huge treasure chest but did not give him the key. Should he throw it away just because he did not have the key? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao could only nod helplessly. Okay, system, you win. I will think of a way myself. Zhang Miao remembered that the mitotic regeneration technique was created by Tsunade of the legendary Sunin, and Zhang Miao was 100% sure that it would be one of Tsunade's specialties. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain it, the most direct way was to recruit her. At that time, he would naturally obtain the mitotic regeneration. Unfortunately, ever since Tsunade's lover died in battle, Tsunade had disappeared without a trace. It was not easy to find her. Even if she was lucky to find her, how to collect her ninja fragments was another matter. After thinking about this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sigh. Let's talk about the future later. Anyway, I have enough chakra now. I should take it slow. Although Zhang Miao tried his best to comfort himself, he couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Seeing this scene, Uchiha quickly asked him. Ryu, what's wrong with you? Are you sad because of the pattern on your head? Why don't I ask my sister later? Maybe she will have a way. In the face of Uchiha's comfort, Zhang Miao shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, no need to ask. Moreover, this thing on my head is a good thing. I am in a bad mood because of another matter. It doesn't matter. I just need to compose a poem about the sea. You actually know how to compose poetry. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha immediately revealed a look of surprise. Looking at her surprised expression, Zhang Miao immediately laughed complacently. Hehe, of course, I want to read it. Listen up, cough cough. Zhang Miao coughed twice, cleared his throat, and then spread his arms towards the sea in front of him and chanted loudly. Oh dear vast seas, you are filled with water. Oh dear horse, you have 4 legs. Oh Uchiha, how beautiful are you? You actually have a mouth under your nose. Hey, Uchiha, don't go. I haven't finished reading yet. Uchiha. As if she was shocked by Zhang Miao's poem, after returning, Uchiha entered Shenlin's house and locked the door. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao could only shake his head helplessly. This girl really doesn't know how to appreciate. Forget it, I should go back and rest. I still have to travel tomorrow morning. Zhang Miao had 2 main objectives for coming to the Land of Waves this time. First, he wanted to recruit the Inoshikacho trio so that they could help Kazaka control the country. Second, he wanted Uchiha to meet her sister. Now that both goals had been achieved, Zhang Miao brought Kakashi and Uchiha out of the Land of Waves the next morning and returned to Konoha. On the way back, Zhang Miao certainly did not forget to tell Uchiha that she could not tell anyone that the Shenlin was still alive. Otherwise, she would be in danger. Uchiha did not dare to mess with his sister's life, so she naturally agreed. As for Kakashi, Zhang Miao did not say anything, because he knew that Kakashi could distinguish what to say and what not to say. After returning to the village, Zhang Miao impatiently rushed into the Yakunika-Kyu to carry out his training, while Kakashi and Uchiha went to the Hokage's office to report the result of their mission. Of course, the reporting was done by Kakashi. After listening to his report, Hiruzen said a few words of encouragement and then let Uchiha leave. After Uchiha left, Hiruzen looked at Kakashi with a serious face. How is it? Have you come into contact with that organization? Yes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi immediately nodded. I have. It was a very powerful organization, very, very powerful. Hearing Kakashi use 3 very to describe the other party's strength, Hiruzen immediately frowned. Who are these people? And what are their stance towards Konoha? What Hiruzen was most concerned about whether this organization posed a threat to Konoha, but after hearing his question, Kakashi shook his head. I don't know. Is that so? Hearing Kakashi's words, Hiruzen immediately nodded, all right, I understand. You can go now. Yes. Kakashi agreed and turned to leave. After he left, Hiruzen's eyes immediately narrowed. Kakashi must be lying when he said he didn't know anything. He must be covering for Ryunosuke. In other words, the master of this organization is none other than Ryunosuke? It's really unbelievable. Thinking of this, Hiruzen frowned even more. Chapter 138, Cannot Wait. As a veteran who had experienced the Second and Third Great War, Hiruzen's wisdom and strength were equally outstanding. However, no matter how much wisdom he had, he could never imagine the true face of the power behind Zhang Miao, because this was already beyond his knowledge. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Just as he was about to pack up and go back to rest, the door of the Hokage's office was suddenly knocked. Knock knock, Come in. Following Hiruzen's words, the door of the office opened. Kakashi jumped in from outside with a smile on his face, and then raised his hand towards Hiruzen. Yo, Hokage-sama! Seeing this scene, Hiruzen suddenly raised his eyebrows. You are not Kakashi, you are Ryanoshook, right? Hehe, as expected of the Grandpa Third. Seeing that Hiruzen had seen through it, Zhang Miao immediately grinned and then with a bang, he dispelled the transformation jutsu. Looking at Zhang Miao's smiling face, Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Then he picked up the pipe and put it into his mouth to take a puff, spitting out a long stream of smoke. Didn't I tell you? You are not allowed to change into someone else's appearance. Tell me, what's the matter? Hehe, it's nothing. I just came over to move around after eating my fill. Eating your fill? Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, Hiruzen immediately frowned. However, before he could speak, Zhang Miao formed a seal and shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. As his voice disappeared, more than a dozen figures that were exactly looked the same as him suddenly appeared in the office. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen suddenly opened his eyes wide. This move, does he want to? Just as Hiruzen thought of this, Zhang Miao clones transformed into naked beauties again. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Sheesh! It's actually different from last time. Of course. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Zhang Miao laughed again. I have a very innovative spirit. Cut the crap and attack. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, more than a dozen of his shadow clones that had turned into beauties immediately rushed toward Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I'm coming. Hokage-sama, do you see if there is a mole on my chest? I hate you, Hokage-ama. Hiruzen was squeezed in the middle. His eyes were full of excitement, and his face was getting redder and redder. His nose was instantly bleeding. At this moment, Zhang Miao also received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Hiruzen experience the joy of nosebleeds again. Obtain 7-star cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninja Fragment X10. In the future, every time the host lets Hiruzen spray a nosebleed, the amount of fragments obtained will increase. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao immediately waved his hand. Done. As soon as his voice fell, the dozen of beauties around Hiruzen suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared with a bang. Zhang Miao also transformed into Kakashi again, and then trotted out of the office. After he left, Hiruzen took out a handkerchief with a depressed face and wiped his nosebleed. What a boring prank! He muttered as he wiped his nose. Just as he said this, a trace of doubt flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. That kid seems to have a Byakugan seal on his forehead? Could it be that he drew it out of boredom? If it's true, then is the person behind him Tsunade? No, Tsunade doesn't have such ability. If it isn't Tsunade, then could it be someone from the Uzumaki clan? Thinking of this, Hiruzen frowned again. He felt as if he had caught something, but his mind became even more chaotic. Compared to Hiruzen, Zhang Miao was very happy at this time. He kept smiling along the way. Hehe, I've collected 10 more of Grandpa Third's ninja fragments. Well, it's time to collect those 3 red-eyed fragments. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately quickened his pace and walked toward the Uchiha district. The 3 red-eyed that Zhang Miao referred to was naturally Fugaku, Itachi, and Shisui. These 3 were all 7-star ninjas, so he would need around 1,600 fragments to recruit them. With so many ninja fragments needed, not only would it take a long time to collect them, but it would also take days of perseverance. So as long as Zhang Miao was in the village, he would go there every day. Yesterday, because he went to the Land of Waves, he had been absent for a day. Now that he was back, Zhang Miao naturally would not waste today's fill of ninja fragments. Soon, he arrived at the door of Fugaku's house. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around to see him, Zhang Miao immediately took out his small wooden box from the system space and then pulled his neck and bleated. Baa! Following Zhang Miao's roar, the system notification quickly rang out in his mind. Ding! Obtained 5-star Jonin, Uchiha Mikoto Ninja Fragment X1. Ding! Obtained 7-star Cage Level, Uchiha Fugaku Ninja Fragment X2. Ding! Obtained 7-star Cage Level, Uchiha Itachi Ninja Fragment X5. Ding! Obtained 9-star Super Cage Level, Uchiha Suzuki, Indra, Ninja Fragment X1. Hearing these 4 consecutive sounds, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned with pride. It's so convenient after getting familiar with them. I feel that I can already use my goat's bleed to dominate the Uchiha, he. Just as Zhang Miao was secretly delighted, the door in front of him creaked and revealed Mikoto's smiling face. I knew it was you. Come in quickly. Yes. After Zhang Miao entered, Mikoto asked him as he closed the door. Yesterday, I didn't see you. Your uncle Fugaku even specially asked me twice. Haha. As soon as Mikoto finished speaking, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh. Actually, I miss him too. I'll go and deal with him right away, ha ha ha. After saying that, Zhang Miao carried the small wooden box and then ran towards the room where Fugaku was. Seeing his funny appearance, Mikoto immediately covered her mouth and laughed again. This child is really... If only my Itachi could be half as lively as him. In Mikoto's opinion, Zhang Miao was lively, but Fugaku obviously did not think so. Seeing Zhang Miao come in with a small wooden box, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. You are back? I heard that you entered the Anbu. Don't mind those insignificant things. As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately waved his hand and brought the small wooden box in front of him with a smile. Uncle, come, draw the prize. I know you can't wait. Chapter 139, The Helpless Fugaku. For Fugaku, Zhang Miao was just a little devil, not as cute as before. In the past, he only needed to shout BAA to get the answer he wanted. Now he had been doing it for almost half a year. Although it was not nothing, he still did not get the key information. This kid is getting more and more cunning. Before, Fugaku wanted to know who Madara gave the Rinnegan to. For this answer, he spent more than a month and bleated like a goat for 30 consecutive days. It was not easy, but Zhang Miao told him that Madara gave the Rinnegan to a man with the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Fuck, after the land of whirlpools is destroyed, the Uzumakis are scattered all over the world. Where am I going to find this man? Fugaku felt that he had been tricked by Zhang Miao, but the other party was playing with him with loopholes in words. Although he was very unhappy, he could only continue to draw according to Zhang Miao's game rules. After drawing for nearly a month, he finally won again. This time, he changed the way he asked. He directly asked Zhang Miao where the Uzumaki man with the Rinnegan was. In order to prevent Zhang Miao from continuing to play with him, Fugaku also specially warned Zhang Miao that if Zhang Miao played tricks again, he would no longer play this boring lottery game with Zhang Miao. In fact, even if Fugaku did not say it, Zhang Miao did not dare to play him too hard. If he became angry and stopped playing, it would be troublesome for him to collect his ninja fragments. So this time, Zhang Miao told Fugaku honestly that the descendant of the current wielder of the Rinnegan was in the Omegakure, and he was a member of the Akatsuki organization who was once active around Omegakure. Fugaku had heard of this organization called Akatsuki, and knew that it was formed in Omegakure. The main goal of that organization was to promote peace, hoping that the big countries could solve the problem between them with dialogue and eliminate the war. But for their thoughts, Fugaku only had TW word of evaluation naive. If the dialogues could solve their problem, why would the Uchiha clan need to have Sharingan? At that time, the first Hokage of the Land of Fire also had this idea, and for this reason, he even divided the his-tailed beasts to other countries, but what was the result? After the death of Senju Hashirama, for the sake of their own interests, the countries fought as they liked, and even the second Hokage died in the Second War. Because of Hashirama's similar actions, in the eyes of Fugaku, this Akatsuki organization would not be able to survive for long. As Fugaku had expected, not long after the Kyubi attacked Konoha, he heard that this organization had been destroyed by Hanzo, the leader of Omegakure, and even their leader Yahiko was dead. When Fugaku heard this news, his heart did not stir at all, because this result was already within his expectations. But now, Zhang Miao told him that the descendant of the Uzumaki clan with the Rinnegan was in this organization, which made Fugaku a little upset. If he had known, he would have paid more attention to this organization. However, it was useless to say anything now. Since the Akatsuki had been destroyed, the surviving people must have hidden themselves. But one thing was certain, the man with the Rinnegan must still be alive. The reason why Fugaku was so sure was that he believed that since Madara could spend so much effort to evolve his eyes to the Rinnegan, there must be a backup plan, and this backup plan was Uchiha Obito, who controlled the Kyubi to attack Konoha. In other words, he didn't need to waste any effort to find that Uzumaki man. As long as he found Obito, the rest would naturally be solved. Although he returned to the starting point, Fugaku was not discouraged. Because he felt that he was close to his goal. As long as I'm able to draw the right prize, I will ask the whereabouts of that man. With this belief, Fugaku reached into Zhang Miao's small lottery box without hesitation, then took out a folded piece of paper and opened it. The result was obvious. A minute later, a high-pitched goat cry sounded in the room. Baa! Along with this high-pitched scream, Zhang Miao opened the door and came out with a bright smile on his face. Thank you for your hospitality. After coming out of Fugaku's house, Zhang Miao followed Itachi to Shisui's house. After seeing Shisui, the two of them naturally could not avoid sparring. As for the rules, it was still the same as before. Zhang Miao was forbidden from using the 1,000 Years of Death, and Shisui would not use his Sharingan. After the two of them fought for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Miao heard the system's notification sound as he wished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7-star cage level, Uchiha Shisui Ninja Fragment X10. In fact, even if Zhang Miao did not fight with Shisui, as long as they got along normally, he would be able to obtain his ninja fragment, but Zhang Miao still chose to fight, because this was more direct. The most important thing was that he could save time. After defeating Shisui and collecting his ninja fragments, Zhang Miao also went to the Inoshikacho trio members' respective house. He first went to Shikaku's house to play a few games of shogi with him, then went to the Chosa's house to eat. Finally, he ran to the Inoichi's house, hugged and kissed Ino who had just learned to walk a few times, and then returned to his home with satisfaction. Although Zhang Miao had collected enough ninja fragments of the trio and had already recruited the corresponding ninjas, it had become Zhang Miao's habit to go to these families every day. If he did not go, he would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, in Zhang Miao's opinion, although he had already recruited all of them, there was no harm in collecting more of their ninja fragments. At least he could draw some lotteries. Speaking of the lottery, Zhang Miao suddenly remembered that he had not drawn the lottery for a long time, so he immediately asked the system. System, how many ninja fragments do I have now? Hearing Zhang Miao's question, the system's voice immediately sounded in his mind. The host currently has 5-star Jonin, Uchiha Mikoto Ninja Fragment X930. It has met the requirements for recruitment. Do you want to recruit this ninja? Mikoto was a 5-star Jonin. Zhang Miao had enough of her fragments more than a month ago, but because he was worried that she would be alone, Zhang Miao planned to recruit the whole family together after collecting enough fragments for Fugaku and Itachi. But now Zhang Miao decided to take some of her fragments to draw lotteries. Anyway, he had to go to Fugaku's home every day, so it was convenient to collect Mikoto's fragments. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. No, I want to draw the lottery. Chapter 140, Illegitimate Child. When Zhang Miao proposed to the system to use Mikoto's ninja fragments for a lottery, the system's voice immediately rang out in his mind. The host has a total 930 fragments. Due to the large amount, may the host confirm again that all of them will be used for the draw? Yes, I will use all of them for the draw. When Zhang Miao gave a definite answer, the system's prompt also sounded. Ding! Obtain 7-star cage level, Uchiha Fugaku Ninja Fragment X350. Obtained 9-star super cage level, Uchiha Sasuke Ninja Fragment X216. Obtained 7-star cage level, Uchiha Itachi Ninja Fragment X192. Obtained 4-piece cookware set X28. Obtained 8 set of knives X16. Obtained apron X7. Obtained home cooking cookbook X6. Obtained land of fire currency 1000 ryos X28. Obtained land of fire currency 5000 ryos X6. Obtained land of fire currency 10,000 ryos X7. Obtained 6-star elite Jonin, Uzumaki Kushina out of print ninja fragment X64. The system has put all the prizes into the system space. Host, please check it yourself. Today's lucky draw is over. Thank you for your patronage. Hearing this result, Zhang Miao's face immediately revealed a smile. As I thought. After several draws, Zhang Miao found that the things she got from the lucky draw were generally related to the ninjas whose fragments were used for the lottery draw. From the result of Mikoto's lucky draw, the first thing she cared about the most was the fragments of her husband, Fugaku, and then her 2 sons. As for things like pots and knives, they were just extras. The only thing that surprised Zhang Miao was that he actually got Kushina's ninja fragments, which showed that the bond between Mikoto and Kushina was really deep. She is really a good friend. When I recruit her, she will not be lonely after she is resurrected. What should I call her? Auntie? Or big sis? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao scratched his head in distress. Forget it, let's talk about this later. The main task now is to enhance my strength and recruit all the powerful ninjas in Konoha. Among the powerful ninjas in Konoha, Kakashi and Guy had already been recruited. The Inoshikacho trio had also been recruited. He was working hard on the Uchihas, and Hiruzen was not a problem. It could be said that the situation was good. The only thing that made Zhang Miao a little helpless was the Hyuga clan. As a powerful clan on par with the Uchiha clan, the pride of the Hyuga clan was engraved to their bones. They were way more xenophobic than the Uchihas. The Uchiha clan belonged to the second-year Tsundere type. They were cold on the outside, but hot on the inside. They ate soft but did not eat hard. The Hyuga clan was the exact opposite. It belonged to the type that was hot on the outside but cold on the inside. Under the seemingly polite appearance, there was a heart that refused people thousands of miles away. The pride in Zhang Miao's bones was actually no less than that of the Hyugas. His previous life of being an orphan had made him deeply hide his fragile heart under his strong appearance. He would treat anyone who treat him well with great care, and ignore anyone who were cold to him. Because of this, Hiruzen even specially called Zhang Miao to his office and asked him why he did not fit in with any group, and Zhang Miao only had one answer. Because we are not at the same boat at all. Hiruzen was a very wise person. Not only did he understood the meaning of Zhang Miao's words, but he also understood Zhang Miao's feelings. Therefore, since then, he never talked about this topic with Zhang Miao again. Zhang Miao's was determined that he wouldn't get any favor from the Hyugas, but this did not mean that he gave up them. He was just waiting for a suitable time. Before the right time came, Zhang Miao would not consider the Hyugas for the time being, so the remaining famous clan in Konoha he hadn't approached were the Abarame clan and the Inyazuka clan. Abarame clan's power came from their insects and Inyazuka had their ninja dogs. Their abilities came from external things. Zhang Miao felt that even if he recruited them, it would not improve him much, so he decided to put them aside for the time being. After thinking for a while, Zhang Miao finally made a decision. In the future, I will focus my attention on the Uchihas. With Hiruzen as the supplement, I will find time to collect the Yamato and Danzo's ninja fragments. It is decided. After deciding his target, Zhang Miao began to carry out his plan step by step. Of course, only Zhang Miao himself knew about this plan. In the eyes of outsiders, he was still as idle as before. But unlike before, the way the villagers looked at Zhang Miao now became much gentler. Occasionally, there were some villagers who would greet him. Even when he went to buy some dangos, the owner would give him 1 or 2 extra servings for free. This made Zhang Miao very puzzled. Did these people take the wrong medicine? Why are they so friendly to me? Is it because I haven't scolded them for being poor recently, so they are grateful to me? Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't think about it. Anyway, for him, the attitude of the villagers to him was not important at all. Although Zhang Miao did not pay attention to it, the attitude of the villagers to him did not change. Instead, it became more and more intense. There were several times when Zhang Miao walked on the street and saw villagers bowing to him. There were even people who addressed him as Ryuna Shuk-sama. If it was only the villagers who did this, it would be fine. Later on, even the members of the Hyuga clan, who had always been arrogant, nodded to him whenever they saw him. This made Zhang Miao feel that something was wrong. Why these bunch of cold-hearted guys acted like this? What the hell is going on? Just as Zhang Miao was puzzled, Wui, who had just returned from his mission, gave him an answer. Ryuna Shuk, I heard that your mother is Princess Tsunade. Is that true? My mother is Tsunade? Where did this come from? Zhang Miao remembered his identity when he crossed over. He should be the son of Minato and Kushina, so when he heard Guy's words, he was stunned. When did I become Tsunade's son? And in the original story, didn't Tsunade have no children? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao frowned and looked at Guy. Guy, where did you hear this from? Everyone in the village said so. As soon as Zhang Miao finished his words, Guy grinned at him. You are not only from the Uzumaki clan, but you also have the same mark on your head like the one on her head. So you must be her son. Otherwise, why don't you tell me who your mother is? Of course, Zhang Miao would not tell Guy the truth, because once he said it, he was afraid that in 3 days, Guy, this big mouth, would spread his identity to the whole village. At that time, he would probably cause a lot of trouble. So at this moment, he remained silent. Seeing that Zhang Miao did not speak, Guy seemed to understand something. He patted Zhang Miao on the shoulder and sighed. Sigh. Don't worry, I won't look down on you just because you are an illegitimate child. You shouldn't care about other people's opinion, because this is your important youth. Zhang Miao. What was that? Chapter 141, Monstrous Strength. After listening to Guy's words, Zhang Miao finally understood why the villagers had such a big change in their attitude towards him. It turned out that they thought Tsunade was his mother. As the princess among the legendary Sunin, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was very amazing. She had saved countless ninjas and civilians in the Third War. She was also the one who created the official rules that govern the medical ninjas. First clause, no medical ninja shall ever stop medical treatment until the lives of their party members have come to an end. Second clause, no medical ninja shall ever stand on the front lines. Third clause, no medical ninja shall ever die until they are the last of their platoon. Tsunade is recognized as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Almost all people in this world, whether they were allies or enemies, as long as they know Tsunade, they will respectfully call her Tsunade-hime or Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-hime means Princess Tsunade. The reason for using this name is not only because Tsunade is the granddaughter of god of shinobi Senju Hashirama, but also as way of honoring her achievements as a medical ninjutsu expert. It is precisely because of these reasons that when the rumor about Zhang Miao being Tsunade's illegitimate child came out, the villagers' impression of him had changed drastically. This shows that Tsunade was an imposant figure in Konoha. Objectively speaking, if Zhang Miao hold the status of being Tsunade's son, he would undoubtedly be able to live an easy life in Konoha, and even if he went to other countries, he would be able to get along well. In contrast, his status as the fourth Hokage's son put him in a worse position. Once he reveals his identity, a lot of ninjas would be aiming to take his life. After all, Minato had killed too many ninjas back then. After thinking about this, Zhang Miao rolled her eyes and instantly made the wisest choice. Since this is the case, then I will neither admit nor deny it, and just enjoy the benefit for the time being. So that even if Tsunade ever comes back to Konoha, she wouldn't sue me for those rumors. Well, that's the decision. Zhang Miao didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this. In his opinion, it was like gossip and scandal in the entertainment industry, it had some positive effect all the parties involved. For example, this time, the benefit I got is I would be able to live well in this village, and for Tsunade, the benefit is having a super genius child like me. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. Anyway, I think Tsunade is quite an interesting one, so I'll just go with the flow this time. Now that he decided, Zhang Miao felt that he had to do more preparations and try to get closer to Tsunade in some aspects, which would also deepen everyone's misunderstanding of him. As for Tsunade's two most famous powers, medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength, Zhang Miao couldn't do the first one, so he could only think of a solution for the second one. Fortunately, after being strengthened by the system, Zhang Miao's body was much stronger now, otherwise he would not be able to suppress Shisui, who was known as Shisui of the body flicker with only taijutsu. However, there is still a big gap between his current strength and Tsunade's monstrous strength. However, Zhang Miao was not worried, because he knew very well that the so-called superhuman strength of Tsunade was not a simple physical strength, but a combination of physical strength and chakra control. This technique was developed by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The way to use it was to concentrate the chakra at a point on the body, and unleash them on contact with the target. The chakra-enhanced strike would be enough to crack a huge rock or even mountain. The principle was simple, but it was extremely difficult to achieve, because it not only required the user to have sufficient physical strength and explosive power, but also a delicate chakra control. It is precisely because of the existence of these two requirements that since the early development of this technique, the only people who can use it are Senju Hashirama and Tsunade. Of course, in the future Tsunade's apprentice Sakura would also be able to use it. But that would be still in the future, the current Sakura might not even able to walk properly now. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Hey, if that's the case, then I'll be the third person who can use it. Zhang Miao is very confident about learning how to use the monstrous strength, because he had already met the prerequisites for it. Although Zhang Miao's body seemed young at this time, with the strengthening from the system, Zhang Miao's physical strength had surpassed the most jonins. As for chakra control, he had some help from the elite basic ninjutsu specialty that he obtained when recruiting Kakashi. As long as Zhang Miao was willing to strive, he could do anything. There's no reason I can't learn how to use Tsunade's monstrous strength. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately looked at the big tree not far away from the two, and while focusing chakra in his right fist, he walked towards the tree. Seeing this scene, Guy, who was standing behind Zhang Miao, hurriedly shouted at him. Ryunashuk, don't be sad, if you can't bear it, just lean on my shoulder and cry a lot. Tears are also a part of our youth. Come on. Zhang Miao. That weird guy. Hearing Guy's shout, Zhang Miao, who had just walked under the big tree, stopped for a moment, and then without saying a word, he punched its trunk. Boom, kaka. With a loud noise, the big tree was destroyed by Zhang Miao's punch. Seeing this scene, Guy suddenly widened his eyes and took a deep breath. Hey, it's Tsunade-sama's monstrous strength. Zhang Miao's actions attracted attention from the villagers around them. After hearing the blast, they all gathered around and pointed at Zhang Miao and Guy. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Miao became even more upset, and suddenly shouted, "Shut up!" Saying that, he raised his right leg, and then slammed it down to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge crack suddenly opened where Zhang Miao slammed his heel, and even extended forward for more than 10 meters. The heavenly foot of pain. Seeing this scene, everyone present, including Guy, immediately froze. They had just witnessed terror with their eyes. Looking at the expression of the people around, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled, and used his body flicker jutsu to disappear without a sound. After Zhang Miao left, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, and then started talking. Hey, who was that kid just now? He looked a little scary. You don't know? Are you new here? Let me tell you, that was Ryunashuk-sama, the son of Tsunade-sama. The legendary son in Tsunade? Did she got married? SHH. Ryunashuk-sama is an illegitimate child, keep your voice down, or he will get angry again when he hears it. Let me tell you, Ryunashuk-sama has inherited Tsunade-sama's monstrous strength. Chapter 142, Invitation from the Hygas. After Zhang Miao performed the monstrous strength and the heavenly foot of pain in public, the rumor that he was Tsunade's illegitimate child spread more and more fiercely. Now, even Kakashi and Hiruzen looked at him with a strange look, and at a glance he knew that they must be thinking something rude. But Zhang Miao didn't mind at all, because compared to these trivial details, he could get more benefits. The first was economical benefit. Although it might be caused by saturation of the market, or the high price of his items, previously, the sales of Zhang Miao's wood statues were not good, and he often couldn't anything in 2 or 3 days. But since that rumor about him being Tsunade's illegitimate child spread, his wood sculptures business suddenly boomed again. He could even sold over a dozen of Tsunade's statues in a day. Seeing that the sales were so good, Zhang Miao sculpted hundreds of various Tsunade statues overnight, and while at it, sculpted dozens of his own statues, and then bundled them and made a fortune. Not only that, under Zhang Miao's influence, even Himura's business was doing very well. Although his statues is not as good as Zhang Miao's, it is cheaper. His statues costs only a few thousand ryos, so a lot of people would buy multiple statues from him. And now he also accepted custom requests. His customers only needed to bring him a picture of the object they wanted to be sculpted. Such statues were slightly more expensive, usually around 10,000 to 20,000 ryos. He made a lot of money from that in addition to selling the usual statues. His success had invited envious gaze from his former colleagues already. Way to go, Himura! I heard that he got himself a girlfriend recently. Although she is not from a famous family, she is very cute. Zhang Miao was thinking that maybe they will be able to drink their wedding wine by the end of the year. In addition to the economic aspect, new relationships and connections are also a big gain for Zhang Miao. In the past, Zhang Miao felt that it didn't matter whether he had a good relationship with the villagers, but now he found that he was wrong, because now every time he went out, the system prompt sounded non-stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining. The system's notification sound almost always rang wherever Zhang Miao went without a pause. In desperation, Zhang Miao could only turn off the notification sounds to stop them from annoying him. After Zhang Miao had done with his visit to Fugaku, Shikaku, Inoichi, and chose his houses, he found that there were more than 1,000 ordinary ninja fragments in his system space. What a great harvest! Although ordinary ninja fragments cannot be used for lottery draws, and it could only be used for recruiting fodder-level ninjas, but they can be used as consumables for forbidden jutsus. For example, the 8 Inner Gates, a forbidden jutsu which Zhang Miao had always regarded as a trump card and should not be used carelessly, could be used safely thanks to the ordinary ninja fragments. According to the system's explanation, it took 50 ordinary ninja fragments to open the first gate, and opening the second gate will cost double the amount needed for the first gate. So as long as Zhang Miao has 12,750 ordinary ninja fragments, he could open all 8 gates safely. Now Zhang Miao's physical strength has almost caught up with Guy. As long as he opens all 8 gates, he could unleash a huge amount of power in a short time. Although such power would be short-lived like fireworks, it was enough as an emergency move in case of danger. Of course, the premise was that he must have 12,750 ordinary ninja fragments, otherwise he wouldn't save anyone, but committed suicide. In the past, it was not easy for Zhang Miao to collect so many ordinary ninja fragments. Even he spent a year and a half, he wouldn't have enough. But now it only took him less than a month to collect enough fragments to use that jutsu. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao couldn't help feeling emotional. I can easily get over 1,000 ordinary ninja fragments in one trip. And like Haku, it seems that I still underestimate the power of the masses. I must get along with them well in the future, and I will never scold them for being poor. Of course, Zhang Miao also knew very well that the reason for such a result was entirely because of Tsunade's name, so at this moment he was full of gratitude towards Tsunade. And Tsunade, I have written down your kindness, and I will definitely repay you in the future, so during this period of time, you must not suddenly run back to Konoha and let me enjoy a happy time. May God of Shinobi bless you, Amen. When he was talking, Zhang Miao completely forgot that the name of the god of Shinobi was Senju Hashirama, and Tsunade was his granddaughter. Although Zhang Miao's prayers were unclear, it did not affect the result he hoped for, because Tsunade would definitely not come back. Tsunade's beloved younger brother and lover both died in the previous war, and their dream before their deaths were to become Hokage, which made Tsunade seriously reject Hokage and even Konoha. As described in the original plot, if it wasn't for Naruto, the child of destiny, who persuaded her with his big mouth, she would never return to Konoha in her whole life. Now Naruto had just learned to walk, and he was still a baby. He had not yet grasped his mouth release power, so Zhang Miao can naturally continue to enjoy his life comfortably until he got exposed. But for now, it was a bit impossible for him to be exposed, because he was the son of Minato and Kushina, the hero from the Kyubi's Rampage incident. Only Hiruzen and a few higher UPS knew about it, and it was impossible for these people to expose Zhang Miao. For them, the misunderstanding was also good for the village, at least it could make the villagers still remember Tsunade's deeds. After all, the defection of Orochimaru had a great impact on Konoha. If people from the outside world knew that Tsunade had not returned to the village for several years, it might lead to very serious consequences. For this exact reason, the higher UPS of Konoha didn't stop the misunderstanding from spreading. They even put fan to the flames for that rumor to spread faster. This was also one of the important reasons why this rumor has spread to the whole village in just a few days. As the saying 3 men make a tiger, even if it is a lie, as long as there were many people speaking about it, it would naturally become the truth. Now that rumor had been known by the whole village, no one ever questioned the real truth of that rumor. It only took more than a month, with the word of mouth of the villagers and the passive attitude of Konoha's higher UPS, Zhang Miao completely embraced his new identity of being Tsunade's son. Under such circumstances, he finally got the opportunity that he had been waiting for a long time, the opportunity to contact the Hyuga clan. On a quiet evening, someone unexpected came to his shop, bought 10 statues of Hyugas, and then said something like this to him. Ryuna Shuk-kun, if you have time, please come to my house. My son Niji is also a genius. I think you can become good friends. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Miao's heard a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-star Jonin, Hyuga Hisashi Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao revealed a bright smile. My pleasure. Chapter 143, Hyuga Hisashi. The arrival of Hisashi was indeed somewhat beyond Zhang Miao's expectations, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed reasonable. Tsunade's influence was so great that even the Hyuga clan did not dare to despise him. Before, they were only watching because they had not yet confirmed Zhang Miao's identity, but now that they were, they immediately sent someone to contact him. The one they sent to contact Zhang Miao was not just some nobody. First of all, they would not send someone from the main family, because it might humble them too much, they couldn't bear it. But they couldn't just send someone from the branch family, because if Zhang Miao felt that the Haiga clan was looking down him, it would cause a negative effect. So they decided to send Hisashi. Although Hisashi belongs to the branch family, he was the brother of the current head of the Haiga clan, Haiga Hayashi. He was just the right person for the task, since his position was just right. Not from the main family, but equally important since he was the clan leader's relative. They also heard that Zhang Miao likes to be friends with geniuses, since they had seen Zhang Miao hanging out with the likes of Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui, and Yujao. They were all standouts among their generation. And Hisashi's son, Niji, has shown extraordinary talent since he was a child. He could be regarded as a rare genius in the Haiga clan for decades. Using him as a way to establish a relationship with Zhang Miao was a very good decision. These were the results of the careful consideration of the higher UPS of the clan. Hisashi wouldn't have a say in it, and he could only follow their orders. Of course, Hisashi genuinely felt that if Niji could become Zhang Miao's friend, it would definitely be beneficial for him. The only thing he was worried about was that Zhang Miao would look down on his status. After all, he only came to Zhang Miao's shop at the main family's order. In fact, Hisashi was worried for nothing, because Zhang Miao never cared about the Haiga's internal business. When Zhang Miao heard that the system notified him that he had obtained Hisashi's ninja fragments, he knew that Hisashi recognized him and invited him sincerely. "Uncle Hisashi, I'm honored by your invitation, but it's a bit late, so I'll go to your place another day. If you don't mind, how about we go to Yakiniku-Q for dinner later? You should bring Niji along." The meaning of Zhang Miao's words is to tell Hisashi that he understood his intention, and he accepted it, but this is not because of the Haiga clan, but because of Hisashi's sincerity. No matter what, Hisashi was also a member of a famous clan. Of course, he could understand what Zhang Miao meant, so he immediately agreed with a smile. "Okay, then I'll go pick up Niji now." "Okay, Uncle Hisashi, take care, see you later." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hisashi nodded again, and then turned to leave. When he left, Zhang Miao also received a prompt from the system again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Hisashi's initial recognition. In the future, when the host interacted with Hisashi, the host will obtain 5 of his ninja fragments. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly waved his fist in his heart. Oh yeah! For Zhang Miao, it doesn't matter whether he could recruit the member of the branch family or main family, his only target was their Byakugan. Ordinary people couldn't see their own chakra points, so they could only release chakra through their hands, feet or mouth. But a Byakugan user was different. The members of the Haiga clan could release chakra from the chakra points all over their bodies, and they have a near 360 field of vision with their Byakugan. With these 2 abilities, they could unleash a powerful defensive jutsu, the 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Of course, hard work alone was not enough to achieve that. A certain talent was also required. In addition, Byakugan was also recognized as the strongest observation eye in the ninja world. It could not only see targets that are 1 kilometer away, but also provided the users with a somewhat acute vision which enabled them to see the flow of chakra in the opponent's body. It was precisely because of this ability, the Haiga clansman was able to perform their gentle fist technique that which could cut off the flow of their opponent's chakra. Of course, Zhang Miao fancied the Byakugan as well. With super long observation distance, coupled with the near 360 field of vision and the Uzumaki's great perception ability, no one could touch me. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately closed the door of his shop, and then headed towards Yakiniku-Q. When Zhang Miao walked inside the restaurant, the lady boss greeted him with a warm expression. "Welcome, Ryuna Shuk-kun. Same as usual, right?" Haha. Hearing the lady boss's words, Zhang Miao immediately laughed and waved at her while laughing. No, I have an appointment today, I need to be gentle. Maybe I will have 10 sets of each type of meat for now." "Okay." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the lady boss immediately agreed and ordered her staffs to serve Zhang Miao's order. Not long after his order arrived, Zhang Miao heard a familiar voice next to him. "Sorry for my tardiness, have you been waiting for a long time?" Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and found out that it was Hisashi who had arrived. At this time, he was wearing the white robe that a Haiga adult men often wear, and holding a 3-year-old boy in his hand who looked like a young Niji. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and waved to him. No no no. Actually, I just came here, right, is this your son Niji? Yes. As soon as Zhang Miao's finished speaking, Hisashi nodded immediately. He's the one I was talking about, go greet him, Niji. Yes, father. Hearing Hisashi's words, the young Niji nodded immediately, then bowed towards Zhang Miao and saluted. Hello, Ryuna Shuk-sama, my name is Haiga Niji, and I'm 3 years old this year. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing Niji's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. Ha 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 ha, as expected of the Haiga clan, even their children's etiquette is so well done, but this is too outrageous. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao immediately stood up and put an arm around Niji's shoulder before grinning at Hisashi. Uncle Hisashi, you can just call me Ryu. Uncle Shikaku and the others also call me that. And Niji, you can call me Ryu too. Ryu. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the young Niji immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhang Miao curiously. Can I really call you that, Ryuna Shuk-sama? Of course. Seeing the curious look on Niji's face, Zhang Miao nodded immediately, then gave him a gentle smile. Because we are friends. And friends called each other with their first names. How about it? Do you want to be my friend? Friend. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the young Niji's eyes widened immediately, his eyes were full of joy, and he nodded vigorously, I do. As soon as Niji finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Niji's recognition. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Haiga Niji Ninja Fragment X5. Hearing this prompt, the smile on Zhang Miao's face suddenly brightened. Chapter 144, Drunk. The Haiga clan was loyal to Konoha. Although their Byakugan was as famous as the Sharingan, they never showed their ambitions, and never interfered with Konoha's politics. They owned 1.3 acres of land and Konoha let them do what they want there. It could be said they were a very reliable family. In fact, the Haigas cared more about their bloodline limit than Konoha's hot seats. In order to protect their bloodline limit from the outsiders, the Haiga clan divided the clan into 2 families, the main family, and the branch family. The mission of the main family was to preserve the clan's bloodline limit and ensure the continuity of the clan, while the branch family was tasked with protecting the main family. Members of the branch family had to give up their life for the safety of the main family. To support this cause, every member of the branch family was branded with a special cursed seal. The cursed seal was composed of a swastika symbol surrounded by 2 jade mark. This gave the main family absolute control over the branch family members, basically making them their servants. The branded clansmen would be trapped under their counterparts' control until their death, hence the name Caged Bird Cursed Seal. With just a simple hand seal, the main family members could destroy their counterparts' brain cells or cause them intense pain as punishment. If the branded person die, their Byakugan would automatically be sealed forever, thus preventing their enemies from obtaining the eye secrets. In each generation of the Haiga clan, only one person could earn the position in the main family, and the others would be assigned into the branch family. This practice did keep Byakugan from the enemy's hands, but the negative consequences from it were also very serious, the most obvious being the withering of talents. The Caged Bird Cursed Seal limited the potential of a person's Byakugan, deprives them of their freedom, and at the same time holding back their growth. After all, a caged bird would never be able to fly freely in the sky. Compared with their past glories, the Haiga clan had become mediocre today, and there were only few talented people left in the clan. This was also the case with Niji and his father Hisashi. It was a pity that even Niji, a genius with infinite possibilities, was still trapped by the Caged Bird Cursed Seal until his death, while his father Hisashi sacrificed his life for the clan. It could be said that the poor father and son suffered from the same fate. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately looked at them with some sympathy. Feeling Zhang Miao's unusual gaze, Hisashi frowned in doubt. What's the matter? Is there anything strange about me? Seeing that Hisashi is so keen, Zhang Miao hurriedly smiled and waved to him. No, I just remembered something important. Please, sit down. Pardon for the intrusion. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hisashi agreed, and then sat down opposite Zhang Miao. After he sat down, Zhang Miao warmly greeted him while placing the marinated meat on the grill with his chopsticks. Uncle Haiga, welcome to the feast. Nothing better than a good meal after a long day of work. By the way, I have something good to share with you. Having said that, Zhang Miao took out a jug from his arms, and then filled Hisashi's cup with its contents. SSSH, let me tell you, Uncle Hisashi, this wine is the best in Konoha. It's refreshing and delicious. I don't take it out for most people. Please try it. Looking at Zhang Miao's innocent face, Hisashi suddenly showed a hint of shock. Ryu, you shouldn't be an adult yet, right? What? Hearing Hisashi's question, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, but soon laughed. Haha, Uncle Hisashi, a person's maturity is not determined by appearance. The most important thing is the heart and mind. Zhang Miao was obviously secretly changing topics, and Hisashi also felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything and immediately frowned. That's true, but... Oh, I know. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Miao waved at him. I can just do this. Transformation. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he transformed with a bang, and smiled at Hisashi. How about this? Looking at Zhang Miao's current appearance, Hisashi's eyes widened. Brother. It turned out that the person Zhang Miao became was none other than the head of the Hyga clan, Hyga Hayashi. After a brief moment, Hisashi quickly regained his senses, and then showed a wry smile at Zhang Miao. Ryu, you are really... You should change back quickly, that's not a good thing to do in public. Ha ha ha. Hearing Hisashi's words, Zhang Miao immediately laughed and raised his wine cup while laughing. What are you saying, Hisashi? We brothers haven't sat together like this for a long time, right? If you don't mind, just accompany me for a drink. Looking at the familiar face and in front of him, Hisashi knew that the other party was not his brother Hayashi, but he involuntarily raised his wine cup. Maybe it was because of his long depression, or maybe Zhang Miao's transformation had brought back his old memories. Hisashi couldn't stop drinking after he started. He became drunk not long after that. Brother, I have a lot to say to you, I. As he spoke, Hisashi slid down from the table. Seeing this scene, the young Niji's eyes widened. Father. Hisashi was drunk, and was very drunk, so Zhang Miao brought him home, and then told Niji a few words before leaving the Hyga settlement. Zhang Miao didn't know that when he was leaving, the elders of the Hyga clan were aggressively running to Hayashi to confront him. Hayashi, although you and Hisashi are brothers, but now you are a member of the main family. He is from the branch family, and you hold an important position within the clan. How can you go out drinking with him? Yeah, and he's still very drunk. What people would say to our clan seeing him like that? Hayashi, we asked you to tell Hisashi and ask him to invite Tsunade-sama's son to come to the Hyga clan. Why did you go drinking with him? I can't believe it. Hayashi. What's going on? I didn't do anything. Hayashi were immediately stunned by the clan elder's madness, but Zhang Miao, the instigator, returned to Yakiniku-Q and waved his hand at the lady boss to order. Lady boss, give me 80 plates of each type of meat. Today I'm going to break my personal record. Chapter 145, Visiting the Hyga clan, Part 1. Zhang Miao was very happy about his good start with Hisashi, so he was naturally in a very good mood. When he was in a good mood, his appetite increased, so was able to break his personal record from 2 days ago, and then got up and left under the shocked eyes of everyone. On the way home, Zhang Miao looked up at the bright moon in the sky and muttered to herself. The Byakugan, et. After returning home, Zhang Miao went to bed early, and went straight to the place where the Hyga clan lived the next morning. He couldn't wait. Because he had been here once yesterday, Zhang Miao easily found Hisashi's house. After entering the house, he even personally made him a cup of tea. Of course, there were also some snacks such as dangos. It can be seen that Hisashi's family seems to have figured out his preferences. After drinking a cup of tea and eating a few dangos, Zhang Miao waved to Niji, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Seeing Zhang Miao's actions, Niji immediately ran towards him with a happy face, then bowed and saluted. Ryuna Shuk-sama, if you don't mind, can you give me some advice on my taijutsu? That's fine. Zhang Miao nodded immediately after hearing Niji's request. However, do you remember what I told you yesterday? What should you call me? Niji hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Hisashi, who was standing beside him. After the latter nodded, he nodded towards Zhang Miao. I understand, Ryu-sama. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Zhang Miao suddenly remembered that when he first went to Fugaku's house, Itachi's behavior was exactly the same as Niji now. But now Itachi had become a real Konoha ninja. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao looked at the young Niji in front of him, and suddenly he couldn't help pinching his small face. Remove the sama. Just call me Ryu. Ugh. I know Ryu-kun, don't pinch my face, it hurts. Hey, hey. Hisashi stood aside. While looking at the laughing kids, a loving smile suddenly appeared on his face, but if one looked closely, they could find a trace of sadness hidden in his eyes. It would be great if Niji could be born in the main family. Of course, Zhang Miao didn't know what Hisashi was thinking. After playing with Niji for a while, he stood up, walked to the courtyard, stretched, and then waved to Niji again. The morning tea time is over, it's time for some activity. Come on Niji, let me see your taijutsu, please attack me for real. Yet. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Niji became excited again, please give me some advice, ha. After he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhang Miao, and then jumped up with a kick. Seeing his move, Zhang Miao burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, good spirit. But the strength is a little weak. Zhang Miao raised his right hand lightly, easily blocking Niji's kick, and pointed at him. And you shouldn't be aiming for my chest, you should be aiming for my head. Hey, that's right. Kick me with your left foot when you land, harder. Turn around faster, right. Zhang Miao is good at taijutsu, especially in basic taijutsu. There are few in Konoha who could do better than him. Even Fugaku had admitted this. So now, when he taught Niji, he was naturally very detailed, from the movement to the position of the strike, and even many details that Hisashi didn't pay attention to, he explained in great detail. Hearing his teaching to Niji, even Hisashi felt that he had gained something, and at the same time, he was also amazed by Zhang Miao. What a formidable taijutsu mastery, as expected of the Konoha's #1 genius. Zhang Miao didn't know that he now had the title of Konoha's #1 genius. At this time, he had completely focused in his teaching session, and only Niji was left in his eyes. Move your punches faster, keep up with your footsteps, and don't use jump kicks frequently. When you're in the air, when your defense is at its weakest, you can use more leg sweeps. It can make your movements more connected. Smooth. Zhang Miao taught very seriously and clearly pointed out every single one of Niji's mistakes, but now Niji was still too young. He was not a monster like Zhang Miao with his system. After 10 minutes, he felt very tired and gasped for air. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately stopped and nodded towards him. That's it for today. Better do everything in moderation. Let's stop now. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Niji hurriedly withdrew his hand, then bowed towards Zhang Miao and saluted. Ryu, thank you for your advice. Hey. Seeing Niji's appearance, Zhang Miao couldn't help laughing. He reached out and squeezed his cheeks. Hey, since that's the case, I'll take your little face as a gratitude, you little bun. You, I'm not a little bun. Father, save me. Hearing Niji's cry for help, the smile on Hyaga's face suddenly widened. Maybe Zhang Miao went overboard with his pinches. After escaping from Zhang Miao's hands, Niji hid behind his father and refused to come out. Looking at Niji who was pulling at the corner of his clothes, Hisashi was a little dumbfounded. Niji, Ryu is just playing with you, you can't be so rude, come out. Hearing his words, Niji didn't answer, just shook his head forcefully, showing his firm attitude. Seeing this scene, Hisashi only looked at Zhang Miao apologetically. Ryu, I'm really sorry, this child has the same personality as me, and is a little stubborn. As soon as Hisashi finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's fine. Anyway uncle, if you are free, why don't the two of us have a match? The two of us? He didn't seem to expect that Zhang Miao would make such a request, so Hisashi was a little surprised. You want to spar with me? Yes. Zhang Miao grinned when he saw Hisashi's surprised expression. Don't look down on me, uncle. I'm actually very strong. I won't make you disappointed. Hearing what Zhang Miao said, Hisashi thought about it for a while, and then nodded. Okay, I'll be more careful. What Hisashi meant was he would be careful not to hurt Zhang Miao. Of course Zhang Miao can hear it and understand it very well. After all, Hisashi had long been a jonin. Not only did he have the Byakugani, but he also participated in the Third War. Facing a child like Zhang Miao, it was normal for him to be like that. Therefore, Zhang Miao just smiled without refuting anything, and grinned at Hisashi. He prepared a seal with his right hand. "Don't underestimate me, Uncle Hisashi. I will be in your care." Chapter 146, Visiting the Hyga Clan, Part 2. Zhang Miao wanted to spar with Hisashi, not because he was free, but because he wanted to show off his skills. To be precise, he wanted to show his skills to the two ninjas outside Hisashi's gate. In fact, when he was having a tea time earlier, Zhang Miao found that there were two ninjas outside the house, but he did not think too much of them at that time. After all, this was the residence of the Hygas, and it was normal for there to be some people around. But now half an hour had passed, and the two ninjas were still around. Most importantly, Zhang Miao also sensed a trace of chakra fluctuation. Although it was very weak, with Zhang Miao's current perception ability, it was simply as obvious as the bonfire. Are they monitoring us with their special eyes? Humph, that kind of trick is useless against an Uzumaki. Since you want to see it, I will show my real skills. With this thought in mind, Zhang Miao asked Hisashi to spar against him. After Hisashi had agreed, the two of them took a stance in the courtyard. Zhang Miao had never been a person who liked to talk nonsense. After signaling Hisashi, he directly rushed towards him. Hisashi had expected Zhang Miao to immediately rush at him, but what he did not expect was when he was just adjusting his stance, Zhang Miao's figure disappeared in a flash. When he saw this scene, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. Is that the body flicker jutsu? Although he was extremely shocked in his heart, but Hisashi was an experienced fighter. When he saw Zhang Miao disappear, his eyes immediately widened. Byakugan. The veins around his eyes suddenly bulged. After activating his eyes, he immediately received Byakugan's near 360-degree vision. Then, he saw Zhang Miao who was attacking from behind. Bang! With the help of the eye, Hisashi accurately blocked Zhang Miao's kick, but the power of the kick made his expression change. What great power! Zhang Miao grinned after hearing Hisashi's exclamation. Then taste this, leaf coiling whirlwind. At this point, Zhang Miao turned around and did a fierce roundhouse kick. The Byakugan did not have the same predictive ability as the Sharingan. Hisashi couldn't dodge Zhang Miao's surprise kick at all. He could only raise his arms to receive it. Bang! With a dull sound, Hisashi was pushed to the edge of the wall by the force of Zhang Miao's kick. Zhang Miao did not show mercy and raised his foot high. Then he shouted. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Hearing Zhang Miao shouted this name, an image of Tsunade suddenly appeared on Hisashi's mind. How could he dare to take it head-on? After realizing the danger, he quickly dodged several meters away. Just as he dodged, Zhang Miao's foot landed on the place where he was originally standing. A loud sound rang out. Boom! Zhang Miao's foot suddenly struck the ground like a huge axe. A crack appeared in a radius of 2 meters from his foot. The crack extended all the way to the wall and tore it apart in an instant. With a crashing sound, a large part of the wall on both sides of the crack collapsed. At the same time, there was a coughing sound outside the wall. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this voice, Hisashi was suddenly shocked. Did someone just got caught in it? Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened his eyes and saw two familiar figures. The clan elder. Along with Hisashi's scream, two old men covered with dust immediately walked in from outside the wall. They coughed as they walked. Cough cough. Hisashi, is this guest you invited? What is going on? Yes, this wall has collapsed. We happened to pass by here and almost got hurt. Cough cough. Just happened to pass by. Hisashi was not a fool. Of course, he didn't believe it. And when he thought about it carefully, Zhang Miao's kick just now was clearly to force him into a corner. After that, the Heavenly Foot of Pain was not targeted at him, but to deal with these two old men who were eavesdropping on them. Thinking of this, Hisashi immediately turned around and saw Zhang Miao sticking out his tongue at him. Seeing this scene, he immediately knew that he guessed right. Well done, good boy. After understanding this, Hisashi tried to suppress his urge to laugh and began to introduce them to both sides. Elders, this is Niji's new friend Ryunashuk. These two are the elders of our Hyga clan. Hearing the Hisashi's words, the two elders of the Hyga clan smiled at Zhang Miao. So this is Ryunashuk, what a talent. Yeah, and I didn't expect him to be so young. He really deserves to be called the Konoha's #1 genius. An ordinary child would be fooled by the elder's sincere smile and kind disposition, but who was Zhang Miao? Underneath his innocent and young appearance, there was his hidden technician self. How could he be fooled by mere words? At this time, Zhang Miao really wanted to say something to them, please continue your act. But now that he was in the Haiga settlement, Zhang Miao did not want to make things difficult for him, so even though he mocked them in his heart, he still politely bowed to the two elders. I used to hear people say that the Haiga clan is the #1 clan in Konoha. I had doubts before, but after seeing the elegant demeanor of the two elders in front of me, I no longer have any doubts. Look at you guys, you know that the Haiga clan is just like that. The two elders naturally did not know Zhang Miao's true feelings. They thought that Zhang Miao was praising them and could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this child is really sensible. As expected from the son of Tsuna. The Uzumakis. Yes, yes, is Ryunosuke from the Uzumaki clan? Oh, he is from the same clan as the wife of the 4th Hokage. He is really amazing. Seeing that the two of them still trying to fool him, Zhang Miao was so disgusted that he almost vomited, but because he was concerned about the Hisashi, he could only pretend to enjoy it and grinned. Seeing his smile, the two elders laughed even more happily. Since it's rare for Ryunosuke to come to the Haiga, why don't we take a walk around? Yes. Hisashi, I'll leave this matter to you. We'll be leaving first. After saying that, the two of them smiled and nodded at Zhang Miao before turning around to leave. Seeing this scene, Hisashi hurriedly bowed. I understand. Please, take care. After the two of them left, Hisashi looked up at Zhang Miao apologetically. Ryu, I. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Miao waved at him with a smile. Uncle Hisashi, actually, I understand your difficulties. Let's go to the clan leader's house now. I heard that he has a very cute daughter. It's a good opportunity to meet her. He. Looking at Zhang Miao and his big smile, Hisashi suddenly felt a little worried about his little niece. Chapter 147, Visiting the Haiga Clan, Part 3. Under Hisashi's guidance, Zhang Miao quickly arrived at his destination and met the head of the Haiga clan, Haiga Hayashi. Hayashi and Hisashi were twins, so they had similar appearance. When Zhang Miao was watching the Naruto anime, because there were not many episodes about the Haiga clan, Zhang Miao's didn't pay much attention to the brothers. But now that the two were standing together, Zhang Miao suddenly clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect them to really look so similar. No wonder in the original plot, Hisashi's body was used as Hayashi's double. They were so similar that not even the great Kumigakure could distinguish them. Hayashi did not know Zhang Miao's thoughts. Seeing him glancing back and forth between himself and Hisashi, he could not help but laugh. Did you find that I look very similar to Hisashi? In fact, we are brothers. Because I was born 15 minutes earlier, I became the clan leader. But in terms of talent, I am not comparable to Hisashi. Hayashi was trying to tell Zhang Miao that he was placed in the main family because he was born 15 minutes earlier than his brother. And because of that, Hisashi was assigned to the branch family. So when he told Zhang Miao about it, he immediately looked at the Hisashi with guilt. Hearing Hayashi's words, Hisashi quickly lowered his head. Leader, you are too serious. Hearing how Hisashi addressed him, a hint of sadness flashed in Hayashi's eyes. But he quickly adjusted his mood and looked at Zhang Miao with a smile. You are Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who is known as the Konoha's #1 genius, right? I have heard about your stories from Hisashi. Welcome to the Haiga clan. Hayashi's words were polite and not flattering. Very fitting of a great clan leader. Therefore, after hearing his words, Zhang Miao also smiled and bowed slightly to him. Hayashi-sama is too kind. It was just some rumors. It is not true. Pardon me for my intrusion. As the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Zhang Miao had been in around the Uchihas for so long, so he naturally knew how to deal with some important people. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hayashi smiled in satisfaction. I heard that this child was arrogant, but now it seems that it is just a rumor. Thinking of this, Hayashi smiled at Zhang Miao again. Please don't be too polite, you can call me Uncle Hayashi if you don't mind. I will also call you Ryunosuke. How about it? This was obviously a show of goodwill. Zhang Miao naturally had to accept Hayashi's kindness. Okay, Uncle Hayashi. I am in your care. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, before he could continue, a knocking sound appeared outside the door, accompanied by a cry of surprise. Oh, Hinata-sama, the clan leader is currently entertaining his guests. You can't enter. Before this voice could finish, the door was pulled open with a whoosh. Zhang Miao looked back and immediately saw a fair-skinned cute little girl standing there. The familiar onion hair, cute little bun face, and a pair of clear big eyes. If it wasn't Hinata, who else could it be? Looking at Hinata who was staring at him with her big round eyes, Zhang Miao couldn't help but smile and wave at her. Hello. Seeing that Zhang Miao had discovered her, Hinata was shocked. Like a frightened little rabbit, she shoved her head into her hands. After a while, she carefully stuck out half of her face and looked at Zhang Miao curiously. So cute. Just as Zhang Miao was about to rush over and pinch her little face, Hayashi immediately opened his mouth. Is Hinata outside? Come in quickly. Hearing Hayashi's words, Hinata, who was originally hiding outside the door, immediately ran in with her head lowered and quickly hid behind her father. Seeing this scene, Hayashi's face immediately showed a trace of embarrassment. This is my daughter, Hinata. This child is a little timid. At this point, he quickly turned to Hinata behind him and shouted, Hinata, you can't be like this. Come out and greet the guest. Hearing Hayashi's words, Hinata slowly came out and bowed to Zhang Miao and Hisashi. My name is Hyana. Ta. I'm Al. Most 2 years old. Pardon for my intrusion. At this time, she still couldn't speak clearly. She spoke in a childish voice. Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up when he saw her adorable appearance. He reached out and took out a wooden statue from his pocket. Hinata, what do you think this is? This was a small statue. It was about 7 inches in size. It was engraved with the appearance of a rabbit holding a carrot and gnawing on it. It was already finished and looked alive. This statue was from Zhang Miao's practice with Himura. It was nothing strange for adults, but it was very attractive to children. Therefore, the moment he took out the rabbit statue, he immediately attracted her attention. Oh! Seeing Hinata, who was staring at the statue intensely, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Do you like it? Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hinata immediately nodded. Seeing this scene, the smile on Zhang Miao's face immediately became even more brilliant. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. With that, Zhang Miao handed over the wooden rabbit in his hand. Looking at the wooden rabbit that Zhang Miao handed over, Hinata instinctively prepared to receive it, but she immediately retracted her hand halfway. Then, she turned to look at her father with some uneasiness. When the latter nodded, she received the wooden rabbit from Zhang Miao's hand with a face full of joy and then smiled sweetly at Zhang Miao. Thank you, big brother. Sheesh. She's too cute. Looking at the cute thing in front of him, Zhang Miao couldn't help but hold little Hinata in his arms and then kissed her little face. Seeing this scene, the corner of Hayashi's mouth immediately twitched. If it was someone else who did this, Hayashi would have immediately thrown him out, but in the face of Zhang Miao, the son of the Tsunade, he chose to endure. Forget it, it's not his fault that my daughter is so cute. As soon as Hayashi thought of this, Zhang Miao immediately kissed Hinata on the face again. Smooch. Smooch. The corner of Hayashi's mouth twitched again, but he still maintained a smile. Smooch. 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 The smile on Hayashi's face was a little stiff. Smooch 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 smooch. Chapter 148, Collection Progress, Part 1. As the saying goes, a daughter is a father's prize. Now that Zhang Miao was hugging Hinata and kissing her, it was undoubtedly a type of provocation. Damn, I didn't say anything after you kiss her twice. How dare you to kiss my sweet little girl and cover her with your saliva? Do you think she's a saliva container or what? At that time, Hayashi was furious. He immediately ended the originally friendly conversation and then politely and resolutely sent Zhang Miao and Hisashi out and fiercely closed the door. Bang! Looking at the closed door, Zhang Miao wiped the corner of his mouth and grinned. Thank you for your hospitality. Hisashi. How about you show some guilt? At this moment, Hisashi suddenly felt a little glad that Niji was a boy, so at most, he would only be pinched in the face by Zhang Miao. The disaster happened to her niece wouldn't happen to him. Poor Hinata, she was a shy and timid girl. I hope she won't be scarred for life by this. Different from Hisashi, Zhang Miao was currently in a very happy mood, especially when he remembered how she was completely stunned after he kissed her, which made him want to take her home with him. Of course, he also knew that this was unrealistic, so he could only turn to look at Hisashi. Uncle Hisashi, I feel that Niji is rather lonely by himself. Why don't you consider giving him a younger sister? Hisashi. Damn it, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Looking at Zhang Miao's expression, the corner of Hisashi's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. By the time Zhang Miao came out of the Haiga settlement, it was already noon. Looking at the sun that had already climbed to the top of his head, he did not dare to delay any longer and immediately rushed to the next destination, the Uchiha district. Now Zhang Miao had collected more than 1,000 ninja fragments of Fugaku's fragments, which was mainly thanks to the lottery he did with Mikato's fragments. Zhang Miao discovered that every time he used 10 of Mikato's fragments to draw a lottery, he would obtain around 13 Fugaku's fragments, which significantly sped up his collection process. According to Zhang Miao's deduction, in less than 2 months, he would be able to gather enough of Fugaku's ninja fragments. At that time, as long as he recruited Fugaku, he would be one step closer to the ninja world domination. However, the problem now was that if he wanted to recruit more ninjas, in order to avoid people from noticing, he could not recruit them within Konoha's territory, and had to go to the Land of Waves. However, he could not travel there too frequently. The best way was to collect more ninja fragments, and then recruit them all at once to reduce the number of times he went out, which would reduce the risk of exposure. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao began to plan his current progress. The first one to be prioritized would be Hisashi, because he was a 5-star Jonin. He only needed 400 ninja fragments to recruit, so it would only take 40 days to collect them. The second one was Fugaku. Because he had the help of Mikato's fragments, he could obtain 13 of Fugaku's fragments per day, so it would take him about 45 days to collect them. The third one was Itachi. Although he started to collect them together with Fugaku, because he was not strong enough, he could only get 5 ninja fragments at a time, so the progress was very slow. But fortunately, with the help of the lottery, the number of fragments collected now was almost 1,000. When Fugaku's 1,600 fragments were gathered, he would use the extra fragments of Fugaku to draw some lotteries. In this way, he could collect the ninja fragments needed to recruit Itachi in about 2.5 months. The fourth was the Kyubi. Although the amount of ninja fragments required for recruitment is very large, around 3,200, but fortunately, he can get a fixed amount of 20 fragments per day. Based on the current gathering speed, in about 3 months, he would be able to meet the recruitment requirements. The fifth was Niji. This kid was a 6-star elite Jonin. The recruitment required 800 ninja fragments, but same as Itachi's case, he could only collect 5 fragments each time. Therefore, Zhang Miao planned to wait until he gathered enough fragments for Hisashi, and use the extra fragments to obtain more of Niji's fragments through the lottery. According to Zhang Miao's past experience, he speculated that he would be done with Niji in around 3.5 months. As for Hiruzen and Shisui, although they were also in Zhang Miao's collection list, it would take a long time to recruit them. At least half a year was needed, so Zhang Miao did not consider them for the time being. In comparison, Zhang Miao could still afford to wait for 3.5 months, so he decided to wait until he gathered all the fragments of Fugaku, Itachi, Hisashi, Niji, and the Kyubi. Then he would go to the Land of Waves to recruit them all at once. At that time, the power in Zhang Miao's hands would also expand further, and his own strength would also be improved by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but be a little excited. When that time comes, I will leave Konoha and go to the Land of Waves. Then I will go to the Tsunagakur to find Cho and find a way to collect her ninja fragments to see if I can revive Minato and Kushina. If it's really not possible, I will be fine with reviving just one of them. Zhang Miao's big plan was to order the recruited Cho to revive Minato and or Kushina with her forbidden technique. As for which one to revive, Zhang Miao had not thought about it yet. In fact, he hoped to find a way to revive both of them and give Naruto a complete family. So their sacrifice to save him was not in vain. Or rather, it was not in vain that he crossed over to become their son. After establishing a short-term goal, Zhang Miao's actions became more efficient. He went to the Hyuga clan in the morning, to the Uchiha clan in the afternoon, and later to the Inoshika-cho and the Hokage's place in order to collect the ninja fragments. As Zhang Miao expected, the first one he completed was Hisashi's fragments, but what he did not expect was that when he used the extra fragments to draw lotteries, he had a 50% chance to draw Niji's fragments. Seeing this result, Zhang Miao could not help but sigh. Hisashi really loves Niji very deeply, but in order to protect his brother and the village, he was willing to die generously. Such a person is really admirable. At this moment, Zhang Miao thinks of Guy's father, Might Do, and his father in this life, Minato. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately clenches his fist. I must change all of this. I must not let Hisashi die like this. When my team is ready, I will go after the Kumo ninjas, and let them experience what a surprise really is. Chapter 149, Collection Progress, Part 2. The process of collecting ninja fragments is very boring, but Zhang Miao still finds a way to enjoy it. For example, listening to Fugaku's bleat, or using the technique the harem jutsu to make Hiruzen bleed his nose was fun. He still had his occasional spars with Itachi and Shisui, and his house visits. All in all, Zhang Miao had a very happy life. Now, he had found a lot of new fun activities, such as bullying the little bun from the Hyuga clan. Oh, ha ha ha, Niji, you little bun, bring your little face over and let me pinch it, hey, don't run from me. You. Father, save me. Wow, ha ha ha, the more you call for help, the more excited I get. Hisashi. My poor son. For Zhang Miao, Hisashi should be grateful. Although Zhang Miao often seemed to be bullying his son, by comparison, Niji had gained more from him. For example, Zhang Miao taught him his boxing skills. Until now, Hisashi still clearly remembered the scene when Zhang Miao taught Niji boxing a month ago. Niji, today I'm going to teach you a set of boxing techniques called Tai Chi, so look closely. Having said that, Zhang Miao stared to demonstrate a set of movements in front of Hisashi and Niji. To practice Tai Chi, you need to remember 5 things: mind, spirit, Chi, vigor, and God. Your mind have to be at peace, if it's not, you won't be able to focus. Move your hand in all directions while maintaining your calm. Free your spirit, if your spirit is still bound to your body, you won't be able to set it free. Feel your spiritual side moving. When the Chi is restrained and the momentum is loose, there is no subtlety, and the body will be easily scattered. Strengthen your vigor. Practice as a family, to distinguish the real truth. There must be a source of energy. God is above them all. Take a deep breath, and return your Chi to the God as the momentum moves. As the saying goes, talk with your mouth, play with your hands. Zhang Miao kept talking while demonstrating the movements. He showcased his Tai Chi perfectly. A straight line is offensive, a curve is defensive. Surrender your body completely. Feel the sensation, lead your Chi with your mind. And shape it. Imagination is your strongest weapon. You can create anything from nothing. Feel it. This set of Tai Chi movements was learned by Zhang Miao from the head of his orphanage. He had almost forgotten about it, but since he recruited Shikako last time, he had gained an IQ bonus. He began to remember a lot of things. Tai Chi was one of them. For Zhang Miao, Tai Chi didn't play any significant role in his development, because he liked the strong fist approach more. However, the Hyuga clan was using the gentle fist, so Zhang Miao didn't mind being such a good friend and gave his Tai Chi knowledge to Niji, and at the same time hoped that this technique could be carried forward in the ninja world with the help of Niji's hands. Hisashi is a very knowledgeable person. He can see at a glance that Zhang Miao's Tai Chi was not inferior to the Hyuga's 8 trigrams 64 palms technique, and even surpasses it in many aspects. This was a taijutsu that could be carried over generations of famil. If Hisashi was a member of the main family, seeing Zhang Miao passing on such an important technique to Niji, he would definitely suspect that Zhang Miao must have an ulterior motive. But he was just a member of the branch family, whose life was in the hands of the main family. What would Zhang Miao gain from them? It was precisely because of this idea, when Zhang Miao selflessly taught Tai Chi to Niji, Hisashi's trust in Zhang Miao reached its peak. Hisashi didn't know Zhang Miao was actually plotting something. When he showed his full trust in Zhang Miao received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the absolute trust of Hisashi. From now on, the host will obtain a fixed amount of 10 fragments from Hisashi whenever the host interacted with him. Obviously, this is one of the reasons why Zhang Miao taught Tai Chi to Niji. And what surprised Zhang Miao the most was, after he taught Niji his Tai Chi, Hisashi also offered him a lot of money. He gave him 10 million worth of silver banknotes. The Haiga was very grateful to Zhang Miao for sharing his Tai Chi with them. They gave him 10 millions. After all, the Haiga clan was one of Konoha's famous clan. To maintain their prestige, they couldn't receive anything for free, so they chose to give out some money as a token of their gratitude. Of course, Zhang Miao refused the offer. He just put one condition for Hayashi to let him visit his house anytime he wanted. No one could stop him. When Zhang Miao presented this condition, Hayashi knew what he was thinking about. Although he wanted to refuse, he could only grit his teeth and agree under the pressure of the clan's elders. As a result, an uninvited guest often appears in his home. Hinata, where are you? Come out. Oh, so you are here, I caught you, my dear. Smooch smooch smooch. Hayashi. Damn boy, let go of my daughter. Of course, he could only think about this sentence in his heart. Now, because of his Tai Chi, Zhang Miao's prestige among the Haigas began to rise, and there were even some rumors about Zhang Miao would become Hayashi's son-in-law. Now, many members of the Haiga clan have begun to call Zhang Miao Ryuna Shuksama. The most frustrating thing for Hayashi was that the clan elders do not seem to be disgusted by such rumors, and even proposed that Zhang Miao and Hinata get engaged, and let Zhang Miao join the Haiga clan when they become adults. This actually made Hayashi furious. You don't feel bad because it's not your daughter, right? Faced with such a proposal, Hayashi naturally refused. In fact, even if he did not refuse, Zhang Miao would not agree to such proposal. Hinata is my future sister-in-law. Now I'm just taking care of her in place of my stupid brother. When she grows up, I will return her to Naruto, probably. With this idea in mind, Zhang Miao showed his brother-like care to the young Hinata. Of course, this was his own selfishness. He didn't think about the others' opinion toward his actions. The only thing that made Zhang Miao a little sad was that when Hinata saw him, she would ran away from him just like a little rabbit running away from a big bad wolf. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Miao could only show the might of the big bad wolf, no, the love of a big brother when he caught her, and then kissed her. No, cared about her fiercely. Moreover, Zhang Miao usually chooses to do this in front of Hayashi, because when he was getting chummy with Hinata, as long as Hayashi saw it, the system's notification would ring all day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting Haiga Hizu experience the humiliation Ram losing his prized daughter. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Haiga Hayashi Ninja Fragment X10. In the future, whenever the host kissed Hinata in front of Hayashi, the host will obtain 10 of his fragments. Hearing this prompt from the system, the smile on Zhang Miao's face suddenly brightened. Chapter 150, Collection Progress, Part 3. Zhang Miao was very satisfied that he could collect Hisashi's ninja fragments in such a harmonious way. In this way, when he smooched Hinata, he would have no more psychological pressure. I'm not a Lilicon, I'm all here to collect her dad's ninja fragments, I was forced to. Since Zhang Miao was coming every day to pinch Niji's face or smooch Hinata, the two developed a phobia for him. Especially for Niji, Zhang Miao found that he had become proficient in using his eyes a lot recently. He should have practiced it to protect himself. This could be regarded as an unexpected gain. As for Hinata, Zhang Miao found that although she still often avoided him, when she smooched her recently, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for 6-star Elite Jonin, Haiga Hinata Ninja Fragment X1. Hearing this prompt, and looking at the little girl's red face, Zhang Miao realized something. Could it be that she finally felt my brotherly love? Great, I have to do it a few more times to make her feel more. Smooch smooch smooch. 3 months passed in a flash. During this time, Zhang Miao lived happily every day. He had done collecting Hisashi, Hayashi and Niji's ninja fragments during his playtime. And Uchiha's side of the operation was very smooth. Zhang Miao had also gathered enough amount of Fugaku, Mikoto and Itachi's ninja fragments. He even managed to collect around 600 of Sasuke's fragments, all thanks to the lotteries he drew using Mikoto and Fugaku's extra fragments. This also allowed Zhang Miao to see another path. Perhaps in the future, I can recruit Uchiha Sasuke, Indra, a 9-star ninja of the Sage of 6 Paths caliber by collecting enough of his fragments through the lottery. But it would take a long time. 6,400 was undoubtedly a high number. Even at his current pace, Zhang Miao will need around 5 years to recruit Sasuke through this means. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. Forget it, 9-star ninjas are really difficult to deal with, so let's slow down for the time being. Fortunately, I should have enough 8-star ninja fragments. System, do I have enough fragments to recruit the Kyubi? After receiving Zhang Miao's question, the system immediately gave him an answer. The host has already collected 3,240 of Kurama's ninja fragments. Does the host want to use them right away? Or convert them? Convert them. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao immediately showed a look of doubt. What the hell is this all about? Is there any other things I can do beside recruiting? Of course the host can directly use the fragments to recruit Kurama, but since the current Kurama is still in his incomplete form, the system's rating for him is only 7-star. Zhang Miao. Damn it, Kurama was originally rated as an 8-star, why would the system demote him? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao gnashed his teeth. Then, how can I get the real 8-star Kurama? Hey! By converting the fragments. The system didn't seem to notice Zhang Miao's anger at all, and the answer was still so flat. The system can help the host convert the 8-star Kurama, Yang, fragments into 8-star Kurama, Yin, fragments. And then the fragments from both half could be combined to recruit the 8-star Kurama, complete. I see. With a better choice around, Zhang Miao will of course not be satisfied with his previous options. He nodded immediately. Okay, then help me convert all the Kurama fragments I currently have. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system prompt sounded immediately. Ding, the conversion process is completed, and the host currently has 8-star cage level, Kurama, complete, Ninja Fragment X1620. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. Hey, it seems that the Kyubi is really not that easy to recruit. I'll have to wait another half a year. Now let's just recruit everyone that can be recruited first. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately created a shadow clone to stay in Konoha, while he himself left the village at night. As Danzo's apprentice, Zhang Miao was very aware of Konoha's defenses, coupled with his own perception ability, he was able to leave Konoha quietly without disturbing anyone. Then he began his journey to the Land of Waves. Thanks to the system strengthening, Zhang Miao's physical fitness was excellent, and his chakra was extremely strong. So he does not need to rest throughout his journey. He ran towards the Land of Wave with a great pace. Under normal condition, it would take about 3 days to reach the Land of Waves from Konoha, but with Zhang Miao's speed, it only took him 1 night to reach the coast. The Land of Waves was already in his sight. Finally, looking at the Land of Waves across the strait, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. However, when he looked around, he found that there were no ships nearby, so he could only take a deep breath, gathered chakra on the bottom of his feet, and stepped on the sea. Water walking. This was also one of the basic ninjutsu. It was not difficult to learn, but if one wanted to maintain this ninjutsu for a long time, it would drain their chakra reserve. But chakra was not a problem for Zhang Miao. Let alone crossing the strait to the Land of Water, he could walk through the sea all the way to the Land of Water without any significant problem. So, after Zhang Miao stood firm on the sea, he took a step and ran towards the Land of Waves opposite him. Ripples were formed by his steps, but there were no splash. This showed that he had a delicate chakra control. His chakra control was perfect. However, Zhang Miao didn't think about it much at the moment. His eyes were only looking forward, and of course he didn't pay attention to the ripples under his feet. Kazaka's house was built on the east side of the Land of Waves, so Zhang Miao did not land on the country's west side, which was actually closer to the Land of Fire. He circled the land all over to Kazaka's house at the east side of the country. He had just landed when he heard a familiar voice. "Boss, did you come here alone?" Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked up and saw an old woman in patched clothes. Zhang Miao knew that this was Shenlin who used the transformation jutsu, so he nodded immediately. "Well, I'm alone this time, what about Kazaki?" Hearing Zhang Miao's question, Shenlin hurriedly lowered her head. Reporting to the boss, Kazaki-sama has already gone to carry out the task that the boss gave before. He also took Shikasa-sama, Inagi-sama and Kobyu-sama with him. He asked me to wait for you here, boss. I see. Hearing Shenlin's words, Zhang Miao nodded immediately. Okay, I understand, then let's go back first, I still have very important things to do. Yes, boss.